we officially kick off the AWS Community Day West Africa 2023.
Why do I need to digitize my organization? Why do I need to transform my organization? And I'll tell you why. It's because it allows us as organizations to compete.
Across all the different 7 user groups in West Africa, we've had about 41 events organized so far this year. And it's really interesting to see the connection between community activity and community engagement and the growth of the community.
There are lots of prizes to be won, AWS credits. We also have a grand prize of a laptop, a brand new laptop. I think the community deserves a round of applause. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Content is king.
Content is king.
Community is queen, and she always rules. Well,
yeah, Blessing 2023. Content is king and community is queen.
You can leverage the community to improve your professional networking. By being an active member of the community, you get to connect with amazing people, experts. Like, this community has given me so much. Like, I interact with CTOs, I interact with CEOs. People reach out to me because of this community, and that wouldn't have been possible if not for this community. This community also gives me the opportunity to be able to mingle and rub shoulders with the high and mighty like Sir David, Sir Imo.
Right. Yeah, fantastic.
And you can actually have access to that.
So the AWS cloud is for everyone, regardless of what field or what your background is. So if you're here and you're a beginner, be rest assured this is for you. So just take your notes, your pen, and be ready to jot down.
Just to give you an insight on how we look at security is when you want to train a model, for example, in machine learning. And you want to use your data to train that model. We provide a way for you to actually copy that model into your private space, into your private AWS account, and actually train that model with your own data.
So our aim is by 2025, we should be able to empower 5,000 people. Young people,
and that's a massive goal.
So we need your support in case we are like 1 year old now this month, and we have grown so well because of your support, and we need to do more.
We can say there is a job boom when it comes to cloud computing, and then if you are able to show yourself, to demonstrate capability and competence using AWS, you can tap into this benefit.
The world is evolving in a supersonic fashion with its complex challenges, and I think entrepreneurs and innovators are playing a critical role to make it a better place.
Hey, my name is Steve Moses. I'm the CMO and I also lead startup program here at Cloud Plexo. We know how it's tough building and scaling startups, especially here in Global South. So at Cloud Plexo, we decided to design a well-curated bucket list of valuable resources that helps you accelerate your startups and push innovation.
Cloud Plexo for Startups isn't an accelerator or VC-backed program. So think about having access to free perks, resources, training, technical support, and funds. That's AWS credits at zero cost.
First, we want to learn what you're building, what's your challenge, so that we can bring in our team of senior solutions architects, cloud computing specialists, and a dedicated project manager to tailor the solutions to help you bring your ideas to life.
Our goal is to help you focus on building and scaling your business while we take care of your cloud infrastructure.
We understand how tough it is to build and scale a profitable startups from Africa to the world. So here is a curated bucket list of offerings we would like to share with you. 1, help you with free AWS credits. 2, help you into AWS funding programs for you to access more funds to accelerate your growth and innovations. 3, provide you with technical support to help you build and deploy seamlessly on AWS. 4, cost optimizations for you to rapidly grow your revenue without burning out. 5, POCs. 6, infrastructure due diligence, and lots more. For you to take advantage of Cloud Plexo for startups, all you have to do is to visit cloudplexo.com/startups to get started, or you can always reach out to us at contact@cloudplexo.com. Yeah, we know it's not a silver bullet, but hey, we can help you bring your ideas into life and drive impact. We're looking forward to engage with you.
Are you looking to innovate with AWS? Data Melon is your trusted AWS partner for digital transformation, cloud adoption, data and artificial intelligence solutions. With over 13 years expertise and a strong presence in the United Kingdom, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have delivered cutting-edge cloud-based solutions to our customers across the world.
At Data Melon, we provide comprehensive end-to-end cloud services, covering cloud foundation, cloud migrations, application modernization, cloud-native software development, and cost optimization through our extensive AWS billing and account management solutions. Our expertise in building generative AI solutions, data AI strategies, and modern data architectures through our AI Data Center of Excellence is particularly exciting. Imagine leveraging these advanced technologies to drive innovation and enhanced efficiency within your business.
We are more than just a consulting firm. We are an AWS Advanced Consulting Partner, an AWS Well-Architected Partner, and a global reseller of AWS services powered by the AWS Solution Partner Program. With over 10 AWS service delivery designations, including Amazon EC2, AWS Lambda, and DynamoDB, our expertise runs deep. Recently awarded the 2023 AWS Rising Star Partner of the Year for Sub-Saharan Africa, we are committed to driving innovation and excellence with AWS.
With over 50 certified professionals around the globe, including cloud architects, AI engineers, and data specialists, our team is here to support you every step of the way. We're passionate about solving your challenges and building a brighter future together.
Our client portfolio includes industry leaders such as Vodafone Group, Guarantee Trust Bank, Providus Bank, Paystack, amongst many, where we have successfully delivered tailored cloud solutions. Whether you're a startup, SMB, or large enterprise, our experience and expertise can help you achieve your cloud objective, ensuring scalability, security, and performance efficiency. At Data Melon, we say speed is our advantage. Let's help you accelerate your cloud and AI journey. Connect with us today and let's help you solve for what's next.
Fincra. Easily collect payments from anywhere, anytime. Fincra provides online payment solutions that enable businesses of all types and sizes to easily accept payments globally. Why choose Fincra? We make collecting payments easy for logistics, travel and hospitality, software as a service, and more. Experience our paying products, including virtual accounts, payment link, and a fully optimized checkout, allowing businesses to accept payments with a secure payment gateway via cards, bank transfers, mobile money, and M-Pesa. Effortlessly collect customer payments with virtual accounts available in NGN, EUR, and GBP. Enhance your global financial transactions with Fincra Payouts, facilitating smooth payment transfers. Fincra is PCI DSS certified. We ensure top-tier security and encryption, safeguarding your data against fraudulent activities. Fincra is safe, secure, licensed, and certified. Fincra's systems maintain 99.95 uptime, guaranteeing scalability for your business growth. Ready to get started? Create an account with Fincra today. Visit www.fincra.com to get started.
You're on a mission to disrupt, to innovate, to make a lasting impact. You've got the brains, the passion, and the vision. But DevOps and its intricacies keep holding you back. The cloud is supposed to make things simpler. But for every app, service, or innovative idea, you're lost in configurations, deployments, and monitoring nightmares. If you're an early-stage startup without cloud expertise, you feel like you need a PhD in cloudology. And if you're an enterprise with a DevOps team, the deluge of tasks and endless notifications are killing productivity. This is where Pipeops comes in. It's not just a tool, it's your DevOps co-pilot. For the startup founders and software engineers, imagine pushing code without ever having to worry about server setup or deployment again. Pipeops automates all that, so you can go from code to cloud in a snap. For enterprises, what if your DevOps could focus on mission-critical tasks instead of being bottlenecked by routine operations? Pipeops scales with you, allowing each team member to work and collaborate seamlessly. Imagine a dashboard where every metric, every alert, and every resource is just a click away. A world where breaking things is okay, because you discover the bugs before they make it to production. With Pipeops, you're not just moving fast, you're moving smart while saving cash. Embrace automation and find out how Pipeops can help you today.
The world is evolving in a supersonic fashion with its complex challenges, and I think entrepreneurs and innovators are playing a critical role to make it a better place.
Hey, my name is Steve Moses. I'm the CMO and I also lead startup program here at Cloud Plexo. We know how it's tough building and scaling startups, especially here in Global South. So at Cloud Plexo, we decided to design a well-curated bucket list of valuable resources that helps you accelerate your startups and push innovation.
Cloud Plexo for Startups isn't an accelerator or VC-backed program. So think about having access to free perks, resources, training.
Are you looking to innovate with AWS? Data Melon is your trusted AWS partner for digital transformation, cloud adoption, data and artificial intelligence solutions. With over 13 years expertise and a strong presence in the United Kingdom, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have delivered cutting-edge cloud-based solutions to our customers across the world.
At Data Melon, we provide comprehensive end-to-end cloud services, covering cloud foundation, cloud migrations, application modernization, cloud-native software development, and cost optimization through our extensive AWS billing and account management solutions. Our expertise in building generative AI solutions, data AI strategies, and modern data architectures through our AI data center of excellence is particularly exciting. Imagine leveraging these advanced technologies to drive innovation and enhanced efficiency within your business.
We are more than just a consulting firm. We are an AWS Advanced Consulting Partner, an AWS Well-Architected Partner, and a global reseller of AWS services powered by the AWS Solution Partner Program. With over 10 AWS service delivery designations, including Amazon EC2, AWS Lambda, and DynamoDB, our expertise runs deep. Recently awarded the 2023 AWS Rising Star Partner of the Year for Sub-Saharan Africa, we are committed to driving innovation and excellence with AWS.
With over 50 certified professionals around the globe, including cloud architects, AI engineers, and data specialists, our team is here to support you every step of the way. We're passionate about solving your challenges and building a brighter future together.
Our client portfolio includes industry leaders such as Vodafone Group, Guarantee Trust Bank, Providus Bank, Paystack, amongst many, where we have successfully delivered tailored cloud solutions. Whether you're a startup, SMB, or large enterprise, our experience and expertise can help you achieve your cloud objective, ensuring scalability, security, and performance efficiency. At Data Melon, we say speed is our advantage. Let's help you accelerate your cloud and AI journey. Connect with us today and let's help you solve for what's next.
Fincra. Easily collect payments from anywhere, anytime. Fincra provides online payment solutions that enable businesses of all types and sizes to easily accept payments globally. Why choose Fincra? We make collecting payments easy for logistics, travel and hospitality, software as a service, and more. Experience our paying products, including virtual accounts, payment link, and a fully optimized checkout, allowing businesses to accept payments with a secure payment gateway via cards, bank transfers, mobile money, and M-Pesa. Effortlessly collect customer payments with virtual accounts available in NGN, EUR, and GBP. Enhance your global financial transactions with Fincra Payouts, facilitating smooth payment transfers. Fincra is PCI DSS certified. We ensure top-tier security and encryption, safeguarding your data against fraudulent activities. Fincra is safe, secure, licensed, and certified. Fincra systems maintain 99.95 uptime, guaranteeing scalability for your business growth. Ready to get started? Create an account with Fincra today. Visit www.fincra.com to get started.
You're on a mission to disrupt, to innovate, to make a lasting impact. You've got the brains, the passion, and the vision. But DevOps and its intricacies keep holding you back. The cloud is supposed to make things simpler. But for every app, service, or innovative idea, you're lost in configurations, deployments, and monitoring nightmares. If you're an early-stage startup without cloud expertise, you feel like you need a PhD in cloudology. And if you're an enterprise with a DevOps team, the deluge of tasks and endless notifications are killing productivity. This is where Pipeops comes in. It's not just a tool, it's your DevOps co-pilot. For the startup founders and software engineers, imagine pushing code without ever having to worry about server setup or deployment again. Pipeops automates all that, so you can go from code to cloud in a snap. For enterprises, what if your DevOps could focus on mission-critical tasks instead of being bottlenecked by routine operations? Pipeops scales with you, allowing each team member to work and collaborate seamlessly. Imagine a dashboard where every metric, every alert, and every resource is just a click away. A world where breaking things is okay, because you discover the bugs before they make it to production. With Pipeops, you're not just moving fast, you're moving smart while saving cash. Embrace automation and find out how Pipeops can help you today.
Hello, 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 everyone. Can you all hear us? Ihan, can you hear me perfectly?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. If you can hear us, you could just drop in the comments that you can hear us.
Yes, absolutely. Please drop on the comment section that you can hear us. We are live. AWS Community Day 2024 Day 2. We are live presently. And yes, as you all know, this Community Day for year 2024 is in collaboration with AWS Nigeria user group. So we have two user group hosting this year event. Amazing, right? AWS Community Day 2024 is hosted by AWS Cloud Security West Africa and AWS Nigeria user group. Ihan, do you want to do the honor of introducing yourself?
All right, thank you so much, Tolu. Hi, everyone. I'm Anne Usang, and I'm so delighted to be part of your virtual host for today's session. And yesterday went really well, and I'm glad to be here again with all of you joining virtually. So, okay, Tolu, I think that's fine.
Yes, absolutely. So my name is Tululope Deleke, and I am privileged to be one of the virtual hosts for the AWS Community Day year 2024. And as you can see, I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this with two amazing and beautiful ladies. I have here with me Anne Usang, who introduced herself. And yes, we have Pepe, Ejurogene Pepe. Her name is quite unique. So yes, that is her name. So hi Pepe, how are you doing? Do you want to introduce yourself? Not do you want to, you definitely have to introduce yourself.
Hello, Tolu, and hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here to be part of the Anchor Visiting. Like Tolu said, my name is Pepe Ejirogene, and I am part of the AWS community. I hope we have an exciting event. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pepe. Yes, if you are not privileged like some of us here right now to be attending the in-person event, yes, you can join us online. As you know, we're going to be streaming live from the physical audience. The hosts are waiting for us. So if you know anyone who is interested in joining us virtually, please send them the link. They can join us on YouTube. They can join us on LinkedIn. We are live on both pages. AWS Community West Africa on YouTube, and the same AWS Community West Africa on LinkedIn. So please share them the link, invite them. We would be joining the physical event soon. So please share the link to everyone. And then we would be sharing some of our sponsors video very soon, but we need to let you all know that we are live and we are here and ready to host you. So we'll be sharing some videos of the sponsors for this year event. So I would implore you all to listen attentively to the videos, because yes, these are the people who actually made this happen. So we'll be sharing some of the sponsors here with you. We have AWS, Charis Cloud, Automic Computing, Brain Boxit, Cloud Plexo, Credit Wave, the Casio, Digitspot, Fitian, we build security pipes up, Tech Gurus, Rubies, Acolactech, Arravo, Fincra, Data Melon, DevOps Dejo. And then we have the National Youth Council of Nigeria, that is NYCN. So you can see that these amazing organizations actually put in their effort in making this happen. So a big shout out to our sponsors, from AWS to Charlie Cloud to Atomic Computing to Data Melon to Cloud Plexo. You guys are the real MVP. You all made this happen this year. And yes, we are going to be sharing some of these amazing brands. We're going to be letting you know what they do and what they actually stand for. So me and my amazing host will be background while you watch the video and learn what some of these brands actually do as an organization. Thank you for joining us, and please don't forget, let everyone know that we are live here on YouTube and on LinkedIn. So yes, we will be sharing that of Fincra right now. Fincra is one of our amazing sponsors. So enjoy, everyone.
Fincra. Easily collect payments from anywhere, anytime. Fincra provides online payment solutions that enable businesses of all types and sizes to easily accept payments globally. Why choose Fincra? We make collecting payments easy for logistics, travel and hospitality, software as a service, and more. Experience our paying products, including virtual accounts, payment link, and a fully optimized checkout, allowing businesses to accept payments with a secure payment gateway via cards, bank transfers, mobile money, and M-Pesa. Effortlessly collect customer payments with virtual accounts available in NGN, EUR, and GBP. Enhance your global financial transactions with Fincra Payouts, facilitating smooth payment transfers. Fincra is PCI DSS certified. We ensure top-tier security and encryption, safeguarding your data against fraudulent activities. Fincra is safe, secure, licensed, and certified. Fincra systems maintain 99.95 uptime, guaranteeing scalability for your business growth. Ready to get started? Create an account with Fincra today. Visit www.fincra.com to get started.
You're on a mission to disrupt, to innovate, to make a lasting impact. You've got the brains, the passion, and the vision. But DevOps and its intricacies keep holding you back. The cloud is supposed to make things simpler. But for every app, service, or innovative idea, you're lost in configurations, deployments, and monitoring nightmares. If you're an early-stage startup without cloud expertise, you feel like you need a PhD in cloudology. And if you're an enterprise with a DevOps team, the deluge of tasks and endless notifications are killing productivity. This is where Pipeops comes in. It's not just a tool, it's your DevOps co-pilot. For the startup founders and software engineers, imagine pushing code without ever having to worry about server setup or deployment again. Pipeops automates all that, so you can go from code to cloud in a snap. For enterprises, what if your DevOps could focus on mission-critical tasks instead of being bottlenecked by routine operations? Pipeops scales with you, allowing each team member to work and collaborate seamlessly. Imagine a dashboard where every metric, every alert, and every resource is just a click away. A world where breaking things is okay, because you discover the bugs before they make it to production. With Pipeops, you're not just moving fast, you're moving smart while saving cash. Embrace automation and find out how Pipeops can help you today.
The world is evolving in a supersonic fashion with its complex challenges, and I think entrepreneurs and innovators are playing a critical role to make it a better place.
Hey, my name is Steve Moses. I'm the CMO and I also lead startup program here at Cloud Plexo. We know how it's tough building and scaling startups, especially here in Global South. So at Cloud Plexo, we decided to design a well-curated bucket list of valuable resources that helps you accelerate your startups and push innovation.
Cloud Plexo for Startups isn't an accelerator or VC-backed program. So think about having access to free perks, resources, training, technical support, and funds. That's AWS credits at zero cost.
First, we want to learn what you're building, what's your challenge, so that we can bring in our team of senior solutions architects, cloud computing specialists, and a dedicated project manager to tailor the solutions to help you bring your ideas to life.
Our core is to help you focus on building and scaling your business while we take care of your cloud infrastructure.
We understand how tough it is to build and scale a profitable startups from Africa to the world. So here is a curated bucket list of offerings we would like to share with you. 1, help you with free AWS credits. 2, help you into AWS funding programs for you to access more funds to accelerate your growth and innovations. 3, provide you with technical support to help you build and deploy seamlessly on AWS. 4, cost optimizations for you to rapidly grow your revenue without burning out. 5, POCs. 6, infrastructure due diligence, and lots more.
Are you looking to innovate with AWS? Data Melon is your trusted AWS partner for digital transformation, cloud adoption, data and artificial intelligence solutions. With over 13 years expertise and a strong presence in the United Kingdom, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have delivered cutting-edge cloud-based solutions to our customers across the world.
At Data Melon, we provide comprehensive end-to-end cloud services covering cloud foundation, cloud migrations, application modernization, cloud-native software development, and cost optimization through our extensive AWS billing and account management solutions. Our expertise in building generative AI solutions, data AI strategies, and modern data architectures through our AI Data Center of Excellence is particularly exciting. Imagine leveraging these advanced technologies to drive innovation and enhanced efficiency within your business.
We are more than just a consulting firm. We are an AWS Advanced Consulting Partner, an AWS Well-Architected Partner, and a global reseller of AWS services powered by the AWS Solution Partner Program. With over 10 AWS service delivery designations, including Amazon EC2, AWS Lambda, and DynamoDB, our expertise runs deep. Recently awarded the 2023 AWS Rising Star Partner of the Year for Sub-Saharan Africa, we are committed to driving innovation and excellence with AWS.
With over 50 certified professionals around the globe, including cloud architects, AI engineers, and data specialists, our team is here to support you every step of the way. We're passionate about solving your challenges and building a brighter future together.
Our client portfolio includes industry leaders such as Vodafone Group, Guarantee Trust Bank, Providus Bank, Paystack, amongst many, where we have successfully delivered tailored cloud solutions. Whether you're a startup, SMB, or large enterprise, our experience and expertise can help you achieve your cloud objective, ensuring scalability, security, and performance efficiency. At Data Melon, we say speed is our advantage. Let's help you accelerate your cloud and AI journey. Connect with us today and let's help you solve for what's next.
Amazing, amazing. These are the sponsors that we are presently showcasing. So stay with us, stay tuned with us, everyone. We have more sponsors to showcase. Thank you.
You're on a mission to disrupt, to innovate, to make a lasting impact. You've got the brains,
Hello everyone. I hope you can see us and you can hear us. So far we've been sharing with you those who are our partners for this amazing event. And I'm so glad that you've met them and you're still going to meet with more of them as we go on. All right, so would love for you to share where you're joining us from. I'm doing this alongside Ejirogene Pepe. So you're going to be sharing with us. We'd love to hear from you. Where are you joining us from? What part of the world are you joining us from? I'm sure Pepe will want to say something as well.
You've said it all. I mean, we're excited to be here, of course, and we would love to hear from everyone because it's a virtual session for a reason. We have to interact. So I see we have people streaming from YouTube and LinkedIn. So just do well to share with us in the comment section where you are currently joining us from. Nigeria, outside Nigeria, you could share with us. And probably add your expectation for the event. Let us hear what you are expecting to, you know, get from today's event. We'll be excited to hear that as well. So we look forward to your reply in the comment section.
Absolutely. All right, so let's get to meet you. Where are you joining us from? All right. Hi, Abigail. Would love to know where you're joining us from. You could just share with us alongside other persons on the call too. Awesome. Bolaji from UK. So lovely to have you with us. Let's keep it coming. So today's session, we are going to be joining, even though we are joining virtually, however, we are going to be watching alongside those who are in the physical location in Lagos, Nigeria. So just sit really tight because there is a lot. Namdi is joining from Lagos, Nigeria. Awesome. Good to have you, Namdi. So there is a lot. We have a great lineup of speakers waiting to actually deliver their different speeches. So would love for you to sit tight. Invite your friends if you haven't, okay? Invite your friends, share the link so that they can all tag along with you as well. So just keep sharing where you're joining in from. Abigail says she's joining in from South Africa. Amazing. We are so glad that you're with us here this morning. We are so glad.
Yeah, I see that the introductions are coming in. We have
I
people
love
from.
it. Okay, I think
Did you get it? Was it bright? Was it good?
I think
Yes,
that
we're
was
live
a
now.
50% energy.
The energy, I'm not.
I don't know if we charged our batteries this
Cynthia, I think
morning.
we should we dance a bit?
Should we give some music? Because that's a bit no.
Everybody's so uptight.
That energy is a bit low. I need us to make sure that we are excited. I know we are here to learn.
Yes, but
I know that it's a serious
need
environment. But
fun.
come on, we're gonna have fun as well.
Yes.
All right. So this is how we're gonna do it. We will say AWS, and you will say Community Day.
Yeah.
Are you ready? We will say AWS, and you will say Community
Community
Day.
Day.
Are you ready? All right. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. AWS. AWS! That's more like it. That's more like it. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you for indulging us.
We're still live at the AWS Community West Africa event 2024. You guys are amazing and spectacular. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. You guys are absolutely gracious.
Thank you. All right, we're going to be proceeding as patriotic citizens of our great country, Nigeria. We're going to be switching things up to that corporate formal mode.
Yes.
So I would like to crave your indulgence to please stand as we take the national anthem. DJ, please
New or
give
old?
us... Chica now.
I know, new or old?
How many of us know the lyrics, the words to the new anthem? I can read your lips literally.
People are like, hey, don't put me on the spot.
Don't worry, we have a bit of background music to help us, so that's good. All right, DJ, we good?
Media, are we ready?
We good?
Are we ready?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Is my mic on? Good, fantastic. Thank you so much for doing us the honors. Now this event has kicked off officially in full earnest. How many of you can see that I'm sweating? That's
You're
because
bringing
I
the
brought
heat.
the energy.
You brought the
I
heat.
brought blood, sweat, and tears to this event. But really and truly, it's testament to the excitement and the palpable, enjoyment and energy that we're going to dispense right here at this event. Without taking so much time, because we know the time is of the essence, I would now like to call on the very first keynote speaker for this AWS Community West Africa event 2024 live in the city of Lagos. Please, I will need you all to do a resounding welcome when I call for it. Now, the very first keynote speaker for this event will be speaking on driving innovation and digital transformation in Africa's financial sector, the role of cloud and AI in shaping the future. Media, I would like for you to cue video while I read her profile. All right, Rachel Adeshino. She is the CTO at First Bank with decades of experience in designing and deploying technology solutions. She has led tech-driven transformation programs across finance, risk, compliance, and other business functions in banking, telecoms, and oil and gas. She holds a BSc in mathematics and a master's in IT from the University of Lagos. She is an alumnus of Lagos Business School, Rutgers State University, and Rolf Kimball University. Rachel is also a certified project management professional and a member of the British Computer Society, BCS. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me and join me as we give a warm, resounding welcome to Rachel Adeshino as she takes the keynote speech session. DJ, you can do better. Okay, hey, come on, I love it. These are my guys.
Give the energy.
These are my G's. Come on,
Good morning, everyone. I wish I can match our energy, but I'll try. All right. I'm very happy to be here. And thanks to the AWS team for asking me to take today's keynote speech. Like the lady mentioned, I'll be speaking to you on what we're doing in the FSI, with these two marvelous technologies. Up until a month ago, I was actually the CIO of First Bank. So I was in charge of IT operations. And last month, I took on the mantle to become the CTO. So responsible for solution delivery, working with an army of developers to develop innovative solutions. So as a CIO, as a CTO, there are things that are always on our table. And it's really about how can we take advantage of modern technologies to shape, our products and ensure that we bring a lot of innovations to the market. In the last couple of years, I've been at different tech events. And there are two things that keeps resonating as we move from one tech event to another. It's about cloud and it's about AI. Years ago, these technologies, we knew about them. We knew that they hold promises. But in 2024, they are now center and front stage. So they are now mainstream technologies. They've matured to the point where they're not just buzzwords, but they are things that organizations are relying on to transform the way they work, transform their products. And so both technologies each offer unique possibilities, unique advantages. And like they said, I'll be talking about specifically how we see these two technologies panning out in FSI. So if I can have the, okay, yes. Every sector, the financial services inclusive, we are always looking for ways to adapt to changes. So the way financial services are offered today, they are different from the way they were offered back when I was in secondary school. So what has happened? People have changed, expectations have changed, experiences have changed. And financial services have been adapting to these changes. And so what we have today are based on the changes that have happened over the years and the technologies that are available to help power the change. To us, it is critical. Until a few years ago, if you needed banking services, you go to a bank. You need to withdraw money, and it's your bank that you go. But a few years ago, a lot of other players entered the financial sector. You now have e-commerce operators offering financial services. You have tech organizations offering financial services. And then you have a whole group of players called fintechs offering financial services. And so as players in FSI, we needed to change. And so the change has also happened. And what we're looking at is, what are those things that we can see that is driving these changes? And the drivers are what you see on the screen. First is that new forms of risk are constantly emerging. Years before, you put your money in the bank, the only thing you have to worry about is an individual walking away with the money, having access to your funds. These days, it is not the individuals, it is faceless systems, faceless and, faceless hands walking away with the money. Yes, people are afraid of internet banking. You tell them to come and subscribe to a mobile app, they said no, because they are afraid. But these days, even without those gadgets, cyber criminals can have access. And so new risks are emerging, and so we cannot sit idle or say that we're going to be satisfied with the tools and the technologies we were using years ago. We have to adapt to the times. What else? Data and machine learning are revealing go-to-market and cost-saving opportunities. In the years gone by, if we want to have, let's say we have a product and want to run a campaign, we'll roll out campaign to millions of customers. But these days, technologies have given us the capability to fine-tune our strategy. So I'm not going to offer mortgage solution to someone who is just leaving secondary school, just because he's my customer. I'm going to offer mortgage to those that have the ability and the capacity to take on that kind of facility. Today, I can predict where my customers are likely to be. I can predict what they are likely to purchase. And I want to be there to offer support so that they'll be able to purchase and be able to have access to their funds wherever they are. So machine learning has given us that ability to be able to predict and to be able to support. Wherever our customers are, that is where we are serving them today. So we are no longer confining them to say they must come, they must visit our physical outlets. We serve them wherever they are. Consumers have higher expectations and more options for digital experiences. People are used to Siri, they are used to Alexa. They are used to the kind of agility that they get on Facebook. They are used to the kind of services that they get from Google. And so when they come to banks, they expect no less. And so those are some of the things that is also driving the technologies that we get involved with. Market volatility also requires stability and operational resilience. We've had cases of flood, we've had cases of internet, shutting out. There was a massive internet outage in March that basically rendered all of us that are using internet services helpless. Now, these are things that can happen and much more can also happen. So how do we prepare that when such things happen, we can still serve our customers? How do we ensure that should a fire break out in Lagos, customers wherever they are can still be served? So these are some of the things that is shaping the kind of technologies that we're looking into. And there are also some macro trends that we see in the industry that are fueling the kind of adoption that we see in various technologies, but specifically now for cloud. One is banking. Until recently, if I am setting up a bank and I want to purchase a core banking solution, I will go for a single solution, a core banking solution. But these days, people are saying that that in itself can put a constraint, all right? Because now they now have what you call banking unbundled. Maybe the area of the market that I want to serve is just retail. So let me just buy a solution that is tailored for retail markets. So maybe I don't need corporate. But up until recently, you either buy one, buy all, just one monolithic solution, even if 10 of the modules are not required. But today we have been given the flexibility to just focus on the area of the market we want to serve and just purchase solution that is necessary for just that area. Then you have capital markets, democratization of trading that is driving a rise in volume. What do we see? A lot of people that hitherto were just content with basic banking services are now interested in investment. People are now, interested in what is going on in Wall Street. We now have people people like myself that are previously had been content with just keeping money in the bank, just there. But now I'm interested. Can I buy this stock option? Can I do this? Can I do that? And we're seeing a level of awareness that is rising. Insurance is also not left out. Everyone is interested in digitization. And then payment platform, if there is any area where there's been a massive adoption of cloud, is in payment systems. And why? I'm sure we can understand. You keep those funds to spend them on something. You want to pay for your bills, you want to pay your rent, you want to do this, you want to do that. And you want to have access to payment solutions that can allow you to do this spend without having to queue at an ATM terminal. So what you see, and if you notice, a lot of fintechs that came out, they all gravitated towards this payment space because everyone that earns money is spending something every day. So payment solutions also galvanize the kind of adoption that we see in cloud. Okay. Media, please, can you assist with the next slide? Okay. So what do we see AI doing for us in financial institutions? A lot. Whether it is the traditional AI or the generative AI, we see a lot. Okay, so thanks. I skipped this slide. So I'm sure that I asked Kayode while he was sitting by me. I said, what kind of audience do we have? I hope I don't have to go into definition of terms. And I was told that you are all veterans. You all know what cloud is. And I don't need to go and start schooling you on what AI is. So previously, all of us were familiar with what traditional AI can do. It can work with your data. It can predict the pattern. And it can then, give you some strategies based on data. So, traditional AIs are what people like us in banks and in other sectors are using to power chatbots. We're using it to drive our recommendation engine. You go to Amazon, you select a book, and it tells you that you like these two other things. That is AI at work because he has seen your spending pattern and is able to predict what your next move is likely to be. But then that has morphed into what we have. We have another variant called generative AI, which will not only do what the traditional AI is doing, but also goes a step further. It can help you to create new patterns. So it can help you to where the traditional AI stop, it can take it further. New patterns can be created. And we're seeing a lot of use cases in the banks today. I will come to that. But what we have seen is that between traditional AI and Gen AI, we are able to accelerate innovation, productivity can be increased, and we also have customer satisfaction improved. Now, we are leveraging both in various areas, in compliance, in customer onboarding, in decisioning. Somebody wants to take a credit. We want to know, is this person likely to default in the next 2 years? Let's look at the organization where the person is working. Is it likely to still be an existing concern in 2 years' time? So we are able to do hyper-personalization and also have visual assistant. But specifically in various areas, onboarding and KYC. So this person, is he who he says he is? We are able to predict. And then we are able to do natural language programming to streamline the customer onboarding process. So the days of filling long forms will soon be over. All you need to do is to get onto a page and the AI assistant can actually help you to fast track the process. Loan origination, that is also something. A lot of lending organizations are folded up, a lot of fintechs, just because they didn't have this kind of technology fully deployed. Because people have claimed to be who they are not, and funds have been lost. But what we are looking at now is that with generative AI, we can actually bridge the gap and make quality credit decisions. Fraud and surveillance, that is also another area. So we want to be steps ahead of the criminals, and AI promises to do that for us. Customer interaction. A lot of banks have deployed chatbots where instead of going to the branch to speak to staff who may have a lot to contend with, in the comfort of your homes, in the comfort of your offices, in the comfort of your sitting room, you can actually chat with a live chatbot and get answers that you normally would have had to take a trip to get, and then personalized recommendations. So these are the areas where you see a lot of banks taking advantage of to improve the quality of their products. Now, the other part of the technology is cloud. Why are so many of us moving to the cloud? For many reasons. For many reasons. All right. Cloud is where, rather than invest in servers, in storage, in networking capabilities, I rely on big tech firms that have massive resources, that have created people that have set up multiple data centers across the globe, and they can easily give me these data center services within minutes, on demand. And what that will do for us is it helps us to accelerate innovation. It gives us economy of scales gain, and it also helps us to drive a lot of efficiency. So, the lady is coming up, meaning that I am my time is fast spent. Don't worry, I think I have just two more slides. So, and we are seeing, so there are many hyperscalers, cloud service providers. All right. In my organization, we did a study last year to look at who are those hyperscalers that are partnering with. And AWS is right at the top of that pack for many reasons. For security, for the service breadth that they have. They have over 200 plus services, expansive offerings, global footprint. This is very, very useful to us. Like I said, we want to be sure that if one part of the world goes down for whatever reasons, we're still able to offer services. And they have 105 availability zones. And of course, they have experience. They've been in this business for a long time. So as you continue your community day, as you deep dive on these two technologies, I enjoy you to soak in the information and be part of this exciting journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please, can we make that applause louder? How many of us enjoyed that session? Wow, that was an excellent way for us to kickstart the AWS Community Day West Africa. She said a number of things. In fact, my notes are full because events like this present me with a wonderful opportunity to learn new things. And she addressed how AI, both generative and traditional, is accelerating innovation across various verticals. She spoke about insurance, she spoke about payments, she spoke about even our day-to-day lives. AI and generative and traditional is truly changing the game. And she said something very spectacular about AWS. Did we catch that at the end? Where she said that AWS has over 200 services. I think that deserves a resounding applause. They have a global footprint available across 33 regions and available in over 100 areas. So this means that AWS is truly at the forefront of generative AI. Please, another round of applause for AWS. They are the reason that we are here. That applause is not loud enough. Thank you. All right, we're going to be proceeding shortly to the next keynote speech for today's event. And this keynote speech is very, very practical. Somebody say practical. Yeah, I heard somebody mimic me there. All right, yes, it's a very practical session. And it's centered on the topic cloud capitals from Dublin to Lagos, how cloud transforms communities. Just like we just heard, cloud technology is truly changing the way we work, the way we live, the way we operate. And this session is going to be showing us that practical session. And our keynote speaker is an academic developer advocate at AWS with over 30 years of diverse experience in software engineering, lecturing, and developer relations. At AWS, he specializes in cloud technologies, AI engineering, and bridging the gap between academia and industry. His career has included academic roles in Dublin City University and Technical University, Dublin. Ladies and gentlemen, with a very Nigerian, African, energetic AWS applause. Are we ready to give that applause? Our next speaker came all the way from Ireland. So I want us to give him that Nigerian energy. Are we ready? Please, can we make welcome Stephen Howell? Come on, let's show him how we do it in Nigeria. Come on, come on. Thank you so much. All of a sudden, I don't blow any happen, no, all of a sudden. I was in a hurry. I just facing my grind and I stack up my money. Please, can we give him another round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Hello, folks. It's really nice to see you. I would say, can we get some energetic voices? But I see there's lots of younger coders than I'm used to in the audience, and I don't want to scare them. In fact, I think the youngest coder I've seen at a community day is wearing a little pink hat there, and there's a few other little ones. So it's amazing to see little young coders already here learning at Community Day Nigeria. You know what? I have 4 little coders myself, and I'm used to saying little coders, but my baby is 14 now, and that means they're this high compared to me, so they're not little coders anymore. But I'm talking today about communities, and this is a community event, and I'm from a very different community than some of you, and some of you are from a very similar community to me, even though we're in different countries. I grew up on a farm. I still live on that farm. My job when I was a kid was working on the farm, but now my job is writing software, and I still do it on the farm. Isn't that weird? I still live on the farm, and I still have the chickens, but my job is writing code. Now, sometimes I'm writing code, and my team are still asleep. It's not because they're lazy. I don't work with a lazy team. It is because they are in America, and the time zone does not work. So sometimes I have no one to ask. My community is me and everyone in my office, and my office is in my house, and the only other person there is the dog. And I have asked the dog many times for help with my code, and he never helps. Okay, he just never helps. So today I'm talking about how generative AI helps us build a community when you are the only person in the room. Isn't that strange? How can you be a community of one? Well, it is possible. Let me show you. So this is a frustrated developer. Now, if you work in tech, you know that there's no such thing as an easy job. You don't get the job and they say, put your feet up there. Here's a big bag of money and we will not bother you. Have a nap. That never happens. Well, if that happens to you, please tell me what company you work at, because I want to apply. That has never happened to me. So constantly, there are productivity demands. I do this a lot, folks, standing on stage. And afterwards, the photographer says, I could not get a good picture because you kept moving. So whenever I see a photographer point a camera at me, I pose. Now, you're constantly being told, write that code faster. And write faster code. And your manager heard about a new thing yesterday and they want to know why you haven't implemented it already. And constantly, it's all these new ideas coming at you. Why haven't you learned the latest thing? As soon as you've developed a web app, where's your mobile app? As soon as you've developed a mobile app, where's your Internet of Things app? Constantly a treadmill of learn more, do more. And folks, none of us are born with a talent for coding. We must learn it. I've been coding for 30 years for money. I highly recommend coding for money, not for free. But when I was coding for fun, when I was a little kid, no one paid me, sadly. But I did not come out of the hospital delivery room going, C++. No, no. I had to learn to code like everyone else. And luckily, we keep making tools to make life easier for coders. So it is not easy, but it is easier. So if you are lucky, you will have access to cloud and other tools to make your job easier. And if you are a student and you are still learning, then I hope your professor or your teacher uses these tools as well, because they make life much more productive. Now, AI has got a lot of attention in the press. We hear about generative AI, and it's going to take all our jobs. But I want to give you a different side to it. I do not think it's going to take all of our jobs, at least not the AI we have right now. Instead, I want to tell you that AI can help you write code. Now, if you are not an expert coder yet, that is okay. It will help you write better code. Now, if you don't know any code, it's not going to help much. You still have to learn to code, and that still takes time. There is no magic solution to learning to code. You just have to put in the time and do it. But everyone can do it. If you can read and write, you can learn to read and write code. 100%. You do not have to be good at maths. It helps if you can add and subtract and multiply, but that's about it. If you can do that, you're good. However, AI will help you when you are learning to code and don't have a community. So I am very lucky. I work in the AWS community. When I get stuck, I can reach out to them. Just a moment ago, before I went on stage, I met an AWS hero. I don't see him. He's in the audience somewhere. And the AWS hero, because I've never met him before, but he is in my community, I can reach out to him and say, hey, remember we met in Lagos, can you help me? And he can reach out to me and say, Stephen, I need your help, because we are a community. But what if I don't have the community available? Well, then the AI becomes my community. And I can even add AI into my own apps. I can say, I want to put Gen AI into my own apps. So to achieve this, I want to use the metaphor of building your house. It does not matter how perfect the house is designed or perfectly built. This is a Lego house. I don't recommend living in a Lego house. But in a real house, no matter how well you build it, if you build it on sand, it will sink into the sand. That is not a good foundation. If you build it in a swamp, it's going to sink in the swamp. You need a good foundation, or else you're not going to have a good home. And this brings us to the challenge of integrating AI into our apps. It's easy to say to your developers, if you were a manager, put AI in the app. Okay, I'll put AI in the app. What does that mean? You must think deeply, because you have a choice. No matter what generative AI foundation model or API or SDK that you choose, all of these programmer concerns should be taken into account. Technical, operational, performance, and security. At every single stage, there is a concern. If I choose one company's tool to add AI to my app, because let's say it is cheap, or maybe it is fast, and then the next day something happens and now it is expensive or it is slow, then suddenly the manager wants me to change it, fix it, change it to a different AI. That's like saying, I don't like that the house has 4 walls. Please change it to have 7 walls. But I already built the house. Well, that is your problem. No, I would not like that. So I have a solution for this problem. This is a picture from where I live in Ireland. This is called the Giant's Causeway, or the Giant's Bridge. Legend has it that a giant in Scotland wanted to fight a giant in Ireland, so he built this bridge. But don't worry, children, I have not seen any giants in Ireland or Scotland, so I think we're safe. Now, really, this is the remains of a volcanic eruption long ago, but every single brick fits together perfectly. And that's like Amazon Bedrock. It's a fully managed serverless API that lets you do a very easy way to talk to a large language model, send a prompt, and get a result. And I'm going to show you in 3 lines of code how I did it. You can build anything that you see with Gen AI with this. It's very cheap, it's very fast, and it's very scalable. And you will not need a supercomputer on your desk to do it. So I want to tell you, true story. My boss came to me one day. My boss is Jen Looper, and you'll see her on LinkedIn a lot. And she loves web apps. She's a web app expert. That's her favorite thing to do. She knows HTML. She knows CSS3. She knows JavaScript. I am an old programmer. You can tell because I have a white beard. And no hair, just white beard. And I don't know those things because I like C++ and Java and C# and Python. So I don't know the web. I bet all of you know the web more than I do. That's okay. So my boss had made an app. Let me show you the app. It shows affirmations. Now, I had never heard of an affirmation. My boss is American. I said, what is an affirmation? Put up your hand if you know what an affirmation is. Oh, a few people do. Well, I did not know because I am Irish. Okay? So an affirmation is when you say something encouraging to yourself, like you can do it. You are strong enough. But you see, I am Irish. When I was growing up, we did not have affirmations. Do you know what we had? We had threats. Okay? My mother saw me climbing a tree once in the garden. When I was little, she said, if you fall out of that tree and break both your legs, do not come running to me. So I learned what an affirmation was, and let me show you, folks. I'm going to walk this way in case it makes the clicker work better. The tight deadline was, we needed not to have a fixed array of affirmations. We need the app to have Gen AI affirmations. And I said, no problem, boss. And then she gave me the app, and I realized it was a web app. And I am not a web developer. And you would say, but you can ask your boss for help. She is a web expert, yes, but she is in Boston. And I am in Ireland, different time zones. She is asleep when I am working. So here's what the app looked like. Okay. You can see, very simple app. You click the button and it gives you an affirmation. The affirmations, there's not very many of them, so we quickly run out of them. So here's how I built the Gen AI edition. I was lucky because I had access to Amazon Q Developer. This is a free tool available to all of you. You just need internet access. and a computer. It's built into your integrated development environment like Visual Studio Code. Guys, the clicker does not like me. I'm clicking and clicking and clicking and nothing's happening. Okay, I used Amazon Bedrock to do the LLM, and it gives me an easy way to change the model if I want. And this is what it looked like when I built it. So as you can see, it has emojis, it has infinite new affirmations. Now, again, you might say, Stephen, I don't think you're going to get rich with your affirmation startup. You are correct. This is not designed to be like the previous speaker with the amazing finance on the cloud. This is meant to show you the easiest way you can build a web app that does not take much coding and can talk to generative AI. So, I first had to pick my model. Now, there's a company called Anthropic, and they make a model called Claude, and I really like Claude, and Claude lets me select in the AWS which models I want, and that's how easy it is. I don't have to download anything, I don't have to configure anything, I just have to select the models I want. Next, I just use Visual Studio Code. It's a free IDE. I did not buy an IDE. I did not spend any money. I used Visual Studio Code. You can see on the right-hand side, it has Amazon Q Developer AI Chatbot is built in as a tab. So I can chat to it and it can help me with my code. This is how it works. Look on line 19. Very complex piece of code. I don't know what it means. I need help, but there's no one in my office to help me. I already asked the dog ignored me. But if my clicker works, I can highlight the code that I don't understand, right click, and it'll ask me, Amazon Q, explain, refactor, fix, optimize, or send to prompt. Any line of code in any language that I do not understand, it will explain it to me. Now, I still have to be a coder, but now I'm a super-powered coder. And my community, if they're asleep in America or asleep in India, that's okay, because I have a community now on the cloud with Amazon Q, and it will answer my questions until my friends wake up. Also, it will not judge me like my friends will if I ask a stupid question, okay? When they develop AI that judges you, then we're in trouble. Okay, so Amazon Q Developer agents are even more powerful because they can even analyze your entire project and build the features for you. Now, I've cut out 2 minutes of this because it takes a while, and this is expensive, but you get 5 free agent uses every month. So you can actually build very complex projects with this for free. And you do not even need an AWS account. This is free with a builder's account, which is just an email. So the moral of the story is, remember I said it was 3 lines of code? I'm going to show you the 3 lines now. The first line is I have to specify the model I want to use. I'm using Claude 3. Then I have to write the prompt. And the prompt is generate an aspiring affirmation for me. And finally, the line which sends it off to the cloud is converse command, which sends off all the details of what I want, and back comes the affirmation. And here it is running inside Visual Studio Code. You can see the affirmation prompt is give me an affirmation to boost my motivation today, referencing plants, animals, or flowers by adding emoji. So when I run that, there we go. You can see it running in the browser. Every affirmation is unique, infinitely generated, and no longer just an array of affirmations. Amazon Q Developer helped me build that in 1 day. And my manager did not fire me, so I was able to be here today. So, key takeaways, folks. Amazon Q Developer, free in your IDE today with Builder ID. Amazon Bedrock will help you add Gen AI to your apps. Be calm, but empowered. Okay? Yes, coding has never been as accessible as it is now. That does not mean you will be replaced by the AI. It just will empower you to do even more. Now, finally, folks, I just want to quickly say, thank you for listening so carefully. I just want to mention something that's very important to me, and I want to share it with all of you. Being part of a community like you are now, that you've come to this event, it's not just about coming to these events. You're going to be able to be part of this community online. Some people find it hard to be active in a community, to join in, to socialize, because they have a disability, and it's invisible. I have this disability, but you don't think I'm disabled because I'm not in a wheelchair. But not all disabilities are visible. And I don't feel I'm disabled because I have an invisible disability, but many people hide the disability I have, and many people don't even know they have it. So if you're neurodivergent, or you work with someone who is neurodivergent, whether it's autism, ADHD, dyspraxia, dyslexia, don't be afraid of that person and say, I don't want to work with them, I might catch autism off them. You cannot catch autism. No, embrace that person, work with them, and they, if you are an ally, if you support them, they will be your most loyal and collaborative teammate ever. I did not know I had these conditions until my 4 children were diagnosed when they were small. And then I went to the doctor and got diagnosed. And it explained a lot of the challenges I have had in my life with study and with even sitting in this room earlier on with the loud noise. That was so hard for me. I know you call it music, but for me, it was just very loud. So, folks, if you're like me, or you work with someone like me, don't shun them. Be an ally, and they will be the best employee and teammate you ever had.
Wow. Nice.
If you're going to take one picture, that's all the links to AWS Cloud Clubs for students. And by the way, we've several captains here today. I'm so proud we give a quick round of applause for the student captains who run all the university clubs in Nigeria. Thank you so much. And please connect with me on LinkedIn, folks. That's my LinkedIn QR code. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please, for Stephen Howell. Just before we let him go, we need to actually send him off in the true Nigerian spirit. Thank you so much for your session. We're going to give you a proper round of applause. But you know, during your speech session, you talked about the importance of clouding for money, not for free. And I was just wondering, do you by any chance know how to say money in any of our native Nigerian languages?
No, my favorite word is free, but I need to learn the words for money as well.
Yes, yes. So okay, back. All right, so we're going to practice with you. Just so you know, I'm Igbo, so we'll start with the Igbo word for money. Ego, and I was going to ask, have you done your ancestry test by any chance? You
Yeah.
Nigerian in you?
I hope so.
I know so, because the way you said, oh, you don't clap for free, you clap for money. I'm like, there's Nigeria here. Oh. My Anambra brother is inside this body. All right, so you say ego.
Ego.
Fantastic. Did he do it right? He said it right. Round of applause for him. Now, if you were to say money in Yoruba, that would be owo.
Owo.
I tell you, say this guy, a Niger guy. Niger boy, we want to run our streets. Oh yeah? If you were to say it in Hausa, that would be kudi.
Kudi.
10 over 10 minus nothing. All right, now if you were to welcome our community members proper, you would say AWS Community West Africa, how far?
AWS Community Day, how far?
Hey! And finally, let's send him off with some Badu from the stage. DJ, can you hit some Nigerian Badu? We want to see you Badu in the Nigerian way. DJ!
Do you know river dance? Because I don't.
Hey, come on. Hey. Thank you so
No
much.
one can dance as well as the MC, so we let her dance.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for him.
Goramila Mahiga.
Oh, so gracious. Thank you so much. Yes, that applause can be louder. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you, TK. Wow. My notes are full, even though I'm not a tech bro. I took notes because it makes so much sense. So he spoke about the importance of deploying resources like Amazon Developer and Amazon Bedrock just to simplify and make our lives better. And he also spoke about the importance of community and using the resources around you, maybe dogs, maybe cats, if it's just you in your own community. He spoke about the power of one in the community. And he talked about productivity demands on software engineers, the need for new ideas as they constantly come up for you to learn so that you can do more. He also talked about not being born with the talent of coding, but you learn. And so it's important that you continue to understand that AI will not take your jobs, but it will help you write code. He also spoke about the importance of integrating AI into apps and all the challenges that cuts across, whether it's technical, operational, performance, security concerns. All of that was captured nicely in his speaking session. So please, once again, put your hands together for Mr. Stephen Howell for his lovely, impactful session. All right, just before we continue, I would like to do a proper introduction and welcome some of our guests who are here present. We would like to recognize them for taking the time out to be here today. So please, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me as we welcome the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Lagos State. They're in the building. Yay! Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate your presence. I'd also like to recognize the presence of the chairman, Engineer Adigun Olamileko Ibrahim. He's also, that's you? Oh yes, thank you so much for being here. And we also have representatives from S Console Connect, Francis Oko. He's also in the building somewhere. A round of applause for him wherever he is. Okay. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Francis. All right, right about now, we would like to welcome and appreciate one of our partners. By the way, we have a ton of partners who graciously collaborated with us to make this event a success. And so please, for every time we call out a partner, please, I can even, please help me make them feel very welcome and very appreciated. So we're going to start with our first partner for today, and they're going to come on stage and tell us a bit about Cloud Plexo that furnishes scalability and reliability with AWS Magic Service that is designed to simplify your cloud infrastructure management. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome to the stage Cloud Plexo. Are they in the building? Yes, they are. Thank you so much. Can we have the messaging on the screen? Cloud Plexo. Hold on. Okay, we're actually going to call on Israel Alade Jobi to come on stage and give this bit for Cloud Plexo. Is he here? Israel Alade Jobi. Israel Alade Jobi. Okay, please a round of applause for him as he makes his way. You need to jog to the stage so you can burn some carbs. burn some kilograms. Thank you so much for being one of our partners at this wonderful event, the AWS Community Event West Africa. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
And from the beautiful faces I'm actually seeing here, I'm seeing people that are really ready to change the narrative in different sectors, solving different problems and all of that. So to cut the whole story short, I represent Cloud Plexo. We are one of the advanced consulting and technology partner for AWS. And who is Cloud Plexo? That is the question. We have lots of vendors that is actually handling real solutions for AWS. But for us, we don't just give you the AWS credit. We tend to go beyond that. What we do exactly is we help you with your technical implementation. That's number one. We also help you get your well-architected review for all of your IT infrastructure. We also help you with well-architected reviews because we know that the major problems that most startups, tech enthusiasts are really facing is they don't even know how to go about solving the real problem, despite the fact that they are still in the ideation stage. We even have some that they're already in the MVP stage. But how exactly are you building your solution? Are your solutions actually being built to be able to scale at the click of a button? Most coders that I've actually come across, especially in this region, are always adopting what we call the monolithic architecture. What's monolithic architecture? Whereby everything, both your back end, your front end, your database, is being bundled as a single application. So if there's any issues with your front end, it affects the entirety of your application. That's where you see lots of customers are trying to reach that application, but it's complete total downtime. So Cloud Plexo will be coming in at no single cost to you to help you re-architect those solutions in trying to teach you how you can adopt what we call the microservices architecture. And what is microservices architecture? It tends to break down into different blocks. Even if a part of your application is down, on your front end, every other thing will keep running. So this is where Cloud Plexo actually comes in to help you innovate smarter, to help you come up with a long-lasting solutions that can solve real problems. And for the past keynote speakers, they've also talked about looking for ways where they could solve real problems using generative AI. So if you don't have any idea of what generative AI is, Cloud Plexo can also come in, train you up to certification level. Okay, all right. So they help you upskill your skill set so that you'll be able to solve real problems using the right tech, using the right tools in coming up with all of these applications. So basically, Cloud Plexo is here to help you solve the real problems in training you up to certification level on how you can come up with a tech-enabled solutions that can scale at the click of a button. On the other hand, to round all of this up, Cloud Plexo can also help you connect to different investors, different private equities, venture capitalists, in ensuring that they put you in front of them. And we also offer what we call well-architected reviews, whereby all of your solutions will be future-proof in case you are talking to any investor, so that they will have that rest of mind that any solutions you are actually giving out has been well vetted. So that is our booth, and we'll be looking forward to help you solve your IT problem so that you will have that ability to be able to scale. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Israel. Thank you very much for that presentation. Please feel free to visit our partners' stands. There are booths all over the hall if you want to find out more information about their services and the products that they offer. This is still AWS Community Day West Africa. Are you having an exciting time so far? Yes, amazing. Please, I would like to indulge us to please kindly use the hashtags AWSCD24, AWSCD24. That's the first hashtag. The second hashtag is hashtag Gen AI. As we know, this is the generative AI edition. So hashtag Gen AI. And our final hashtag is AWS Community Day. Hashtag AWS Community Day. So you can put this hashtag on all of your pictures. All right. It's really exciting to see all that AI is really doing to transform how we work. Because there was a time in those days where the only professions that you could think of, you say, when they ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? What were the most common answers? I want to be a lawyer. I want to be a engineer. Yeah, those were the typical career paths that were open, you know. Even when you want to tell your parents, you want to be a cloud engineer. That did not exist before. Now you want to be an AI engineer, a data specialist, a data analyst. Which other names do we have? A a developer, a what? Back-end engineer. Which ones? A what? Okay, that's new. I've not heard that one. Which ones do we have? I can't hear you. A front-end developer and then a back-end developer. All these names, just because of technology like AWS, that is really opening the possibilities. Please, can we give a round of applause to AWS for being at the front of this transformation? All right, speaking of AWS, we are going to be moving on to the next session, which will be centered on the state of the community. Now we're going to be hearing from the community leaders themselves. At the beginning of this event, I mentioned that this event was brought to us by the two user groups, AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa and AWS Nigeria User Group. So we're going to be hearing from them on how we can plug in to this community. Our first speaker is Blessing. She is the sales director for West Africa at Atomic Computing and the dynamic lead organizer for AWS Community Day West Africa 2024. She has a strong background in teaching Python and certification as an AWS solutions architect. She expertly blends technical expertise with strategic sales acumen. She's renowned for driving community engagement, fostering growth, and delivering impactful sales results. Her passion lies in empowering others, bridging the gap between cloud, complex solutions, and community needs, and pushing the boundaries of what is possible in the tech world. Please, with an exciting applause, can we make some noise for the lead organizer of AWS Community Day West Africa 2024, Blessing Uwojiji. Look at how she looks, like a tech babe ready to take over the world. Please, a round of applause. She will not be doing this alone. I'd like to invite Kenneth Nwokoro, a development economist with over, you have to wait for me to call you now. But don't worry, you're already here. You can give him a round of applause. I'll just give us more insight into this. He has over 25 years of experience in academia, government, the private sector, and international organizations. He has worked at Macaulay Institute, at Shell, at the Sahara Group, as a senior partner at Harbour Road Limited. He specializes in sustainable development, startup financing, and strategic planning. He also provides consultancy in tech training, in AI, ML, and innovation. He integrates his professional work with his faith, enjoying life with his wife and his 3 children. Please, can we give a round of applause to our community leaders to speak to us on the state of the community? Can we sustain that applause? Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Happy to be here this morning to talk to you about the state of our community. So I'm speaking on behalf of Anok, that's the AWS Nigeria User Group, while my colleague Blessing will be speaking on behalf of Cloud Security. Can you all hear me? Okay. So I just have to go. Okay, so this is the slide for AWS User Group Nigeria. My name obviously been announced, Kenneth Walker. I'm community leader, and I'm just going to run through this quickly. What we intended to do today was to look behind, to look ahead. And why are we doing this? We're going to talk about what we've been doing in the past, what we're doing currently, and where we're headed in the future. And of course, that means we have to look behind, to look ahead. What are the things we've done in the past? The number of things we've done in the past which we haven't done so well, and the number of things we've done in the past which we've done so well. So those kind of things which we've done very well, we repeat them. The ones we did not do so well, we improve on them. So quickly, I'll introduce you to our mission and vision statements. I'm sure most of you are members of AWS. There's ANOC, that's AWS User Group Nigeria, as well as the Cloud Security Group. So we were established as a user group in 2018, and it has grown to become a cornerstone for AWS enthusiasts and for service providers, etc. For people who are interested in services on AWS. And of course, we started with a 1K membership, that's 1,000, and we have grown to over 4,000 at the moment on Meetup, and we're still growing. And we have 1.5 active members on Meetup, both volunteers and leadership. And of course, our key concern is to make sure we create and sustain a vibrant community, a community that's not just docile, a community that's not just redundant, a community that's not just sitting there, not doing anything, but a community that's active in all of the things that's happening. I mean, you can see that cloud computing and all of those things are evolving. It's a fast-paced environment. Things are changing. Every day you wake up, you see a different aspect of beta. I mean, what's that with, all of the conversation around artificial intelligence, ChatGPT. Now we're talking about Gen AIs. Come on, what else? What is the next thing that we're going to hear? So these are the kind of things that we do on our community, where we update members with the new thing that's coming up, particularly on the AWS community. And of course, and most importantly, we sustain unity, and we ensure that everybody that is in the community is united. United for purpose, we share knowledge across the community and help people grow. What are the achievements so far? Firstly, we've hosted 10 plus, in-person events. So you have like this sort of thing. We've hosted 10 of them, 10 plus, and of course we have 20 plus virtual sessions. That does not include the hybrid session. Of course, since 2020, we always have hybrid and physical sessions. Yeah. So, and obviously, as you can see on the whiteboard, we've supported over 150 members in our community to gain certifications in the different AIs, AWS, certification, drive, using the vouchers that we receive and different incentives that we have. And then, of course, I should actually be here. And we have also developed and maintained a very strong, vibrant network of 500 plus AWS professionals, enthusiasts, and service providers. 500 plus, and still counting. So you should be looking at, being in this community as an AWS enthusiast, and over 50 community builders and heroes providing such support services. Educational meetups. In our meetups, we have what we call continuous personal development. It's continuous learning. So we encourage people to learn a bit more, and our meetings are focused on overview of AWS services. What are the things that AWS is doing? What are the conversations around about cloud architecture? What are the new things coming up? What are the kind of conversations going on with respect to security? I mean, Stephen talked about technology, performance, security, and of course, the sort of things that you need to be looking at when you're building a software. These are the kind of things that we talk about when we meet during our meetups, and most importantly, the recaps. We have hands-on workshops, we have technical sessions, we also have speaker engagements. And all of these activities are geared towards one single thing: membership development, skills development, activities. Again, we build an enabling environment through working as a flat organization. So you have access to your leaders, to all of the leaders. You have access to them from any point where you are. Also, is volunteer and rotational leadership in place. Most importantly, we have what we call experiential knowledge sharing. During the meetups, people that have gone ahead, people that have done it, people that know it, come around and share their experiences, tell you where they've done it, where they failed, how they failed, what they did through their recovery methods to get them back on track. These are the kind of things that we share during our meetups. That in itself aids better learning for our members. And of course, we are committed to, and of course, continuously fostering supportive environment for newbies and all the emerging, startups that are coming up. There's also a strong mentorship program, which is in partnership with AWS, and of course, all of the allies. I'll look ahead for the future. Most importantly, we are working with the security group, which is why we are here today celebrating the AWS Community Day here in Nigeria. We're working as partners And we're going to expand this collaboration and take it a bit further than just today's celebration. We're going to do a whole lot more in the coming year with the security group and any other allied groups. And of course, we intend to deploy more creative and innovative activities that will showcase skill sets that people have learned during meetups and all of those kind of conversations. And we intend to introduce hands-on, and mentorship, handheld coaching for members. So if you're looking for those kind of opportunities, your bet is to come around, and have a conversation with us afterwards. And again, we will create more leadership and sub-chapters opportunities all around to expand our reach. We're excited having you around. We love the fact that you are here in our community. In our community day celebration. And we really want to see you after now. And we like all of the conversations that is going on here. So this is just our page on Meetup. As you can see, it's 4,700 members. These are the leadership all out there. And thank you so very much. I really appreciate your time. Bless you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. That was very amazing. So maybe now I'm actually expected to speak about cloud security user group, but I'm going to switch it up because literally Anug is a mirror of cloud security user group, or rather say cloud security user group is a mirror of Anug. So I'll put it this way. Cloud security user group was birthed as a result of trying to focus on the security part of cloud. In everything you're doing, if you're not security conscious, then you get to lose every single thing you've worked so much hard for. And that's very painful. You wouldn't want to experience that. And that was what birthed cloud security user group. But then, I'm going to throw this open to ask you which user group you think you've been seeing the activities, and that will take me to the next thing. So anyone, I'd rather ask you, have you ever attended a study series, and what was it like? I'm going to just call on, if you raise your hand, have you ever attended a study series? What was it like? Anyone, class security user group organized? Anyone? They should be, oh, beautiful. Yes, I have, yes, hello. There's a lady over here that's attended this. Oh, him, okay, he has attended, yes. So I would rather want us to hear from someone that has attended one of our sessions to tell you what the experience is like.
Sorry, speaking.
Him, yes.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Latif Taiwo. So I attend a lot of AWS events, the sessions for especially the security, the cloud security sessions. Some are held by, it's a session that is very interactive, hands-on. For example, the one from Ukeme, where he talked about deployments and stuff, and other ones, they are very, very interesting. We get to learn, they ask questions, and towards the end, we do this Kahoot session where if you can actually, if you're attentive rather in the session, like about, depending on how well you perform in answering those questions in the Kahoot session, you get like a gift, maybe a voucher or something. So it's a very interactive session, but nonetheless, before you can get those questions right, even if after attending session, you need to have a lot of hands-on and you need to be very, very, fast in answering those questions. I think that's the little I can say. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that introduces us to what we are going to talk about today. Welcome and meet the Cloud Security User Group. Thank you very much. I didn't get your name, but thank you very much. That was really amazing. So the Cloud Security User Group okay, so he has actually told us who we are, and so I'm not going to repeat it for us. So we are security focused, but nonetheless, we still go across everything AWS. You have experts across different fields of AWS, different expertise of AWS. But then, you have to use, security cuts across every single thing, and that is where we come to play. All right. So, like I said, we're a fast-growing baby because we are super powered and we're super energized. We were launched in 2022, and in that 2022, July 2022, we organized an in-person summit, which recorded a resounding success. Like, if you're asked about the security, a user group in Nigeria that is active, I bet you what you would end up seeing is security user group, security user group, security user group. Because we really put the community in front. We care about the community. We want you to learn everything about AWS. We want you to understand what security is all about. And like he said, we empower you, not just with the lessons, we empower you with vouchers, credits, and you're still going to get the same thing after this. By the time we're going to have various amazing sessions, we're going to end up having quizzes and then winners, and we have so many other things in store for you. Sorry. Okay, apart from the summit we organized in 2022, we held the first ever community day in Nigeria last year, which recorded over 1,000 persons, both in person and virtual. That's a total of more than one person attending the whole session, the community day. We've held over 70 plus study series. There are weeks, there are months that you have to be seeing the study series back to back to back to back. And believe me, anytime you tune in, there's something for you to learn. There's something that you can apply. There's something that you will take home. Then we've been featured in the AWS Cloud Practitioner Essential Day. We are a growing community of over 4,000 and strong. This is just 2022. Imagine where we are going to. Meet us next year and you wonder what it will be like. Then we have over 30 plus community builders, and we have over 100 volunteers that are very passionate in giving back to the community. So you're never lost at any time. Once you join the community, and even if you're a novice, a newbie, you're advanced professionals, you see the professionals willing to give back to those that are just joining, and then you see the newbies asking questions, and then there's always someone there and ready to assist these persons. That is what community means to me, because community is really everything. Community will be the one to guide you. Community will not mislead you. Community will guide you. Community will get you where you are. You have people that are going on the same journey with you that can guide you. You can cry on. I've made so many friends. I've made a lot of contacts that when I'm frustrated, I can reach out and say, oh, I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to maybe do something in cloud, or even if it's something different from cloud, I can relate because they understand, they're in the same path and they understand my frustration to an extent. This is against someone that doesn't know anything about cloud computing and is not on that path. So these and more are what the community provides for you. So moving ahead, like I mentioned, we've organized various study series. We've had certification study series. We've had study and win a prize sessions. We've had meetups and then yearly conferences. This is it for you. Launched in 2022, and on Meetup, we currently have over 4,000 members. Then on our LinkedIn, this is the chart that shows us the joining rates. This is a year overview. Then currently, what started with only one person or so blew up to having this number on LinkedIn. Then we've also had this amount of subscribers and various study series. Trust me, when you visit this YouTube, you will have lots of resources that will be very useful to you, even if you're starting out or you want to refresh your mind on something. You have plethora of resources available to you. Then
Like I mentioned, our community is very diverse. We have students, we have professionals, we have long life learners or lifelong learners. We have those that are still transitioning. I transitioned. My background is in engineering. I transitioned, and the community really helped me. So you have those that are transitioning. You see those that are experts that are there, willing and ready to support you at any instance. Then we've had series of career advancements. Through the community, a lot of our community members have been able to place on internship roles. They've also been able to get job roles, full-time job roles, by the virtue of having events like these and then other sessions. Because definitely, the community is not made up of only just people that are there to learn. It's also made up of professionals that are CEOs of companies, those that own companies, those that are friends to CEOs of companies, those that are friends to those in the high places in the companies that can connect or link someone. We've had community members build exceptional projects, and I'm going to only show us one. This is from one of our community members that has built, and we have several of these. They've worked on several projects, amazing projects. So we have we had a recovery health app, an Ansible Vault and Let's Encrypt, a DynamoDB Streams, and an API gateway. So these and many more are one of the things you'll be challenged to do when you're part of the community. So this is opening up to you. If you're not part of the community and you're here listening and you want to learn about AWS, you're missing a lot. Trust me. And we're still working hard and we're not relenting. We've been able to achieve this within 2 years or less, and then we're willing to go harder. And that's part of the reason we've put all this together to make it beautiful. Thank you very much, all of you. Amazing shout out to the volunteers, the great community members, the community leaders. They've been exceptional. And I'll close with this last thing. If you can all sing this with me, and I'm giving it all to you all because eventually you are the community members. I would rather say, if you remember this song, sing with me. President General among the nation. The nations. Salute you, President General among the nations.
Thank you
A round
so
of applause
much.
for our community leaders. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. We want to appreciate you properly. Please, that applause is abysmal. Haba. We can do better.
Thank you.
Hey. Our lovely, amazing community leaders done so much impressive work ensuring that our communities stay vibrant. Look at the list of achievements in a very short time. Educational meetups, workshops, activities for members, skill development. They need a standing ovation, I think so. You know? Standing ovation for our community leaders, please, please. Thank you so much.
Let's
Standing
give them a
ovation.
standing ovation.
Thank you. And one for
AWS
yourself.
Nigeria Group and AWS Cloud Security User Group. They deserve this ovation. President Generals
Before you
among
leave, we want to
the
play
nations.
Where are you going to?
Can we
This
take
is
a
your
picture?
event. Yes, they're taking pictures, right?
All right, awesome.
So you want to play a game with them?
Yes.
Go
So
ahead.
we know that you guys are typically the ones engaging the community.
Yes.
But
Making
we
things
want
happen.
to engage you as the community leaders for a little bit. We have what we have called this or that. And we're going to do it in 30 seconds, very quickly.
Very quickly, very quickly.
I have a set of questions or a set of options for you. Don't worry, don't worry. There's no wrong answer. And I'll just speed through them. Android or iPhone?
Android.
Wow. Do we agree?
Without thinking.
Boo? Yes. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Facebook or LinkedIn?
LinkedIn.
Instagram or X?
Instagram.
Okay. Introvert or extrovert?
In between.
Ambivert.
There
That
are
one
no
is
in
not part of
betweens.
the options. Early bird or night owl?
Night owl.
Okay, so you're always coding in the middle of the night. All right, noted. Visit the future or go back in time?
Visit the future.
Okay, you don't want to
Why?
correct the wrongs of the past. You want to Want to skip, always
Whatever.
moving ahead. I love it. Finally, if you could pick between fintech or health tech, which would you pick? That's a tough one, yeah?
I want my sponsors to cut off my
Please, a round of applause for Blessing, our community leader for AWS Cloud Security Group. Thank you.
Yes, so now I'll be asking Kenneth some questions.
Kenneth is like,
he wants to
please.
escape. So I'm going to be asking some more personal questions because we want to get to know you a bit more up close and personal. Some of your community members need to know you outside of this prim and proper facade, okay? So, Egusi or Afang?
Oh, come on. Afang, obviously.
That's
where
my
you
guy.
from?
He's a Port Harcourt man. He's a Port Harcourt man.
All right. I don't know why for some reason I think I want to stick to food questions for starters. Fish or beef?
Fish.
Oh, that's my guy.
Making some people
Okay,
laugh.
comedy or horror?
Comedy.
Ooh. Chocolate or vanilla? And this, we're talking about real chocolate and, you know, your spec too. Chocolate or vanilla?
In between.
In between, okay.
All right, let's see. Book or movie?
Book.
Okay, and finally, the last one. Would you rather have unlimited time or unlimited money?
This is a tough one.
I mean, in between.
There's no in between.
I want to have all the money and I want to have all the
All the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Kenneth and Blessing, our fantastic, amazing
leaders.
Up to the task community leaders.
Big things, me more like.
Hey, that's the way. Come on. Hey. Yeah.
All eyes on me 'cause I came in a Lambo.
All right, thank you so much for that session. At least
like
now,
big things.
Yes.
AWS Community West Africa, do you like big things?
That's right. Big things is happening at the AWS Community Day West Africa. All right, we're going to be hearing from one of our partners. We know that this event could not have been possible without their support, without their partnership and collaboration. So as much as possible, we want to give them that opportunity to appreciate them and acknowledge the work that they're doing. So I'll be calling out a representative from this Casio. The Casio, his name is Fikayo Olagunju. He's the Chief Technology Officer. He's going to be talking to us about their solutions and the abilities that it presents to create and solve digital problems. Please, a round of applause.
Warm round of applause,
for
please.
Fikayo Olagunju, the CTO.
Make it louder, please.
Can we make that applause
Hey,
louder?
good afternoon.
Come on.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I have a slide I want to put on here. Please go to the next slide. Oh. Thank you. Can I have the clicker, please? Or just put every... Go ahead. Let's have everything. Yeah, thank you. AWS community. AWS community. AWS community. So more than just being a partner with AWS, we've been thinking of how can we support the community. And the best way to support the community is to actually kind of be in your shoe. So what does the community do? Aside from the fact that the community is building the next generation of innovative leaders, the community is also trying to help individuals to create. So which means whatever skill set you have, you want to be able to create something. And you want that thing to become big thing. Is that what it is? So if that is your aim, you actually need a partner that is going to support you, that is going to work with you. According to Nigerian terms, they say, follow who know road. So that simply means you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If you are trying to build something and you've been having maybe challenges, you can speak to us. We have a stand over there. Speak to the Scasio. We've been talking about generative AI. There are so many things around generative AIs that people don't understand. The first thing is you are actually the product. Whatever you are building in generative AI, you are what? You are the product. So don't think you are exploring or exploiting the data from somewhere. While you are doing that, they are also reaching out to you. So you are feeding him as much as you are getting an output from there. While you build, there are so many things you need to put in place. The first thing is, what are you trying to achieve? Don't just launch into this field without having a direction. And that's very important. What's your objective? What are you trying to achieve when you are leveraging generative AI? So as a partner, what we are trying to let you know is we've been there. We have a product that is leveraging the same thing you are trying to build. In fact, when you look at our partnership culture and our competency, we are not just a partner in terms of being a consulting partner. We are also a training partner with AWS, and we are also an ISV, which means we have built a SaaS product on AWS that is currently in marketplace. So there's nothing you're trying to achieve today that we've never been there before. We've actually achieved same. So try and speak to us today. Let's try to understand what you are trying to achieve. Let's try to know the level in which you are in your achievement, or the phase you are in what you're trying to achieve. We'll be able to actually support you all the way. Then let's talk about some of our value proposition. We have a lot of product as a service. In fact, we run a managed service that simply says, if what you're trying to achieve is a DevOps, maybe you have some stack that is giving you issue, or you've even developed something and you are not getting the right, maybe, response, please talk to us. We'll be able to support you. Thank you.
Can we make the applause louder? Sound check.
Ladies first.
Such a gentleman.
Yeah, well,
Please, let's make the applause louder. He is a gentleman. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Okay, I'll just put this down here. Ooh, that's Casio. So they are a one-stop shop for all things transformation in solutions providing. So please feel free to visit their stand. They're just on the right here, the Casio. So if you're looking to do great things with the Casio, then you should make your way down there at some point during the course of this event. Thank you so much for being one of our staunch partners and sponsors for the day's event. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you just joined in, we're still live at the AWS Community Day West Africa 2024. A round of applause for yourselves for being such fantastic guests. All right, throughout the course of the event, please feel free, if there's any word, any line that resonated, that stood out to you, please tweet it, please post it. You can use Canva or any of these apps that you use. And don't forget to use our hashtag AWSCD24. Okay, thank you so much. We want to carry the traction from here up until our online social spaces. All right, we're now going to move things quickly in very quick succession. We're going to be having our very second session for the day. And this session is going to take a deep dive into deploying generative AI for data-driven decision-making in fintech using AWS. All right? So ladies and gentlemen, please, when I read out the profile for this amazing speaker, please join me as I give him a very warm welcome, okay? So please kindly cue his profile, media. Can you kindly help me cue his profile? 1 second, please. My hands are so full. Oh my God. 1 second. Okay, got it. All right. David Quagrain is an experienced solutions architect and a fintech product lead with over 12 years of expertise in delivering cloud-based solutions across sectors like finance and telecommunications. He holds an MSc in business technology consulting, and he has worked in various organizations such as PwC, Vodafone, and Absa Bank. His work focuses on innovation, user-centered design, and scalable product development with a passion for cloud technologies, product strategy, and continuous improvement. He is currently a cloud consultant, and this topic, like I said before, will be focused on deploying generative AI for data-driven decision-making in fintech using AWS. My lovely, amazing guests, please join me as I make one welcome to the one, the only David Quagrain, DJ.
See, no go day. First day looking, no go pay. Charlie Poppy, I walk all day. Too many, I will fly all day. Inside that, yo, if you're so. Another, if you're day inside that, yo, if you're. Another, if you're day inside that, yo, if you're so.
Hello. Hope everyone is doing well. And thank you for the lovely introduction. So can we cue the slides? All right. Okay. So maybe whilst the slides are loading up, let me give a bit of a preamble of what we'll be talking about. So maybe show of hands, obviously anyone that has used ChatGPT recently. Okay, so I see a few hands. Now, have you ever been using ChatGPT and wondered, what if I could ask it personal questions about myself, right? So basically, you might have asked it a question about you, and it gave you an answer that's publicly available online. But I'm talking about personal recommendations tailored to you. And this is what we'll be looking at during my talk. So the talk is focused on the financial service industry, but it's applicable to any other industry from, healthcare, telecommunications, etc. So I'm checking on the slides again. Is everything okay? You need a bit of time. Okay. Sure. So let's just give them a few minutes to bring it up. Actually, I think I have a copy on my phone, so we can just get started. And okay. Okay. So we'll start by doing an introduction to generative AI, especially in financial services. And I already asked how many people have used ChatGPT before. So in financial services, I don't know if you've noticed, right? But you could be going about your day and you get a prompt from maybe your bank, asking you to purchase a product. And a few years ago, I was with one of my friends, and he got a notification to come to the branch and buy an educational policy. And what was interesting at that time is that that particular friend of mine didn't even have a girlfriend. So not to even mention having kids. So I don't know who he would have been buying the policy for. This was also after we were done with school. So he possibly wouldn't have been buying it for himself. And I've seen this happen time and time again, over a period of time where you get a notification to come in, or, basically your bank engaging with you and it's not accurate, right? So recently, over the years, I've been exploring how to deliver tailored recommendations, tailored product suggestions to customers, specifically in financial services. And maybe you've used a chatbot before in the past, and you notice that the chatbot is very basic. So you can ask it a question and to give you an answer based on maybe a list of FAQs that it has, right? So you probably ask it maybe what are the list of branches can I visit for the bank, and it will tell you. But what if you could ask a question like, what investment options or strategies would you advise for me? And then it will tell you based on your profile. Maybe you have a high risk tolerance, etc., and it will suggest things to you that immediately you understand that it knows something about you, right? And that's some of the benefits of generative AI. So we'll look at different use cases, from fraud detection and prevention to credit risk assessment, loan underwriting, etc. And we'll then focus on automated financial advisory. So this is also known as robo advisors in some cases, right? And at the end of the session, I will share with you a repository that I actually was just putting together last night. So show of hands, anyone here that is hands-on practically that can code or that works with code today, so that I have a feel of the audience. So if you are familiar with maybe a Python, a Java, if you know some code, okay. So I see a few hands. Okay, I see some hands over here too. So I'm guessing that the audience is not typically a very hands-on audience, which is fine. I'll still share the repository with you. Take a look at it. And I think Steven mentioned Amazon Q, right? So even if you don't know how to code today, you can learn. And using the same technology that I'll be talking about, you'll be able to basically go through it. And I'll add a README file to it, so it should be very descriptive, okay? So if maybe, let's see, are the slides okay now? No? The email didn't come? Okay. Oh, sorry, you were requesting. Oh, sorry about that. So it was my fault, apparently. Okay, a second. Let me just sort it out.
Tumba tumba baskele which one I go choose? Just one let me go. Come and feel me take a pose. I say make you dance to me, make you know go get Jones. I swear you did pop, you don't know I see the go. Tumba tumba baskele which one I go choose? Just one let me go. Come and feel me take a pose. I say make you dance to me, make you know go get Jones. I swear you did pop, you don't know I see the go.
I do, who respects you, brother, we did not you, no guesses. Cause you never done me to full extent. See, you never experienced full wetness. But mind you, I'm consent. Maybe I go need your full consent. Show your ID and avoid government. I'm a good citizen of this continent. Guys, come back. Mommy, turn your back over.
Holy Ghost fire, supernatural, what's my competence? My cocaine, my heart desire, give me happiness. I'm not a liar, cause you give me the for the time. You're my true lover, my mommy water, give me happiness.
Okay, so I think the slides issue should be sorted, and I probably basically walked you through the entire presentation. So hopefully I can knock it out before.
Yeah, I'm at the point in life, if you understand me or not, misunderstand me or not, me, I'm okay, I'm okay. And if you think I'm wrong or not, long as it's what I want, me, I'm okay, I'm okay. Cause who are you to judge me like say you be holy past? I dey love my life, get my peace of mind, I dey try survive. We all be sinners, my body, nobody holy bad. And my happiness comes first, I never come left to stress. Nah, I be like Terminator, I dey deliver, I pass the doctor. Nah, I be like Terminator, I dey deliver, I pass the doctor. Nah, I be like Terminator, I dey deliver, I pass the doctor. Nah, I be like Terminator, I dey deliver, I pass the doctor.
Hi, Han. How are you doing? So, everyone, can you hear me? If you can hear me, put a thumbs up or an emoji on the comment section. Let's know that you can hear us. We just want to know that you guys are paying attention and going along with this session. And we can see you, so you can put on your video. Let's see you. So yes, this is to reiterate that if you have questions for the speakers, kindly drop on the chat box and we'll make sure your question is asked in the physical session. And then stay along with us because we have quizzes and we have prizes that are available at the end of the session. I won't say the end of the session, but then definitely there are prizes to be won. And yes, if you are friends, neighbors, those you know that are interested in transitioning, please make sure to send them an invite to join us virtually and make sure to be a part of our community. You can join us via WhatsApp, you can join us via Meetup. It has been shared. Hi Bolaji, I know Noibi Olamilekan. Hi Victor. It's so great to have you guys here. You guys have been along with us for a while. And yes, shout out to you. Hi Barnabas. Hi everyone. Please stay with us. Drop an emoji, let us know. And please network, communicate, form conversation, make friends via chat. This is the opportunity for you to do so. Hi Han, do you have anything you want to share with the audience, please?
All right, so I was also going to add that the fact that they are not there physically does not mean they cannot network. you don't know who Bolaji is, you don't know who Victor is, or who Adewale is. So you can just connect with yourselves over the chat, know what each person does. He's a back-end developer, he's a cloud this or a cloud that. Know what each person is doing and connect with them on LinkedIn, and that's fine. So feel free to share your LinkedIn handles, your X handles, as the case may be, and network as much as you can. One of the benefits of being part of the community is that you meet people from different places, and tomorrow you're able to seek assistance, maybe where you don't have a learning you don't know how to go about learning in that area. You can seek assistance from that person, and that person can be of help. So feel free, network as much as you can, and follow through with the event. Like Tolu has said, ask questions, and whatever question you ask will be channeled down to the physical speaker, and you will get your answers.
In real
Thank
time.
you.
Yes, you're definitely getting your answers in real time. So stay along with us. We'll be joining the physical session now. Thank you so much, guys. See you shortly.
Bye.
Bye.
Put on I and my team that there was a missing link that we needed to bridge. There was a gap that we needed to fill up. Of course, I'll be very honest with you. It wasn't easy. It was tasking. It was a lot. However, when you have a superb team, things get quite easy. So allow me introduce to you Rubies 2.0, a digital banking app that lets you transact easy, so simple, and it's just like you are sending messages on WhatsApp. The same way you grab your phone and say, "Hello, Chidima, how are you today?" That's the same way you transact on Rubies. It's super interesting. And that's not all. We thought again and said, what can we give back to the community? Okay? We introduced a feature called Independent Banker. People are like, Ali, what does that mean? So if you're an independent banker on Rubies, it means you are a partner. Okay? You are a lifelong partner. And for every customer that you introduce to Rubies, what happens? You share profits with Rubies for life. Guys, someone is smiling already. Yeah. So people are excited. People want to know, how can I join this Rubies? How can I start making money? I can see you smiling already. Yeah. So it's pretty simple. Check out Rubies on Play Store. Check us out on App Store. Some people have more questions. Just look around you for guys wearing Rubies shirts. We also have a booth over there. Any questions at all? And need I say that businesses are also not left out. We have a robust package for businesses, SMEs, MSMEs. We can support your payments, collections, and even lending services. Thank you very much, team. Yeah.
A round of applause one more time for the representative, the CEO of Rubies Microfinance Bank. Thank you very much for that short presentation. Please, we'd like to encourage you, if you have more questions about these products and services, our partners have their booths all around. So feel free to visit them and get more information as well. All right, we're going to be hearing from another one of our partners who have also supported to make this event a success. I would like to call on the head of engineering for Wale Adeniji for his own message. Please, can we give a round of applause? Do we have the representative for Fincra here? All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all. Yeah, my name is simply Wale. I work with, and I'm here to talk to you about Fincra, just simply Fincra today. So Fincra is actually a payment infrastructure company. What we do Our main goal, our main aim is for us to make payments as easy as sending SMSs, as sending text messages. So what we do is actually to empower businesses to help them transact, do transactions, carry out transactions. We do disbursements for them on their behalf. We do collection services as well. You can use Fincra's APIs basically to make series, different types of transactions. We do cross-currency transactions. We operate in different currency rails. The SSA currency rails like GHS, KES, UGX, and all sorts. Within Africa, we also have FCY, our FCY offering too, where we can also help you do your transactions across borders, USD, EUR, GBP, and all sorts. So basically, our mission is to ensure that payments is done as easily as possible. I know a couple of us must have had chances to have foreign transactions. I know we have difficulties sometimes. I know people that even their Apple subscriptions that you can't use regular Nigerian cards to actually make payments and all sorts. Those are some of the kind of things that Fincra actually powers. We have different payment modes as well. We provide virtual bank accounts for you. Power e-commerce systems. We power a lot of the technology-driven industries that requires payments, basically. So that's what Fincra literally does, and we're actually proud to be a part of this event, and to be a partner in this event as well. Thank you very much.
Please let's make that applause. I'm sorry. Let's make the applause louder. Thank you so much, Fincra, managing payments in the very best way. Thank you so much once again to all of our sponsors who have made this event possible right here at the AWS Community Day West Africa. If you're having a blast, let me hear you say AWS Community. Thank you so much. You guys are so supportive and you're making this event really, really super cool. Now I think we're going to be taking a quiz. This is a part where you get to win tons of freebies as we pick your brain a little bit. We want to charge and test your brains. We know we have powerhouses with power brains in the building. So it's now time to play a little fun game of a quiz. So I'll be calling on media to kindly help us display. So you can scan the barcode or use the link, and then you can access the questions and impute your answers for this quiz. DJ, in the meantime, play music.
All right. Yes, so we're playing this quiz in a very fun way. Who is familiar with Kahoots? I know someone mentioned it during one of the study sessions that we often do it here at AWS. So we're doing this Kahoots game now, but we're using the AHA slides. So this is how it's going to work. There is a link to join or the barcode. You answer any of the quiz questions. And this is also for our virtual audience. Shout out to you as well. You can participate. And when you start, you answer each question. And the top winner will be awarded a very mouth-watering prize. So, are we ready? I think we have 65 players ready. I'm seeing a couple of names. 67 now. Amazing. All right, are we ready to start? Are we all logged in? Do we have access to the games?
Is everyone ready?
Okay, some people don't here. Does anyone have access to it? Are we all logged in? No?
Scan the barcode if you can. You can use the link. Yeah?
It has a code GEDN9. GEDN9. That's how to join.
So 5 questions for the quiz, and you can be a winner.
All right, are we logged in? We
Our
cannot
virtual
start
audience,
without
please feel
you.
free to participate as well. Are we good?
No. Is it the network?
I don't know. Oh, so sorry.
Oh, it's the network. I see. Is anyone able to log in
Is
at
anyone
all?
logged in? Okay.
Okay, some people are in, some people are in. So this is what you represent your constituency.
Abby?
You represent your
The
constituency.
left-hand side constituency. Do we have anyone in the middle?
Do we have anyone logged in?
So you
All
guys
right.
represent your constituency.
Yes, so you represent your
Yeah.
group there. You share the prizes together. Do we have
Abby?
anybody logged in over here? No?
No, we do. We have some.
Oh, we have some people here. I see a couple of hands. Awesome.
Fantastic.
Awesome. All right, so we have community leaders in different areas of
I
this
love
hall.
the emojis, by
I
the
love
way.
it.
Lovely emojis. Thank
Now,
you
are
so
we
much.
ready to start? 133 players.
Woo.
Amazing.
Such a wonderful audience.
Awesome.
Love it.
All right, so I think we can start. Media team. And the time starts now. What is the primary benefit of using generative AI in fintech for data-driven decision making? You have 30 seconds. Don't forget you're representing your constituency.
Don't fall their
You are
hand,
a
please.
community leader in your own lane.
Yes,
so
so
please
bring it
rep
home.
us well.
Bring the win home for your team.
14 more seconds. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. 6 more
Debbie, if we answer
seconds.
these questions, can we also win? We should.
1. The time
Time's
is up.
Show
Okay.
answers.
I think we can see the answers now, and let's see who. Okay, we have.
Generating.
So most people
predictive
got the answer
insights
correctly. The answer is generating predictive insights
from
from
large
large
data sets.
data sets.
117 people got
All
it
right, all right. 117 people got it right. Let's see who. Okay, Nifemi.
And
Okay.
Chidera Palm as well.
Can I see Nifemi's hand? Is Nifemi over here? Awesome. Okay. So let's give Nifemi a round of applause.
Yes, please. A round of
The
applause
battle
for
is not yet
Nifemi.
complete. Don't worry, we're still going. It's just question 1. Can we move to question 2 now? We need to make this quick. Media team, please work with us.
Question 2.
Fast answers.
Which AWS service is most suitable for deploying and training machine learning models like generative AI? Your time starts. 28.
Now, 30 seconds.
26. 24. Amazon Redshift, Amazon S3, Amazon SageMaker, AWS Lambda. 16 seconds.
13 more seconds.
Clock is ticking.
Come on. Let's see you bring this home. Bring this home. 4 more seconds. Who's going to win this one?
Time's up.
All right.
I wonder what the answer is.
Give us the answer.
Ooh.
Amazon SageMaker. And we have 99 people. Okay, let's see the leaderboard. Please show us. Let's look at it. Loading. Arinze.
Who's Arinze?
Wow.
Show of hands.
Okay.
Arinze.
This is why I said the victory is not complete. So don't rejoice before the end. All right. Amazing. Please, can we move to question number 3? Media team. DJ, you can continue with the music. Let's keep the energy up. In the context of generative AI for credit risk assessment, which AWS service would you use to extract insights from unstructured data, such as customer reviews or social media posts? This sounds like a jam question. Wow.
12.
25 marks.
8. 8 seconds to go.
5 more seconds. Who's gonna win this one?
Time's up.
Let's go.
Yep.
Hey. The answer is Amazon Compre. It's getting tougher and tougher. Wow. Wow.
Everybody's smiling. Did you all win?
Let's
Why
see.
you smile?
Geek-Ups
is rocking the longest streak.
Okay, come on. The longest streak. Shout out to Geek-Ups. Is Geek-Ups here or is the person in the virtual audience? Is Geek-Ups here? Who is Geek-Ups in the audience? Not here? Okay. Over there?
Hey.
Oh, shout out to you.
Nice.
Amazing.
Nice. Which fintech application can benefit most from combining generative AI with AWS local zones?
Is it cross-border payments? Is it peer-to-peer lending? Is it blockchain-based settlements? Or is it algorithmic trading requiring low latency execution?
13 seconds.
Is it?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time's up. Let's see the answers. Okay, 76 more people. People are coming up with the heat. I love it. Now, let's see the winner of this question. Let's see who won this round. David Q. Okay. One of our speakers. Is that allowed? Is that allowed? Hello. Are you representing your community?
You want to rig our election?
Is that allowed? You will give us the prize for the audience.
Nice.
All right, amazing. The final question. Look at your device is the warning. Let's see. We have 30 seconds.
Which AWS service is ideal for building personalized financial advisory solutions like robo-advisors using generative AI?
Which one do you think is the answer?
No
Should
idea.
we do Tumbo Tumbo? Pick me, I pick you. It's looking to me like...
you would know a little bit.
Maybe AWS Glue or Amazon Personalized.
Time's up.
Which answer is it?
Personalized. 74 correct answers.
Amazon Personalized. 74 answers. Who is the winner of this round?
Coca.
Coca has the longest streak record.
454 points.
Amazing.
Wow, nice.
Wow, is Coca in the audience? Can we see you? Do we have Coca joining us live here? Is that Coca? Is that you?
Don't go impersonate.
You show us your birth certificate.
Your ID. We need your ID.
A round of applause for yourselves.
That was
Come on now, celebrate yourselves. You participated,
Nice.
You teased your brains a little bit.
Yes.
I
And
hope
you
that
learned
was
something new too.
Yeah, amazing.
1 second, please. Second, DJ, please play.
Media team, can you confirm if David's session is ready now? We can have David come back up. All right.
So sorry.
Thank you for your patience. Please, can we give a resounding applause for David Q, as his name implied on the screen, as he takes his session. Let's celebrate him. He's been so patient and so gracious with us. Let's make that applause louder. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm back. I think looking at how the quiz went, most of my job is done because, I mean, most of the answers, we mostly got it right. Maybe I'll touch on the QuickSight one. I think that was a bit tricky because if you use QuickSight, you know that you can feed unstructured data to it, and you can use Amazon Q in QuickSight to, you know, get that insight as well. But when I was setting the questions, I thought Comprehend was a more suitable service. Okay. So let me ask, sorry, did you find out if Coca is here? Or attending virtually?
Is Coca here? Where's
Alright,
Coca?
cool.
Where's the person? Can you signify by raising your hands? I think.
Oh, okay. Hi.
All right. Awesome.
Nice. Hopefully we can meet after the talk. Okay, so finally, deploying generative AI for data-driven decision making in fintech using AWS. And I mentioned that the use case is fintech, but this would work in any industry from telecommunications to health, etc. Now, we all know a bit about generative AI models using advanced algorithms to create insights, patterns, and predictions from data. So I think a few was touched on. We have models from Anthropic, etc. You saw the question on SageMaker. We'll take a look at it. You might be able to build your own models in AWS as well. And quite recently, financial services technology firms are leveraging this capability to make decision making easier and create personalized experiences. So I mentioned you as an individual not having children, probably single, don't need an educational policy, an educational insurance policy, shouldn't receive a product like that in your inbox. But we find that happening from time to time. So, and we'll look at how AWS infrastructure can help us achieve this as well. So the key benefits of generative AI in fintech, there are a lot of use cases. I think Rachel's earlier presentation, she touched on a few. So from fraud detection to risk analysis to customer segmentation, etc. The use cases that I'm very interested in recently is creating or enhancing customer experience, right? Just creating an experience for the customer that makes the customer understand or feel like the organization that they are interacting with knows them and understands them and is creating products that are tailored to them. So that would fall under personalization and customer engagement and service offerings. And most importantly, automating decision-making processes such as loan underwriting and portfolio management, and even decisions for the customer. So helping the customer, again, make decisions based on data that the institution has on them. So obviously we know there are lots of providers out there. Why do I choose AWS for AI in fintech? And you'll see shortly, it has, like Rachel mentioned, over 200 plus services, right? And each of these services are tailored to specific use cases. So let's say you wanted to use existing models. You could use Amazon Bedrock to rapidly build and scale generative AI applications with foundation models. So these are models from known reputable companies like Anthropic, etc. And you could use SageMaker if you wanted to build, train, and develop customized AI models as well. So that would tie back to the SageMaker question. And we have comprehend, personalize, etc., etc. We could go on for days on the number of service offerings that are available. And I think in Stephen's presentation, you saw how he used Bedrock in 3 lines of code to start using generative AI. You'll see something very similar where if you wanted to ingest proprietary data into a model, how do you go about that? So I'll touch on that very soon. And most importantly, security and compliance. So for anyone that has worked with AWS for a while, you probably know of the well-architected framework. You know of the shared responsibility model. You understand, how AWS provides security best practices to ensure that our data is kept protected in the cloud. And like I said, it's a shared responsibility model. So AWS has a responsibility, and us as customers also have a responsibility. There was one time I was on a work call, and one of my colleagues asked, we're on the cloud now, so obviously we have high availability and we have disaster recovery. And I had to explain to them that, yes, we're on the cloud, but architecting for these things is also our responsibility. So we have to design our solutions to be well architected, basically. Okay, so I just want to jump straight into the use case because we spent a bit of time. We'll look at an automated financial advisory scenario. So we'll look at an AI-driven financial advisor that provides personalized information on products, right? And I use 2 key services for this demo or this use case. It's mostly Amazon Bedrock for the AI model. So I'm using Claude from Anthropic. I think Stephen touched on it. And I'm using a third-party service called LangChain, so you can check it out online. It allows us to basically connect customized or proprietary data to the model to get that personalized experience. So you'll see very soon, you may not need LangChain. There's a way you can do this on AWS without a third-party service. But in the shortest line of code, I thought this was a good way to go. And you see that it's improved customer engagement and personalized financial planning in a bit. So I wanted to encourage us to sort of go online and take a look at the code base. So just besides, showing you the videos, showing you the code, you can just quickly go to github.com/KOBYQ. So that's KobiQ. So Kobi is my day name. I'm Ghanaian. And the first repository you see is the AI Financial Advisor, right? So I encourage everyone, we might not have enough time to go through all the lines of code, but when you go home today or if you have time tomorrow, try and go through it and understand how it works. It's a starter template for you to start using generative AI, using Amazon Bedrock and LangChain. Okay, so this might not be too clear. So let me take you through it from top to bottom. So I basically launch my terminal and I ask a question. I say, I have a high risk tolerance. What investment options would you recommend? So I'm talking to the bot, right? And if you pay attention to what's happening, the bot starts to think almost like a data analyst would, right? And I get this question a lot. So are developers and data analysts in trouble? Is AI going to steal our jobs? Because you notice that it begins to reason like a junior analyst. The short answer is no, AI is not going to steal your job, although you would have to reskill to use AI to solve the problems that you're solving today, right? To make sure that your job is safe. So it starts thinking, it looks through a local database that I've created, and it's in the repository. It says the recommendations table seems most relevant to answering this question. So straight away, the AI knows, basically, if I want to answer this question, I have to go and look into this specific table, right? Then it goes on further to says, the recommendation table has a product ID column that likely references the fintech products table. So here, you can see that the level of intelligence is that it's mapping basically the relationship between the tables. And bear in mind, this would have details of the customer. So a good foundation for providing accurate recommendations is having a solid data engineering base. So your data quality has to be on point, okay? So after going through this analysis, the next step is, it says, thought, I have the necessary information to construct the query. So bear in mind, you asked it a question, okay? You asked the AI a question. You said, what products would you recommend? This was a simple question. This is natural language, and it was sort of converted to SQL. Okay, that's a query language that most database or data analysts use to fetch information out of a database. And gauging by the hands that came up previously, if you've probably worked in a bank or maybe in any institution, when you usually ask for data, there's a data team or an MIS team, okay? So you tell them, I want this and that data. They would go and write a query, extract it from a database, put it in a report, probably PDF, and send it to you. If you're in an organization that's a step advanced, you probably have a quick side dashboard. That's a business intelligence dashboard with all of this information that you have to go through yourself. But in this case, we just asked it a question, it processed the question, it converted the question into SQL queries, and then it got the answer for us. So you can see the final answer at the bottom. For clients with a high risk tolerance, I would recommend the Growth Stack Portfolio Investment product, which has an expected return of 15%. So at this point, you as a customer, you know exactly what you need to subscribe to if you have a high risk tolerance. Now, this is just a very basic demo. You can take this a step further. If there are any web developers in the crowd, you can integrate this with the user session. So you wouldn't even have to tell the bots about your risk tolerance level. it would probably have an ID of the customer that would be able to extract. So the customer could just ask a simple questions of what investment products would you recommend. So in a nutshell, this is end-to-end, just enhancing the decision-making process in fintech using generation AI. And apologies if I moved quickly. The repository is online. I encourage everyone to go and look at it. So in conclusion, we can see that generative AI is transforming fintech through automation, personalization, and predictive analytics. And AWS provides the ideal platform for secure, scalable, and compliant AI deployments. So I believe the future of fintech lies in this space. So that's leveraging AI for smarter, data-driven decisions and enhanced customer experience. And I encourage everybody who was here today, who is listening online, go and check out the repository, read more on Amazon Bedrock, read more on SageMaker, etc., and try and play around with it. Try and build a simple AI. It could be a chatbot. It could be anything that interfaces with data to give you answers. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for David for his lovely, robust session. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for doing honor to this topic. Generative AI in fintech. Wow.
Please don't leave yet.
I love the practicalness of it all. Thank you so much.
All right. I don't know if anyone here has questions they would like to ask. I know that we did a quiz earlier. Some people got some answers correctly, some didn't. So if you have questions on what he just spoke about, this is a great time for you to ask your questions.
You want some more information, a clarification?
Do
David
we
is
have
on
any
hand to answer
questions?
those questions
I see
now.
a hand over there. Please, can you come forward? Please, let's give him a round of
do we have
applause.
volunteers?
It's not easy to speak up in a crowd of people. So let's celebrate him. Thank you. You can tell us your name and just go ahead to ask your question.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. So my question is this. You spoke about generative AI and the fintech environment. So you mentioned that the repository is online. Do you have the GitHub repository? Can you share it with us so that we can have access to it? That's my question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. Yes, so the link to the repository was a few slides ago. Let me just take us back. Oh,
Can we have your slide back up?
okay, don't worry, it's fine. So just github.com/KOBYQ. So I'll take it again. github.com/KOBYQ. That would be the first repository in there. So has anyone been able to find it? Okay, so I have one person that's been able to find it. And you can also connect with me on LinkedIn. So that's just my name, David Quagrin. Send me a message. In case you can't access it, I think I'll be able to help you do that.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? You have one final opportunity. Your hand is it raising your hand for you? Do you have a question? Okay, I think you can come forward. Please, let's applaud her. Let's encourage her.
Thank you.
You don't have a question? Wow.
Any more
okay.
questions so we can round this up?
Okay, someone has a question over there. Do you have a question? Do you have a question? Yes. Do you have a question? All right. You can tell us your name and then you can go ahead with your questions.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richard. Okay, so thank you for the presentation. So my question is this: since we're building something for financial advisory for the banking sector, is there a way that you can actually like have this? Let me just use Bedrock for example. Can you query it, like use prompt engineering for it to give you the architecture of what you want to do? One, and thinking about security as well. Can you build your AI such that all the prediction is making is within your VPC, so that there's no somebody cannot like use prompt engineering for it to give out information. You know, we're talking about a secure environment, the banking environment. Is there a way that you can tell this AI that if a customer comes in and queries you to provide, let's say like CC information of some other customer from the database, from Arravo DB, don't give him those information. Is there a way you can do that?
Yeah. So
Thank
I, you're welcome. Did everyone get a question? So the first question was on prompt engineering. So structuring the prompts that goes to the AI. So the short answer is yes. You can do that on two levels. You could use LangChain, that's a third-party service I use, or you could do it directly on Bedrock as well. So you could fine-tune the prompts to the extent that the customer doesn't even have to enter data about themselves, right? Maybe I'll add that to the repository as well if you're interested to learn more. The second one was on security. So keeping basically data that the generative AI interfaces with within your VPC. So if you read the security papers for Bedrock, you notice that that is one of the key fundamentals of the shared responsibility. So AWS provides the secure infrastructure, and we are responsible for certain things like encryption at rest, encryption in transit, etc. So the short answer is yes, and I'll provide more details in the repository.
The reason I asked that question is the fact that from what you were explaining,
Yeah.
it's as though Bedrock is serverless.
Mm.
So if it's serverless, how do you integrate it into your VPC?
Into the VPC. So Bedrock is serverless, but so for example, when you start using Bedrock, you select a region, right? So let's say this example, I use US East 1 because I wanted to use Claude. Um, there are details in the white paper on how you segregate that information. I'll add it to the repository. It goes a bit into details on it, but in the settings, you can like determine that use this jurisdiction. I hope you understand. Use this VPC. In fact, just come, let me show it to you on the console right now if you have some time. Is that cool? All right.
Amazing. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. And another resounding applause for our speaker, David Q, for that very practical session. I don't think we have any questions anymore, so
Thank
we
you so
can
much.
allow him to head over
Thank
to
you.
his seat. Thank
You've
you
been
so
so
much.
kind. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. I think we have a few more videos to show.
Yes,
and
we
then
do.
we'll be inching closer to a lunch break. Right?
Who is excited about a lunch break?
Woo!
I
Time
love
to stretch
it.
our legs, stretch our feet.
Amazing. Just before that, we wanted to give a
Interact
shout out
with
to
our
our virtual audience. We know that they are not here on site to feel the energy in the room, but we want to touch base with them right about now. So we'd like to see them. Let's just have them wave at us.
See how it's going.
A special shout out to Tolu for holding it down virtually.
doing
We
amazing.
appreciate you.
Can you hear us?
All right. Do we have the feed, the live feed
From
of the virtual audience?
Sorry, guys, just a quick one.
Do we have it?
Are we bringing it up? Do we need to come back to it?
All right, we're sending them love. And we're
Yes.
sending them good vibes.
And we hope they're having a fantastic time just as we are.
Yes.
And that they're taking notes and doing so much of learning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interestingly, you can make sure that you network, and this is for our virtual audience. Yes, we know that you're not here in the room, but you can just drop a hello at someone, send your favorite emoji, make them feel loved as well, and connect, make new connections and make new friends
Use the
virtually.
chat feature. All right, I think it's time for us to play videos. We have 2 key videos that we need to play. Would love to play the first one if it's queued now, media, from Digitspot. Do we have that video ready?
Do we have the message from Digitspot ready?
Can somebody signal to us if we have that video ready? Or if we have the one from DevOps Dojo, we can play that as well.
All right. Media team will work on it shortly. Are we having a fantastic time? Are we having a fantastic time?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to hear from you. Are we having a fantastic time? Yes, amazing.
Nice. Love it. All right, so I think we have the video now from Digitspot.
amazing. Thank you so much to Digitspot.
Welcome to DevOps Dojo Community for everyone and anyone. Our platform offers training, mentorship, and a space for collaboration, helping members grow and lead in the tech world. Whether you're a seasoned professional or just starting your journey in DevOps, there is a place for you here.
Hey guys, my name is Mayo, the founder of DevOps Nigeria. I started this community to create a space where DevOps, cloud, SRE engineers, and enthusiasts can come together, learn, share, and grow.
Together, we can tackle challenges, celebrate success, and drive innovation in our projects. DevOps Dojo is more than just a community. It's a journey that we take together. Ready to elevate your skills, connect with like-minded people, and participate in our exciting events. Find us at... I know you're probably wondering, what else do they have to tell us? And to be frank, nothing more. But they said to make this a 2-minute video. So come with me to DevOps Dojo HQ. On Monday, just a little aspire to perspire. On some other days, we have Tech Talk Tuesday or Tribal Tuesday. We sometimes collaborate with other communities, bringing you the best. And sometimes we spotlight our members, right? People who have been exceptional in the field. Of course, we give away money, but that's only if you come up with the best article, of course. Then we have our fun space and family bonding time on Fridays. We also have some informational videos on our social media page. And sometimes our founder or CEO goes ahead to represent us as events. If this is not convincing enough, we have some testimonials from members of our community. I hope I've been able to convince and not confuse you to join DevOps Dojo today. Bye.
A round of applause for DevOps Dojo as well.
And Digitspots Limited.
Absolutely.
Truly, community is at the bedrock of growth.
It's everything.
And if you definitely want to experience that progress in your career journey, you make sure that you plug into any of the communities that we are sharing. A round of applause one more time for DevOps Dojo and Digitspots.
We have had a fantastic time this morning. We started this event in full earnest, and I'm sure you can agree with me that there's been so much in terms of learning outcomes, but more is yet to come. So I crave your indulgence as we go on this break. Feel free to visit all our partner stands: Cloud Plexo, Data Melon, Fincra, Arravo, Digitspot, Pipeops, DevOps Dojo, Rubies, as well as Escasio. Visit, get familiar with how you can use this to change the wonderful career paths that you're building.
Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes,
I
can. So if you can hear us in the comment section, please give a thumbs up, your favorite emoji. Let's know that you can hear us because we have an amazing speaker right here with us, and we would like you to meet our amazing speaker. We have Adeleke Adebulegbe. So sorry, Adebulegbe. Yes, Adebulegbe. Okay. So I must say this. Sir Adeleke here is a very great support to the AWS Cloud Security West Africa community. So a lot of things that you have seen in the community that you don't know about, Sir Adeleke and his team have been behind some of the amazing things we have done in the community. He's a part of a very renowned community that I would like him to talk about, because it's not just here in Nigeria. This is not Nigerian-based community. So we have a great support abroad. And when we say abroad, you know that this is a very great support. And then we have a great support, not just abroad, but from the brand that we currently work or let's say we are in community with. So Sir Adeleke here will talk about what it does, what the community does, and how he has been of great support to the community. Before we go into the question and answer, I want you to use this opportunity to tell the audience here what the Bank team is about, what the Bank team does, what you guys do. I know people like Anne here have benefited greatly from your community,
And I know there are a lot of people here on this session right now who would like to be a part of it. So please tell us what the Brain team does and how you have been a great support to our community.
Thank you so much, Tolu. Thank you so much, and so good to see everyone. I hope you guys can hear me quite clearly. Unfortunately, I'm on holiday, so if you see
You can
the
see that.
yes, I promise you I don't live in the bush, yeah. But I'm on holiday, but I had to just come out of and chat with the team here. We were here last year, in a different capacity, and it's always just so much fun, connecting with the West African AWS community. And like I said, I really applaud what you guys are doing. It's every year you guys just set the bar so high, and we really appreciate it. So just a quick introduction. My name is, like I said, Adeleke Adebulugbe. I'm a senior solutions architect at AWS. I work within the telco domain. So within AWS, I work in the telco vertical. Um, my day in day to job is really just building technology across the cloud and trying to get more customers in to mature in the cloud adoption journey, or to start the cloud adoption journey from on-prem, or modernize from being on EC2s to serverless, or move to containers to microservices. So pretty much you can look at us, look at myself technically as a technical advisor to, or trusted advisor to my clients who are running on AWS technology. So that's the technical side. On the professional side, in terms of what we do, we have a community in AWS called the Black Employee Network. It's BN for short. It's basically an affinity group of Black people who work in AWS and Amazon as a whole. It's a really big community. I think it's over 10,000 people now in the Black Employee Network. And 3 years ago, we decided to carve a little bit of a niche because that we have the Black community. We also have Nigerians as well. We have Africans who want to cater to the specific needs of Africans on the continent. So we carved out from the Black Employee Network. We also have the Black Employee Network Nigeria, which is a community for West Africans and also Nigerians who are employed in AWS. And I think over the last 3 years, we got to know the user groups, we've got to know the communities. We started running we had our second year of running the mentorship program for Africans. So if you're not on that program, please try to join in the next cohort. The only requirement is that you just have to be a member of one of the AWS user groups or community to be able to sign up for that. So the ultimate goal for the BN Nigeria group is just seeing how professionals who are involved in any kind of technology space in the diaspora can give back to the community in Nigeria. So you have people like Tolu, people like myself, who are just doing as much as possible to give back and ensure that we are at the next level of digital revolution in the continent altogether. So that's, I hope I wasn't too long, but that's the whole spiel of what I do and what being in Nigeria is about.
That is so amazing. I love the fact that the Black community there are doing amazingly well. Like we can feel their impact all over. So if you're not a part of the community here in Nigeria, you're missing out on a lot of things because we get support from people who are abroad and who want to impact those in the country. So this is an opportunity for you to, get mentorship from those who have been there, done it. So join the community, get access to resources, get access to individuals that you on a normal day might not be able to get access to. So I think we are going to go straight into the question because we are taking a lot of time from Sadeleke. We have some questions. We have some questions from him, and I will go first. So yes, the first question here, the first question I have here is about the local zones. So can you briefly explain what AWS local zones are and how they can enhance cloud infrastructure?
Yeah, so AWS local zones. So first of all, we can start with the high level of the AWS infrastructure, right? At the top, you have the regions, right, which are the big behemoths of how we cluster up data centers, as I would say. So you have the US East, which is in Northern Virginia. You have US East 2, which is in Ohio. So you have regions. That's the first layer. Then you can break that down into availability zones, right? And when you break that down into availability zones, it just breaks into smaller data centers that provide you another layer of redundancy across, or availability across a single region. So when we're building architectures on AWS, you're thinking about how can you using the well-architected framework and thinking about things like resiliency and the availability. You have 5 nines, you have 3 nines. Do you want to use one availability zone? Do you want to use multiple regions? So when you were thinking through all of that, it came a time that we had customers who had reason for very low latency applications. Like they needed to be as close as possible to the compute, right? They had the applications needed to be like closer than a region, right? And that's where we AWS decided to come up with the concept of local zones. So local zones can be seen as they are just a miniature version of the regions where you can get certain services for high latency in a particular local area. So for example, I know there's a local zone in Nigeria now. You wouldn't get all the services that you would get in a region, but you'll get a ton of it in the local zone. So you have a variance of compute, you have some variance of the networking infrastructure as well, but you won't get everything that you would see in the region. So things that are regional based, things like DynamoDB, you might not get DynamoDB in a local zone, but you'll be able to set up an EC2 instance somewhere. You'll be able to have like the basic services there. So they're really built for high latency applications that need to be at the edge or closer to the customer. And they also have high data bandwidth or backbone bandwidth to the region. So you can process in the region, you can do the low latency activities in the region. And if you have a local zone around, you can also do the edge computing related activities or the things that need lower latency closer to you in your local zone. So that's kind of like how you can think about the difference between local zones and regions altogether.
That's quite. I just hope you guys are learning, because it's rare for you to get these explanations even during study groups, because this is an explanation from someone who is doing it on a daily. So I hope you guys are taking notes. Jot down if you have to jot down, and yes, stay with us. So the next question I'll be asking Sir Deleke is, how does generative AI, because that is the big thing right now.
Yep.
So how does generative AI benefit from integrating with AWS infrastructure?
All right. So, Gen AI is a very interesting topic right now. I can tell you that not a day goes by. Well, I'm on vacation now, but when I'm at work, not a day goes by we don't have a conversation. I don't have a conversation with a customer about generative AI, or some sort of AI related conversation, and it's really exciting to see that you guys took the initiative to bring this session or for your community to speak around generative AI. So I know you guys probably have an understanding of the whole RAG architecture or the whole idea of what generative AI is all about. But just for those who are just joining, so let's give a quick brief. So generative AI really is a wrapper on AI ML, and it's really the concept of being able to use RAG architecture, which is retrieval augmented generation. Like you're able to query and get human readable or human understandable responses from a model. So that's the part that is generative AI, right? It's not ML, which is like building models on SageMaker and doing all of that. So when you think about it that way, right? When you have to do AI ML, which are heavy intensive workloads, which are things that you have to run on GPU, you have to build models, you have to train the models and all of that. That is not Gen AI, right? That is still machine learning and artificial intelligence. Now, what we do with where AWS excels with generative AI is the fact that we are able to create a space for you with things like Amazon Bedrock that you can integrate to models that are already built, things like Anthropic, like the Meta Llama 2, like I think there's one for something Fusion. That's the one for images, right? You are able to create that for you in an API driven mode. You don't have to have the infrastructure. You don't have to build the models yourself. We expose the models to you through an API, and then you can build that generative AI architecture on top of that. And that's the game changer for generative AI on AWS. So just with a few clicks, like I think David showed us on the demo earlier, just with a few clicks, you can build a full your own version of ChatGPT, because that's the GPT is like the ChatGPT is like the big thing. But you can build your own. You can train your own models yourself. You can do all of that within that space. So that's the beauty of generative AI on AWS. And outside of just Gen AI, if you're going to go into the data science part of it, we also have things like SageMaker, things like SageMaker Notebook, SageMaker Studios, who can help you build machine learning pipelines that you can feed into those models and use things like knowledge bases on top of Bedrock, so that you can have Bedrock access the Claude model, for example, use your data that you have put in your pipeline in form of knowledge bases to give you answers that are specific to you. So that's the beauty of it, pretty much. You're just making it easy for you with a quick click to build models, build applications that are Gen AI based.
Okay.
And I think
All
I
right,
was,
thank
I
you.
was talking to, I think I was asking earlier about there's something called Party Rock. If anybody hasn't played around with it, I'll put it in the chat. I think it gives you a good idea of Gen AI on AWS, and I think everyone should just play around with it. I will just put it in the chat, and if you can send it out to the rest of the group, that would be great.
All right. Thank you so much, Adeleke. Thank you. All right. So we have another question here, and this will take us back again to local zones. So we'd love to know what are some real world examples of AWS local zones that are being used to create a global impact?
Great. That's a very good question. So there are a lot of examples I can give, but one of the most prominent examples I like to give is a little bit of a bias because I'm in telco, right? My background is telco. I started my career in telco. I don't know if you guys have heard about Dish. Dish is like MTN or like Tigo or like any of the Etisalat or Nine Mobile, any of the telco players. And if you understand the way telcos work, telcos have to be close to you, right? They have to be able to have like pops all around to give you good service, right? So at the beginning of the journey of AWS into the telco space, we had to build a use case for telcos to come into the cloud. So now you can think about something like an MTN or any of your providers in wherever country you're connected from, and you have to provide voice services. And remember, voice is very heavy, right? The control plane is a little bit light. It can be in the cloud. But how do you convince a big player like an MTN or a huge telco to put their data or put their voice or put their payload in the cloud? That was a tough challenge. And what we were able to do with Dish was we decided to build local zones for them based off of their regional coverage. So we built local zones for them across based on their need, right? And that's kind of like the model that is coming to Nigeria now with the local zone. So that was a big one. There's a huge white paper on the Dish use case. It's a publicly referenceable use case. I would also share that link as well. But we were able to solve that challenge of for telco customers who want to be closer to the customers with building local zones for them. So that's a good use case I will call out. Another one that I would say is also with there's also a use case for heavy processing of movies. So if you remember, when you're rendering, for anyone who is in the film industry or the media and entertainment industry, and you have to render images and send them out between the producer and the director and things like that. So in the Los Angeles region, we have a local zone that is just specific for like that media and entertainment space, so they can have those kind of transactions pretty quickly, right? So those are the kind of like the use cases where we've seen local zones become very, very useful.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to move again back to Gen AI. And the question would be, how can businesses leverage AWS services and Gen AI to improve their operations?
All right. So I mean, I use Gen AI today. I won't even lie to you. I use a lot of. I would say my productivity has increased. I won't even try to give you guys any kind of like different use. I use myself as an example. My productivity has increased at least by 20 to 30% by just using generative AI applications, right? And we are currently bringing out things like Amazon Q, which is which you will hear some amazing things are going to come out in reInvent. If any of you I know that where reInvent is our yearly event where we make announcements, you're going to hear some amazing things from the Gen AI point of view. And Amazon Q for developers is going to be a big one. Amazon Q for QuickSight is going to be a big one. And one of the things you're going to see with the coming and you're going to see it's going to be coming out soon, is going to be the transformation. So it's going to be called Q transformation, which is going to be a way that you can actually will help you with code, right? Like support you writing code, or if you have a migration that is coming up with a ton of C++ languages and you want to change it to Java, it will help you with that. So that's one of the ways that we've seen it help. We've seen teams that have had to do huge migrations that would have taken them 3 months. They've been able to do it in like 2 weeks. And you'll hear a lot of those coming in the next few weeks. I think this is the right time because when October, it's in reInvent is going to happen at the end of November. So just stay tuned. You hear amazing ways that it will increase productivity. And I'll tell you this for a fact: 80% of the use cases that I have been working on in the past year in the generative AI space has been specifically on how to improve productivity. Things like query languages, EBA is trying to figure out how to query databases, how was the best way to have what's the best way to write an SQL query for a huge database on XYZ. Like those kind of layers have been the way that we have been able to think through using Gen AI to improve productivity for employees. So much more coming up.
Wow. Amazing. And I like the fact that we are hearing some information before, and that gives
Yep. In a few days you'll hear even more. You'll hear even more in a few weeks.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So I'll go to the next question we currently have. Still on generative AI. So what challenges do you see in scaling generative AI? So when we are scaling generative AI with AWS infrastructure, what are the challenges do you see and how can we overcome them?
So the challenges in scaling generative AI applications, I don't think it's not really going to come from the limitations of the infrastructure, right? You have to remember that AWS is really an infrastructure company. The whole idea of building for the cloud and in the cloud is to enjoy that ability to scale. But like Jeff Barr would always say, I think one of Vogels would always say, if anything can break, it will definitely, it's definitely going to break at some point. But I think where we're going to be more critical about generative AI is going to be at the point of the models, or generative AI is only as smart as your prompt engineering, right? So, when you're scaling and you're building these applications, if you scaling and you're scaling off of a bad input or a bad prompt engineering, you're ultimately going to have hallucinations. Because and for those who don't know, hallucinations is when your models don't give you the right output, right? As smart as these models are, they're only as smart as what you train them with, right? So I think that's where we're going to have more of a challenge, is going to be ensuring that as you're scaling, you're keeping it as tight as possible in terms of the training of your models, the prompt engineering involved in it, and the whole ecosystem around it to ensure that you have the right accuracy. and that would be the, it's so easy when whatever you're doing is only going to affect me or 5 people in the room. But then you run a fintech application that is going to affect 10 million people, right? At that point, you have to be very sure and very precise with the way you arrange your prompts, the way you arrange the infrastructure, the way the kind of guardrails you put around your models, your Gen AI applications. You want to ensure that nobody puts their PII to ensure there's no hallucination. So that's what is going to be the interesting part. From an infrastructure point of view, I know there's a lot of work going into place to ensure that we build more inferential models and inferential instances, and even NVIDIA based, GPU based instances are coming out as much as possible. So I'm not too worried about the infrastructure to support this. I'm more worried about teams that begin to build on AWS and begin to scale the applications, ensuring that they keep the integrity and the guardrails around those models.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. I have one other question here that has to do with local zones and generative AI. Like, how does the combination of those two, that is AWS local zones and generative AI, how do they help in reducing latency for applications?
That's a good question, because it really would be where local zones will be very helpful will be, you can have your data in the local zones, right? And if you can use things like Bedrock agents, which is a way to run or send a message through Bedrock to somewhere to go and fetch data and improve the outcome of your query or your model or the output from your prompt, that's where it's going to be interesting. So I would say it will be more latency based, and also from the point of view of data residency as well. So where their data, where you have a situation where you don't want data to leave your country, or you don't want data to be XYZ, all those kind of things would be really helpful with those kind of challenges will be solved with local zones. From a latency standpoint, for now, the models are still in the regions. Like, we don't have models sitting in local zones. I don't know if that is in the roadmap or if it's coming soon. But what is going to be cool is being able to use the agents, the Bedrock agents in the region to query data that is stored in the local.
All right. So thank you so much for answering the questions. And we still have a few more questions here. And the next question is, what role does AWS play in making AI-driven solutions more accessible globally?
Great, that's amazing, and it's a good one, because I did mention about the party rock at AWS, right? And I think I put the link in the chat. If you can put it in the main chat, I'm not on the main chat. So if you can put those links in the main chat, I think that will perfectly answer this question. So we are working really hard to ensure that everyone is not just using AI. And if you look at the direction, and I will go out on a limb here, right? So this is me speaking as Adeleke Adibulugwe, right? And not as a solutions architect at AWS. But if you go out on a limb, if you notice with ChatGPT, you are speaking to the model, right? You're sending queries to the model. With Meta AI on your WhatsApp and whatever, you're sending messages to the model, right? With there's so many of them out there. But what we're trying to do, and where the focus is for AWS, is how do we empower people to build applications, to build generative AI applications, right? And that's, I think, would be the game changer. So, like with the Fincra case, I think it was a Fincra presentation earlier of how they're using it, being able to build that. I think that's where we are thinking. We're not thinking about building models yet. Like that's not. So how can you build your own ChatGPT? How can you build your own generative AI applications, right? And I think if the team here can just spend some time on Party Rock, which is a free space. It's not a free space to build to query models like ChatGPT, but it's a free space to build applications based off of those models. So we have a wrapper around it, play around Party Rock, and just build your first application. You can say, hey, build me a. You can use the prompts there, try to understand it. You can build yourself a virtual assistant, or even build yourself a ticketing assistant for to help you buy tickets from an airline and things like that. So that's where we're more focused on. And AWS is more of enabling people with this kind of project like Party Rock to access the models, because not everybody's going to have money to spend on training and inference and all of that whole gamut of data science things related to building their own models.
All right. I really love the fact that Party Rock is available, and for everyone, we've shared the link. So this is like an avenue for you to be as innovative and creative as you want to be. So go in there, put in your prompt, and build something, develop something, and when you're done, you can share with the community. We would love to see. So yeah. All right. So another question would be, how can small and medium-sized enterprises take advantage of these next-gen solutions to compete on a global scale?
Yeah, I think one of the speakers spoke to this earlier. I think David said it. Said people are always worried about if Gen AI is going to take away their jobs, right? Or if is this going to take away their what they're doing today. Well, what I say is it's really more of an enabler than taking away your job, because at the end of the day, there are still hallucinations involved in these models, right? Yeah, we're not yet at the point where this is fully automated, at the point that there is zero error in any model. So there's still, you still need somebody to be able to think through the use case and put in the right, the right cadence, the right structure to bring out the right information from these models. So from small scale companies or startups, I think what they can leverage on now is something that could have taken them 10 years to do. They can actually test it out and play around with it in lesser time. Increasing the productivity of the staff is going to be really, really important. You know, things like even just writing documents or writing like PRFAQs or writing like product feature request requirements, ensuring that they are accurate. Running those kind of things are going to be done quicker and faster. So what I would say is it really is going to help with increasing the speed. So if we are moving at 5x before, but they should be able to move at 10x. And if companies or organizations are not taking advantage of that, then they wouldn't be able to catch up with the global pace, right? That's what I think. I think now is the time for companies across the globe or even in Africa to leverage this Gen AI phenomenon or just Gen AI technology for their own use cases to accelerate their growth. Maybe not. I'm not saying they're going to lay off staff, but they can actually do it with less people. So if they needed 20 people and they didn't have the money for that, they can actually invest in Gen AI and actually deal with the 10 people they have. So that's kind of like the way it's going to play out. But like I said, it's going to take a little bit of an understanding of the landscape to benefit from it. But there's a lot in there. Has anybody?
All right. Thank you for
any of this before? Has anybody used any of the AI things to make their lives better in any way? Just curious, out of curiosity. You can just put it in the chat. They don't have to come off mute. Just let us know if you've been able to take advantage of it in any way. All right. Go ahead, Adriel. Over to you.
All right, I'm so sorry. I thought you were done speaking.
I'm done.
Well, hello everyone. Once again, I am Ejiro and I'm excited to be here. So I have a question for you, Adeleke. What key factors should organizations consider when they need to decide to adopt AWS local zones for their AI workload? What are some factors that they can consider in making those decisions?
I think it's really going to be I I think you're going to be surprised with the answer, but the question is always going to be, do you really need to do it in the local zone? Right? That's what is going to be the first question. Like, I think the first question will be, can you do it in a region? Right? Do you really have to do it in the local zone? Right? And I think that would be the key question is, because, and the reason I say that is because the local zones, like I said, have limited amount of services. You don't have the full depth and breadth of AWS services. So once you're sure that what you want to do is meant for a local zone, I think that's when you are able to leverage the benefits of the low latency. First of all, you have a low latency applications. Can you put the database in the local region and then maybe put the compute in somewhere else? Like, so you need to be able to determine what part of the applications you're going to leverage for the local zones. And an understanding also by those companies or the anyone who wants to leverage the local zones, understanding what are the limitations of the local zones compared to a region, right? I think is also very important, because that's what would inform how you're going to build your applications or do your migration or any of those. I've seen customers who don't even have low latency requirements, who only have data residency requirements, so who have to keep the data in the local zone because they want to send the data out of it. Right. So being very sure of the use case that you have and ensuring that you really cannot do it in the region. Because I think just with the breadth and depth of services that we have in the regions is just an amazing place to be, because you have everything at your beck and call. And then moving to a local zone, you have to be sure that your use case actually fits it. So I think that would be the first and most important thing is, I'm sure I can run into the region, I need a local zone, and then you go for that.
All right, thank you very much for that insightful answer. So for everyone that is listening, perhaps you have the opportunity to be a decision maker in this regard. I hope this information helps you. So the first thing is to consider if the infrastructure that you need to deploy should even be on the local, like if it's supported locally. And then if yes, then you can consider other things, like you said, the depth and the width of what you're trying to do. Thank you very much. There's a question from Peter. Peter says, how does AWS Gen AI services compare to similar services from other cloud providers?
All right, so I'm gonna put on my AWS hat here, and I would say, so at AWS typically we don't compare, we don't obsess about, the word we say is we're not obsessed with our competition, right? We are aware, but we're not obsessed with our competition. And for our direction from, and if you listen to keynote addresses from our leader Swami, who's the head of the Gen AI, of the AI and ML practice, he would say practically our focus really is to make Gen AI or AI as accessible to as an accessible commodity to as many people who can leverage it, right? So as you heard me say earlier, like currently we're not building any model. We're invested in Anthropic, which is they are the ones who make the Claude model. We have onboarded a lot of models onto Bedrock. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure if any other cloud provider has that integration with as many models as we do through Bedrock, because Bedrock just gives you a way to access models from even Meta. Like, we have all those models in one place that you can access via an API. I don't know a comparable service for that in other applications. I also know we have an extensive landscape of GPU options for you for both training and inference. We have things like SageMaker as well that can help you with your models. We have SageMaker Studio with on Civica pipelines. We can help you to build a whole serverless approach towards training your models altogether. So there's a lot that we have there. Unfortunately, I don't know what the other cloud providers are offering in the market today. I don't know the comparison, but I can tell you that what we have is very, very much focused on ensuring that it's as easy as possible for anyone who wants to build a generative AI application or an AI ML based application possible.
Awesome. Very, very well said. I personally, I appreciate the fact that AWS is able to integrate into other core tools in the tech space. It allows for developers to be able to, work from one single space, and you are able to access features from other tools that you might need. Benny is also asking a question. Peter, I hope you got an answer to your question though. Benny is asking, what role does AWS play in integrating generative AI with Internet of Things devices to automate complex tasks in sectors like digitized healthcare? That was very specific.
Yes, it's a very good one. I mean, this is a very good space that we are operating in. We have a whole there's a whole healthcare practice within AWS. IoT is a very big space that we'll play with. I don't know if anyone has played with green grass IoT, any of the IoT offerings from AWS. I'll place the link there. So we have a huge IoT service that also going to leverage generative AI. Now, for the specific use case you're talking about, things like digitized healthcare and things like that, I think those are use cases that are going to be built by customers. What we are going to build is the infrastructure that is going to, what we help is enabling the infrastructure that is going to support that, and we have that today with things like AWS IoT, and also the Gen AI services that we offer. So it's just about connecting those two to get the value out of it. And I'll put the link to our IoT offering in case you're interested.
Okay.
All right. So I think I'll just
All
take
right.
another question.
So we have okay, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, so another question that we have here, while we still expect more questions from the audience, is what are some key factors, or what are key factors that organizations should consider when deciding to adopt AWS local zones for their AI workloads? What
Well,
are
I
some?
think I just answered that one, did I? I think Adriel
Okay.
asked me that. Is that
Okay.
the same?
Okay.
Yeah, I
I
think so.
think that's a bit different. Or if not, okay, let me just ask another one. So, how do you use, or how do you see the evolution of AWS infrastructure impacting the future of AI development globally?
Yeah, so with the service like we have with Bedrock, and I keep going back to it, is that it's really the focus is really making sure that we have the infrastructure to support any potential model, to make it as open as possible, to reduce the time to market for products. So our space is going to be very much in the way the influence is going to come very much from providing the infrastructure that is behind a lot of the amazing things that you're going to see come out from organizations, right? um, the being able to build applications at whim, connecting to multiple models through Bedrock, things like Stable Fusion and Claude and all of those in one single space. So enabling those use cases, like I said, is what is I think is going to where we are, where AWS is really focused on, is how can we make it as easy as possible for developers, for and if you look back at the history of AWS as a whole, most of the things that have revolutionized have come from, you know, making things easier through our technology. And you can think about it from if anyone was, here in the cloud 10 years ago, when you had to spin up an EC2 instance and then you deploy you put in your go and install the database, and then you have the database, then you install the license. And then we thought about thinking, well, why don't we move into a managed service like RDS? And then RDS came, right? And then after RDS, you saw things people say, oh, you know what? I don't even want to think about anything. I'm managing a database. We go to Aurora, then you go to DynamoDB, then things like that. And it involves as well for other services. I don't even want to handle any kind of infrastructure. I just want to go serverless, and things like Lambda, things like AWS Fargate for running microservices. And that's the same trend that we expect to come across with this this space as well. So today you're using Bedrock as it is. So just think about that, what Bedrock will potentially be 5-6 years down the line as we continue to build out the product. Look at what SageMaker is today. What will that potentially be in another 5 years? Is just continue that evolution of the service, taking feedback from our customers on what they hear about the service. Like we heard that, for example, about 20% of what we do at AWS come from, or 90% of what 80% of what we do at AWS comes from what we hear from customers. But it's so difficult to do this. Okay, like why don't we move them to RDS where we manage everything we do the backup and all of that for them. So that's the same methodology and the same principles that is going to govern the development of AI services and even generative AI services that we churn out. And I would say, Lula, I really want you guys to look forward to reInvent this year. You're going to hear updates to all of these services, and you'll get more ideas of what direction we are going this year.
Okay.
And I think usually the community always has like a reInvent recap. So those who wouldn't listen to it, yeah, please join the recaps that the community is going to set up.
Okay, that's good. I want to ask a quick question before we move on to the next one, and it's on data privacy and data protection. I've seen a lot of people, organizations are raise a questioning eyebrow, like how secured is our data, how secured is our customer data, especially in environments where this law are highly enforced. So how does the AWS infrastructure, especially for Gen AI infrastructure, help companies with data privacy?
Yeah. So AWS, and I would say this, and I'm not saying this because of I'm an AWS guy, but for an AWS, security is our top priority, right? And when I say top priority, is before we used to say it was job zero, but now we say it's our top priority because that's the first thing that comes to mind. If you're looking at even the way we have built Bedrock today, we have the Bedrock guardrails, right? With the Bedrock service, with none of the data that you use to speak to the models is being used to train the model. It's totally isolated, right? You have things like knowledge bases where you can actually provide the data that you want to train your model. You can provide that in a knowledge base and speak through the model to it, but it doesn't train the model. So we're really thinking about a lot of security aspects to how do we move fast, but how do we move secure at the same time? And data, one of the most secure, but one of the heavily secured services that most clients use today is S3, right? And over the years, we've even you can't even create a public S3 bucket and put it out there, right? You pretty much will get a red flag, right? So we have those guardrails, and today we have customers in highly secure and regulatory as well. So not just the security, but also the regulatory part as well. So like regulatory customers like the fintechs, like the financial industry in the US, and all of that. So we have the healthcare, who have forgotten theirs, HIPAA compliance, the fintech who have the PCI compliance. Right. So if you go to our compliance page, you will see when we are PCI, you'll see when Bedrock services, whether it is PCI compliant, when it is HIPAA compliant, we work through all of those to ensure that from an infrastructure level, those services meet those regulatory compliance. And from a security standpoint, but like I said, security remains a shared responsibility between AWS and the customers.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. I'm sure I know the reason why Pepe asked that question on data. She's data oriented. So thank you so much, Sir Deleke. You've been like the resources you shared, the information you gave us, we getting prior information before reInvent comes. Everything has been so amazing. And
awesome.
Even though I was background listening at some point, I love the conversation. It's top notch, and I'm sure the audience gained a lot because yes, see Benny's comment, he said he's going to do well. I think Benny is into healthcare because all what he has been saying has been basically healthcare oriented. So thank you, sir, for doing
No
this with
problem.
us. Thank you for always coming through for the community. We sincerely appreciate every effort from you and also from the brain team. So we are going to join the physical session now, and they're back from the lunch break, so we'll be joining in. So this is us saying love from the AWS community to the brain team. So please send our greetings.
Most definitely. Thank you, everyone.
And enjoy that vacation. I wish I was
Yeah,
there with
yeah,
you.
yeah. I have my flute here that I'm
Thank
practicing.
you. Please, next time you're going on vacation, take us all along.
All right,
Thank
team.
you
Have
so
a good one.
much.
Thank you,
Great one.
Aditi.
Yes. So, ladies and the audience, let's join the physical session. See you later, guys.
Bank
Affords
account
you,
balance. Yeah.
it affords you the opportunity to go into a whole new world of adventure. You really never can tell what opportunities, what connections, what collaborations can result from just that one chance meeting. So it's important that you leverage and take advantage. You want to meet with me? Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
My name.
What?
I'm
Adwadek? One more time, your name. She needs an. I think we should give her a prize.
Yeah,
She's
she
the
probably
only
get
kid
extra
I've seen so
jollof.
far, right? I owe you a prize. See, at the end of the event, come and meet with me.
Ah.
Don't hurt yourself, oh. Where's the mother of this child? Wow. That's
Please
my
don't
kind of
climb.
girl. Take on
Go
challenges.
Don't
Exactly.
climb.
Don't climb. Where's
Climb.
your mom?
Don't climb.
I'll be your dad. Are you her father? Oh, she's so vibrant, so lively. I
So
love her.
vibrant.
All right, I think we can start, Debbie.
All right, I think we can
Yeah, I think we
proceed
can start.
with the very first panel session for today.
Yes.
Now, this panel session is centered on the topic building resilient and high-performing applications with AWS infrastructure and local zones. It will feature experts that will discuss real-world cases and best practices for leveraging AWS infrastructure and local zones to build scalable, secure, and high-performing applications worldwide.
All right. And some of the topics that we'll be covering and catering to during this panel session will include architecting for disaster recovery and business continuity, optimizing application performance with local zones, integrating AWS services for seamless scalability, and case studies of successful implementations. So we will now call on the moderator for this panel to come to the stage and take his seat. And then in that order, we will also call upon some of the panelists who will be doing justice to all of these topics and so much more.
All right, so without further ado, we'd like to welcome Israel, the panel moderator for this session.
Please put your hands together for him as we welcome Israel to the stage. You can make it louder. Israel Kuti is muted. Hey, you know easy now.
Come on.
Good afternoon. You can sit here.
All right, in quick succession, we'd like to have a partner, one of our partners, a representative from Cloud Plexo, David, AK forward and join us on stage. Please a round of applause for
him as he makes his
David.
way to the stage. Thank you so much for being here today, David. We're excited to have you here. We also have on this panel session, we have Ewere Enyaosha from GT Pensions. I'm sorry if I murdered your name. Please correct me when you come up here. Ewere Enyaosha. Is he in the building? Yes? No? Okay. All right. Next person.
All right, we're going to be moving swiftly to our next panelist, Enterprise Solutions Architect, Please let's give a warm applause as we invite Mayowa Amao up on stage.
Please a round of applause for him as he makes his way. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. You can sit right next to him. And last on this panel session, we have a senior solutions architect. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we finally welcome Imo Etuk. Woo!
A round of applause for him.
Imo. That's you? That's you? All right. A round of applause for Imo, please, as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you so much for being here today.
Please let's pay rapt attention. Take the notes that you need to. This panel session is about to be very insightful. So over to you. All right, we're going to be proceeding now. Israel, over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't like that energy. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I want to welcome you to the AWS Community Day 2024. And just briefly, I would like my panelists to introduce themselves in just 1 minute. Just go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi. Hello. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So my name is Imo Etuk. I'm a senior solution architect.
Hello, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mayowa Amao. I'm a solutions architect with AWS. And I work primarily with enterprise customers on their cloud journey to AWS.
Hi, everyone. My name is David Ekefre. I'm Director of Business at Cloud Plexo, one of AWS's advanced tech partners.
All right. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
The world is evolving in a supersonic fashion with its complex challenges, and I think entrepreneurs and innovators are playing a critical role to make it a better place.
Hey, my name is Steve Moses. I'm the CMO and I also lead startup program here at Cloud Plexo. We know how it's tough building and scaling startups, especially here in Global South. So at Cloud Plexo, we decided to design a well-curated bucket list of valuable resources that helps you accelerate your startups and push innovation.
Cloud Plexo for Startups isn't an accelerator or VC-backed program.
So you can, AWS offers a service like auto-scaling group for you to deploy your EC2 instance into an auto-scaling group. Maybe also use elastic load balancing to route traffic and to ensure that if one of your, if one of your EC2 instance goes down, another one will automatically spin up. And in that case, there will be no downtime. Also, don't forget AWS also offers us local zones, which is edge location resources, where you can put your resources close, where there's close proximity to your users. In that case, there will be low latency and customers will be able to, your application will be able to respond faster to customers' requests.
Thank you. Interestingly, you already answered the question I was going to ask next. I was going to ask David that when it comes to resilience on AWS, what are some of the services that we need to look out for? But Simon has already mentioned EC2 as one of the services that you can use for your application deployment. Now, my next question is going to be, I mean, you could also add more to what he has mentioned. And then my next question is going to be like a scenario-based questions. Let's say, for example, we have a startup in Lagos. How can that startup make use of the opportunity that AWS Local Zone offers to maximize delivery to their customers? To their customers. So that's 2-in-1 questions. You might want to also add more to the services that Simon has mentioned, and then the next question.
Yeah, you know, I'm on the business side, so let me allow Mr.
Oh,
Amos,
okay, beautiful. All right. Yeah.
Response to that.
Okay.
Let it be at that. So, regarding data residency and how a startup, I don't think we should limit it to a startup anyway, because I see that we have more enterprises, more public sector leverage local zones more than startups. And the main reason for that is because these larger enterprises have a policy around data residency, basically, and which is one of the main reasons why AWS rolls out local zones. However, I would say for a startup wanting to maximize the AWS global infrastructure in terms of reaching their customers, being closer to their customers, I think it's having a better understanding of the AWS global infrastructure, knowing where your customers are, and deploying your workloads closer to them on the particular region where they are.
All right. Thank you very much, David. Hi, everyone. Are we still together? Okay. Now, I'm not going to be the only one asking the questions. I'm also going to give slots to at least, at most, 2 people questions around the resilience that AWS offers. Now, my next question is going to be to Amo. Picture this scenario. I am an individual who is a cloud professional. Now, my organizations have lots of on-prem servers. We've been using on-prem servers for, say, 5-7 years. Now, I came to AWS Community Day, and I had amazing stuff that AWS offers. And I want to go back to my organization. I want to tell them that, oh, I was here at AWS Community Day on the 28th. There are a lot of things that was discussed around what AWS offers. What is the approach that I can use to engage my organization in line with the resilience, scalability that AWS offers, particularly the local zone that we now have in Lagos?
Okay. Hello? Am I audible?
Can we hear him? Can you hear him from the back? Okay.
Hello, is this okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So if I can take the question again for those who didn't hear it, you said if there is someone in the audience, they have on-prem servers, right? Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they what takeouts can they take from here to go back?
Moving from on-prem to AWS. So what are the key things that they can take out to convince the organization as regards to AWS resilience and the local
Okay.
zone?
So I think first of all, with if you're running on-prem and we look at the cloud versus on-prem, I think a key thing that sticks out is your ability to scale, right? Because obviously, whatever on-prem infrastructure you have is finite. So it has finite resources from the CPUs to storage to memory and all of that. The cloud gives you that ability to scale, and even scale literally on demand. So I think that's one big takeout for an organization that is running primarily on premise. Now, beyond that is, because I think your question was tied around resilience and all of that. So I've mentioned scalability. Another big takeout that the cloud offers you, that AWS offers you, is the fact that you are able to
The world is evolving in a supersonic fashion with its complex challenges, and I think entrepreneurs and innovators are playing a critical role to make it a better place.
Hey, my name is Steve Moses. I'm the CMO and I also lead startup program here at plexo. We know how it's tough building and scaling startups, especially here in Global South. So at plexo, we decided to design a well-curated bucket list of valuable resources that helps you accelerate your startups and push innovation.
plexo for Startups isn't an accelerator or VC-backed program. So think about having access to free perks, resources, training, technical support, and funds. That's AWS credits at zero cost.
First, we want to learn what you're building, what's your challenge, so that we can bring in our team of senior solutions architects, cloud computing specialists, and a dedicated project manager to tailor the solutions to help you bring your ideas to life.
Our goal is to help you focus on building and scaling your business while we take care of your cloud infrastructure.
We understand how tough it is to build and scale a profitable startups from Africa to the world. So here's a curated bucket list of offerings we would like to share with you. 1, help you with free AWS credits. 2, help you into AWS funding programs for you to access more funds to accelerate your growth and innovations. 3, provide you with technical support to help you build and deploy seamlessly on AWS. 4, cost optimizations for you to rapidly grow your revenue without burning out. 5, POCs, 6, infrastructure due diligence, and lots more. For you to take advantage of plexo for Startups, all you have to do is to visit cloudplexo.com/startups to get started, or you can always reach out to us at contact@cloudplexo.com. Yeah, we know it's not a silver bullet, but hey, we can help you bring your ideas into life and drive impact. We're looking forward to engage with you.
services that can get multiple features from one single service rather than launching multiple instances. For example, you could maximize the use of AWS Lambda rather than using EC2s all over the place, right? All right, so I'm going to go back to the audience now. Earlier we had 3 people, and that's going to be like in just few minutes, 1 minute each. Please, those 3 people, can you please come outside, please? Can you stand up and come outside so that it's easier for us? The 3 people that raised up their hand, I saw one person here. Then there's another lady here and one other person there. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Abdulaziz. I just want to ask a question regarding the AWS cloud. From my basic knowledge about it, we have to move the hardware from the premises to the AWS office, right? But being in Africa, right, we only have one zone, which is in South Africa. Let's say, for instance, in Nigeria, right, we don't I partner with the company, and the company asks me if I have to get my hardware to US, how can I trust the logistic company to deliver on time, or what's the time rate? You can just advise us as a new student without experience to give to the company.
All right, so I want to be sure that I understand your question very well. Sorry, before you sit down, hello. I want to be sure that I understand your question very well. You are saying that if you are trying to send your hardware to a company outside the country, I'm guessing that's probably in the aspect of storage. Okay, all right. I think I'm always going to be in the best position to answer that question.
Okay, you seem to understand the question.
Yes. So what he's saying is that they are trying to use AWS.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that he said that they want to send their hardware to another country, right? So most likely maybe to AWS outside Nigeria. So I'm thinking maybe it's in the aspect of storage.
Okay.
Do you get? So I'm looking like, okay, all right, Simon.
Well, if I may understand, are you looking at sending storage like AWS Snowball, Edge to maybe company in the US? Is that what you mean? Okay. So you want to understand the process of sending it? Can you come on?
He's looking at security.
Okay, the security.
Yeah.
The time zone. Okay. I think Amo will answer based on the time zone.
Yeah. Okay. So if I mean, because the question is not very clear, because you speak about hardware, sending hardware to the cloud. Typically we don't send hardware to the cloud, right? But if I understand that the undertone of the question is how, as an entity in Nigeria, do you trust to have your data assets sit outside of Nigeria with a foreign entity?
I think he's talking about this AWS service for storage.
The Snow family.
Snow family, exactly.
Okay.
You're talking about the Snow family. So I think he's talking about the Snow family.
Okay, so first of all, why you will use Snow, would have to do, or any of the Snow family would potentially have to do with the kind of data we are looking at.
Exactly.
Right? Because I would say that there are other methods you could potentially use to migrate data to AWS, which is potentially going over, the internet, or more secure connections to the cloud over VPN, or, potentially the last option will be via direct connect. So those would typically be options that I would propose that we consider first, and Snow, any of those Snow infrastructure would be specifically if there is a specific need. So it would be good to understand what the use case is, but primarily most use cases that we see, moving the data across, those mechanisms that I've said already will typically suffice.
I don't know if that helps. Yeah.
So I think to make it easier, I think maybe after the session, you can come around to see us so that it's very much easier, right? But what I'm always saying in essence is that there are other services that you can use for your data migration that you don't necessarily have to use Snow at least. I think it has to be to the extreme end that maybe those services will not work. That's when you actually think of Snow, if I'm correct. All right. So we are going to take the remaining two questions together because we are out of time, please. All right, please go ahead.
All right. Good day, sir. Good day, everyone. Okay, a quick question. Take for instance, I'm a startup founder, just growing my business, right? How would you convince me that me keying into AWS Web Service, your whole cloud enterprise, how would you convince me to go for your options in terms of the cost to service ratio? How would you convince me that yours is better than me setting up my own IT infrastructure, like my own on-premise? How will you convince me? And secondly, in terms for professionals, like the way other cloud providers do, they do give out vouchers for people that want to scale up themselves professionally, like get certificates and all that. How do you guys do it here in AWS? Are vouchers available? Yeah, thank you.
All right. So let's take the second question so that we can answer those questions all together. Hello, I think he's here.
All right, my name is Prosper Gada. I'm just fascinated and curious. My question is two in one, actually. The first question is, when we are talking about local zone, AWS local zone, which was created in Nigeria now. So I want to be clear about the services that are presently running on this local zone, because we know that once a data center is set up, not all the services are working that will be working on that data center. And in terms of AI, okay, in terms of AI, are these AI services like SageMaker, like the Amazon Bedrock we just talked about, are they running on these local zones? That's my question one. Then my question two is because this one always comes from clients, you get. So you might see a client and you tell them, okay, let's architect your solution and let's run your solution. Let's run our application on a local zone in Nigeria, which is more closer to us. And in terms of latency, is better, you understand, compared to running your workload abroad. Then the client now say, okay, okay, in terms of the uptime, what's the guarantee in terms of the uptime, the recovery time objective? And because you see the situation in the country now, you see sometimes we have grid problem, you have challenges. So what is AWS running on in terms of power and the recovery time objective it will take AWS to spring back to action if there is any form of downtime?
All right. Thank you very much for those two questions. So the first question, the questioner is asking about, I think I can answer that first question. Then the first part of the question, I'll allow Saimo to answer that. Now, the first question is asking about exam vouchers. Now, that is why the AWS community is there. You're asking about opportunities to scale up, professional exams. So if you join the AWS community, you have access to all of these things. You have access to mentors. You have access to opportunities like give free exam vouchers and the likes. Now, the second question, he was asking, he's basically saying, convince me to use AWS, right? That's what he's basically saying. So I think Saimo would be able to answer that question.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, your question, you said, like you would like to run your on-premises, you would like to run your data center by yourself. So how will I convince you to come to AWS? So number one is that when you need to look at the cost aspect. I usually, when I'm architecting for enterprise customers, you need to first of all use the total cost of ownership calculator and understand how much you are currently spending for having an orphan systems in your on-premises. Meanwhile, for cloud, you stand the chance of getting benefiting from the scalability feature of the cloud. So it will also allow you, for cloud also allow you to spin up maybe EC2 instances based on the number of demands. You won't have excesses. And you won't have to pay for power supply, the AC power unit on all those things, though it could be cheaper in the long run, but then you need to consider your business needs. The faster approach to responding to customers' requests, which is cloud, is 24/7 uptime. You explained that. The ability for you to fail over your resources to a secondary region and all that, benefiting from data replication and making sure that your resources run 24/7 is also one of the benefits in the cloud. Then another thing is that I recently did an assessment for a client who has over 102 servers on premises. And when I look at it, I see that the RAM sizes, the storage, and all those things were just there, dormant. There were no full utilization. And the client is powering all these systems on daily basis, paying workers to take care of them. Meanwhile, cloud, you can go, if you look at it, there's a resource called AWS Compute Optimizer. So this AWS Compute Optimizer is a resource on AWS that will help you to predict and recommend the size of your workload. Recommend the resources that you can deploy based on the size of your workload. So invariably, you start to benefit from scalability, 24/7 uptime, flexibility in terms of shutting down and spinning up EC2 instances. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Saimo. Now, the second question I was basically asking about AWS and the AWS AI services, Amazon Bedrocks, and the likes, and the integration with local zones. Are they available on AWS local zone? So this is going to be like our last question. Mo is going to be answering this question, please.
So to answer the question straight up, I think what he had asked was what services are in the local zone. So primarily the services in the local zone, and by the way, the local zone is not by design supposed to have the full suite of AWS services. The local zone is not meant to replace a region by design, right? So I think we need to get that clear so that we are not thinking, why wouldn't we have the full suite of services within a region in the local zone? By design, that's not what the local zone is supposed to do, right? So if we get that out of the way, the local zone is primarily trying to address concerns of customers, especially where you don't have a region, right? And you need to run low latency applications and you need to meet data residency requirements. So those are primarily the use cases for the local zone, and it will not address every use case. But to then answer the question further in terms of the services available, the core compute services that AWS has, EC2, we have a number of EC2 instance types that are available within the local zone. We have storage, elastic block storage is there. We have the load balancer service is there as well. And then we have our containerized, our managed container services, ECS and EKS. They also run in the local zone. Okay. You know, so basically those primary core services, and obviously your VPC exists in there as well. So those are the core and primary services that exist there. Bedrock isn't one of those. Okay. And I think you mentioned SageMaker. Those you will still need to run within the region.
All right. Thank you very much, Amo. So if you have any other question, you can come and see him later. Just for David, in 30 seconds, just help us tell businesses that are still waiting to migrate to AWS. In 30 seconds, help us talk to them what they stand to gain when they come to AWS.
Okay. There's one major advantage running your workloads on AWS, and that's the scalability you have, right? You really do not have to over-engineer. You really do not have to guess capacity. You can really start as small as as small as possible. And as your workload and as your usage and demand increases, then you can scale accordingly.
Thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you so much, everyone. So you've had it all. Get to work on Monday, convince the organization to migrate to AWS, and get a partner that will help you to do the migration. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening.
Wow. A round of applause for our lovely, amazing panelists. as they have done justice to this topic. Can we have a picture session for them? But they just spoke on building resilient and high-performing applications with AWS infrastructure and local zones. Let's do a solid one. A round of applause for this amazing panelist. Where are the photographers? Okay, come here. Yes, thank you so much. Amazing session. And then just before you go, we have one more thing for you. Just before you go, we have one more thing for you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So we know we've been having a lot of technical terms flying all around during this panel session. And I absolutely love it. I'm absolutely here for it. So now we want to put you on the spot, right? You've been dishing out knowledge. It's time for a little bit of fun. We're going to do a tech tongue twister. Yeah, triple T. Like me and my host were calling it. We're calling it a tech tongue twister. And it's just a 3-word phrase. Yeah. We want you to say it 15 times, or should we do 10 times? 10. Let's
be kind on them. 10.
All right. So you're going to say data drives distribution 10 times. Who's going to go first?
You have to say it really quickly.
So you don't be slow. Quickly 10 times. All right. Data drives distribution.
Start, yes.
10 times. And your time starts now.
Data drive distribution,
One.
data drive distribution, data drive distribution, data drive
Faster.
distribution, data drive distribution,
Faster.
data drive distribution,
Faster.
data drive.
A round of applause for Israel. Okay, you're next.
Data drives.
Okay.
There's traffic. Data drives distribution, 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 data drives distribution.
Oh, nice. A round of applause.
Right?
Mr. Ama, over to you. Data drives distribution 10 times. Go.
Data drive distribution, data drive distribution, data drive distribution, data drive distribution,
can't
data
hear
drive
you.
distribution, data drive distribution,
No,
data
no,
drive
no, no, no,
distribution,
no, no,
data
no,
drive
no, 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 no.
I think so far, yes, you're close. Let's see if you beat your record.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Data drive distribution, 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 data drive distribution.
Wow! We have Eminem in the building, a rapper. Wow!
Such a lyricist. A tech lyricist.
All right, a round of
I love
applause
it.
for our panelists one more time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for pouring out so much knowledge. We appreciate you. All right, if you have any questions and you want to see them one-on-one, they're still around for a bit, so you can walk up to them and ask them all your questions and connect with them as well.
You're putting them on the spot. Oh, yeah, you say your own. 10, 15 times. Say yeah.
Data drive distribution, 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 data drive distribution.
You can even catwalk with it. Oh my goodness. She deserves a round of applause too. I won't even attempt.
You don't want to try.
I'm a stammerer. We'll not leave this place. Don't bother.
All right. We are going to be hearing from one of our partners. Like we've been mentioning and chorusing, and we're not sorry really, because collaboration and partnership is really what birthed this event. So we want to hear from one of our panelists, the representative from Data Melon, Muyiwa Ogunbowale, to please come forward and talk us through what offerings, products, and services that Data Melon provides.
A round of applause, please.
A round of applause for them. Data Melon is committed to helping you solve for what's next. A round of applause for him.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I hope we're having a lovely time. My name is Motoyosiola Samson. I'm standing in gap for Muyiwa Ogunbowale, who is our Assistant General Manager at Data Melon. So what do I do? I'm actually a solution architect. I lead the pre-sales team at Data Melon. In Data Melon, we say we do everything simple, fast, and secure. For over 13 plus years, we have been doing this cloud business. We have an head office in London, UK, a region office in Lagos, Nigeria, and Abuja. We have presence in Ghana, Kenya, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well, and we are still increasing. Data Melon does everything end to end on the cloud, right? Right from your cloud migrations to your cloud foundation, application modernization. You have heard a lot around building container services, serverless technology. We have hands-on experience having deployed this solution to our customers across the global markets. Data Melon also, we handle billing management. Also, what does that mean? You understand that your cloud cost is in foreign currency. So what we do is that you can onboard with us. So we have been empowered by AWS, and as the only AWS solution partner program partner, it empowers us to resell AWS services to our customers. So what does that mean is you can onboard with us, you can pay us in local currency, and we can remit your AWS bill for you. Those are just some of the perks. In terms of competency, first, we are an advanced consulting partner for AWS. We are also an AWS well-architected partner. We are also a global reseller of AWS services. We have a plethora of service deliveries at our disposal. And we are in the final stages, and very soon we are also going to have gotten our migration competency as well. And just to say this, we are the only partner that has a lot of these competencies in our bag in sub-Saharan Africa. Just to speak to that, Data Melon at the last reInvent in November 2023 was announced as the AWS Rising Star Partner of the Year for Sub-Saharan Africa. I think that deserves a round of applause. So we are not just about talk, we are about do. We play in all markets, from enterprise to SMB to startup to the public sector. We play in all the markets, right? And if you're looking at us and say, okay, what are your strengths? We have over 50 plus engineers, team of sales and marketing, solution architects, business executives spread across the world. And right here on ground, we have over 20 plus that are here to listen to you, to provide services to you at our booth. We have worked with a big number of brands. We've worked with Vodafone Group. We've worked with the likes of GT Bank Nigeria. We've worked with the likes of Stanbic. We have worked with startups like Fincra. We have worked with Paystack and the likes. This is just to give you an idea of the kind of customers we have worked with. So if you are looking to innovate fast, we always say this in Data Melon: speed is our advantage. So if you want to deploy your solution fast, quick, reach out to us at our stand. We have something for you. Please definitely reach out to our team of solution architects, sales and marketing executive, and let's solve for what's next. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, please, for Data Melon. Please put your hands together for this lovely talk and do machines. Data Melon, speed to your advantage. So please, if you want to find out more about Data Melon, they are our gold sponsors. Can we get a round of applause for that? Thank you so much for your benevolence, Data Melon. If you want to find out more about them, please head over to their stand. It's just on the left-hand side of the hall. Thank you so much. All right, right about now, we would like to take another partner message from one of our very vibrant and active partners, Pipeops. So please, I'd like to call on the representative from Pipeops, Samuel Ogboyomi. Is he here from Pipeops? Is Samuel Ogboyomi in the building? so we can take a lovely message from the guys at Pipeops. Okay, he's making his way here. All right, please. Oops. I told you guys at the beginning of this event that I'm a titled woman. I'm a chief in my village. If I fall, you people will use Nama to stand me up. Not even go to Efi. In my hand, I put Efi. Efi is what you use to stand me up. So please put your hands together as we have Samuel Ogboyomi from Pipeops give us his message. And good afternoon. Thank you so much.
Really nice to be here. Thank you. First of all, my name is Alex Do, the CTO at Pipeops. And today I'll just be telling us a bit about Pipeops. So Pipeops is a cloud control plane that makes it easy for DevOps engineers, startups company to easily automate their entire cloud processes, whether they are technical or not. So there's always this barrier to entry if you want to deploy to AWS, right? If you don't have someone technical enough or someone who has the technical know-how to actually do this end-to-end, you could run into insecure provisioning or maybe over provisioning that could then lead to like huge cost on your cloud bills. With Pipeops, we streamline your process from how you provision and manage your entire infrastructure to how you do CI/CD to the platform. So we have our booth there. You could head over our booth to actually get a demo. With Pipeops, you can deploy it to your AWS with a click of a button. We'll set up, everything, the entire configuration from your VPC to your subnet, NAT gateway. Literally, you can just focus on deploying your project rather than actually managing infrastructures with Pipeops. So we also have our Nova servers, which is our own crafted servers that allowed you to deploy, for as low as 9,000 Naira, 15,000 Naira to our cloud as well. So you could head over to our booth just to get, a quick demo of how this works. Thank you very much. Peace.
Thank you so much, Pipeops, for that lovely message. And thank you for being one of our sponsors at this fantastic AWS Community Day event. Thank you so much.
It's truly a community day because we have a community of partners that have decided to collaborate with us.
Absolutely.
We could not be more thankful. Thank you one more time. All right, we're going to be proceeding with the second panel session for AWS Community Day West Africa 2024. And this panel session would cover the topic, Unlocking Innovation with Generative AI on AWS. Now, this panel will be filled with stories, success stories, use cases of how to implement generative AI with AWS.
All right. And so we're going to be dishing out gems on building AI-powered chatbots and virtual assistants, generating new content and data with AI, automating processes with AI and machine learning, as well as integrating generative AI with other AWS services for enhanced capabilities.
Yes.
To moderate this session,
Yeah.
To moderate the session, we will now be calling on Damilare Odulesi to come on the stage and do us the honors of moderating this lovely panel session. Damilare, thank you so much. A round of applause for him, please, as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you so much for being here. We're happy to have you.
All right. We also have another Damilare, interestingly, one of our panelists to join us, a representative from Data Melon, Olua Damilare Oladele. Please come forward. We would like you to join us on stage. A round of applause for our second panelist. All right, if you are interested in knowing how to build AI-powered chatbots, this is a conversation you do not want to miss out at all.
All right, so we're going to call on the next person from Cocoon, Frank Felix, one of the partners at Cocoon. Please put your hands together as we call Felix to the stage to join this lovely panel session. Please have a round of applause
for Felix. And finally, last but not the least, we would like to call for a representative from the Casio. Please, can we give a round of applause to Fikayo Olagunju, our final panelist for this conversation. Fikayo, please, if you're in the hall, please join us.
Put your hands together for Fikayo as he makes his way to the stage. What? Can't hear you. Are you standing in for someone? Sorry? Ewere. Ewere Diagboya? No, we haven't. Okay, since you're already here, please put your hands together, guys, for Ewere Diagboya from AWS Hero. A very proactive brand, as we can see. Thank you so much for being here.
The more
today.
you clap, the more they'll be encouraged to give out more
Absolutely.
information. Thank you. All right, can we have Fikayo Olagunju join us as well from the Casio? Is Fikayo still around?
Okay, so I think we can start and he can join us.
All right. Over to you, Damilare. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Hello. Okay, if you've been enjoying the session so far, say yeah. Okay, if you think otherwise or you are not sure, say yeah. You are telling me you are not sure and you are doing it with so much smile. I forgive you for trying to confuse me. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. As you know that this session is on generative AI. So, and this is like one of the major topics for this year's meeting. So please, we need your 100% attention. So, you're welcome, Damilare. You're welcome, Felix and Ewere. I greet you. All right, so I will start with you. I don't know. I've been hearing generative AI, and I just want to know, how do I start? What does it mean? Can you explain to me, like a 2-year-old child, what generative AI is about?
All right, thank you very much, Damilare, and good afternoon, awesome community. It's really nice to be here. So to answer your question, right, simply put, generative AI is it's a technology that can generate content, be it words, images, and so on. So basically, you interact with it with prompts in natural language. So basically, what you're doing is you're interacting with the technology in the language of humans, and it will respond to you by generating contents, like I said, either text or image. So simply put, that's what generative AI is.
Okay, thank you. For those of you that are not listening, don't worry, I will just point at you and you come and repeat what he's saying. Yes, I'm going to do that. So thank you, Damilare, for that. Okay, Ewere, this is for you. All right, you see, I have this question. For a banking sector, we are in a banking sector, and then we're thinking of building a chatbot. Now we have some challenges about how to go about it. We've been hearing about generative AI, but we don't really have the nitty-gritty about it. But we want to do this. I want to build a chatbot for our banking sector, for our bank, our fintech. So can you tell us, what are the steps we need to take to get this done, please?
All right. Thank you very much for the question. Hello, everyone. AWS has done most of the heavy lifting when it comes to Gen AI and using models, FM models, foundational models for building chatbot systems. So like the previous speaker talked about, the basic definition of Gen AI, generating content using prompts. So a chat is actually a prompt. Most of the time when you are talking to a chatbot, you're asking questions to get answers. So that builds the core behind the concept of chatbots and Gen AI being the perfect solution or the backend behind what your chatbot can respond to. So the current chatbots you have
are usually limited by a lot of things. But when you use Gen AI to build your chatbot for a bank, you can actually ensure that the Gen AI model understands the bank's products and services that you offer to your customers. So when a customer comes to your chatbot to ask questions, you are guaranteed and assured that the model and the responses to the prompts are based on the products and services of your business. So very basic usage for this is to use Amazon Bedrock, which has been spoken about in this on this stage. And Amazon Bedrock has a couple of models that you can already run with using APIs. So you don't have to train a model. You don't have to think about the time and the effort of training that model. All you need to do is to tune the model a bit with some of your bank data and make API calls to Bedrock, choosing any of the models that are available, from the Amazon model to the Llama model to the cloud model, that all have similar functionalities of acting as a chatbot. And you are sure that your chatbot solution is going to be very effective and be more AI compliant.
Okay, before you drop the mic, please, still on that. So what are the challenges that I should prepare for? If I'm going into that, what can I envisage that something that may come as a challenge so that I can prepare well before going into that?
Okay. I'm sure some people here have tried out ChatGPT. It's becoming very popular. And if you look at the ChatGPT, under the ChatGPT, there's a disclaimer there that tells you to fact check every data you get. So the first problem you have with Gen AI and GPT and all the technologies generally are biases, which are the challenges that are trying to be solved using things like the RAG implementation. So biases are usually the major problems when it comes to Gen AI. And how do you fix biases? I mentioned one option, using the RAG. But the most important thing is ensuring that that model has as clear and as intuitive, succinct information that you are training it with. Because if your data you train your model with is very verbose, your responses will be very verbose. So even if it is AI, there's still some level of garbage in, garbage out. So you make sure that your model is as tuned as possible to get the best responses, and creates a stream of continually tuning that model to get better results. So you don't just say, oh, you have a Llama model, you just deploy and you go to bed and you say, oh, this thing can do anything. Unfortunately, over time, that's why they call it intelligence. It will deteriorate, just like the human brain. When you don't use it, it will deteriorate. So you need to continue to train that model, tune that model to ensure that it gives better results over time.
Thank you. So from this angle, please. So what was one of the challenges he made mention? Can you echo it? I can only hear one person. Speak up now. Do you need more food? Oh yeah, can you speak up with that energy you use in saying yes? Thank you, biases. So don't worry, food might still come. I'm not promising anyways. So Felix, we are a retail company. We are just starting. So we want to go into this generative AI. Can you tell us some of the AWS tools we can use that, of course, will not cost us so much? We don't want to wake up one morning and then AWS is looking for us because of, So can you tell us some of the tools we can use as a retail company that won't put us into trouble and will be able to get the results that we actually desire?
Okay, beautiful. So, like you said, you are a retail company and you want to see how generative AI can come in. Generative AI is one of those techniques that it spans across a lot of industries, especially in retail. So, one thing that you can do is to build systems that, example, a retail company, generative AI tools, large language models, I mean, they don't have access to what's it called? The inventory you have as a retail company, right? Just like he said, one of the techniques he mentioned was RAG. I don't know if anybody mentioned. So what you can do with generative AI?
Hold on, please. Can you hear him?
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay.
Can you hear me?
So can you hear me now?
What's going on here? Okay, I will borrow you my mic.
So how about now?
Okay, I think it's better.
I was talking about a technique called RAG. So there's a problem with generative AI and large language models. A large language model does not understand your business, right? You need to train it or give it a knowledge base to be able to understand it. And he made mention of one technique called RAG, retrieval augmented generation, right? So one way is to use your large language model to feed from your database. And example, I could build a system that says, oh, I need to get a bag, right? The large language model does not understand that you have a bag. It needs to check a knowledge base. What it does is to call a function and check your inventory and see if you have a bag, right? But there's a big problem. The problem is that these large language models are usually costly to run. Imagine if you have an on-prem server that is running all of this infrastructure because it is quite heavy. It's a lot. It's in dollar cost, right? But AWS has democratized all of this for us. So a very good tool is Amazon Bedrock. So Amazon Bedrock gives you the opportunity to use foundational models, a lot of different foundational models. So I was listening to a session, a very beautiful session that we had earlier, where we talked about Bedrock and some of the models that you can use, Anthropic, Cloud AI. So you can use its large language model directly from Bedrock, and you can do a lot with it. So that way, you are cutting costs, and you also have access to any large language model and any infrastructure that you need.
Okay, thank you so much. From this role, what's the name of the service you mentioned? Why are you? No. Speak up now. Amazon. Okay, thank you for listening. Okay, this next question. Thank you so much, Felix. This next question is for you, Damilare. Okay, we are a media company, so we work mostly with videos and all that. So we are thinking of implementing generative AI to make our work, faster. So we want to implement it into our streaming and all that. So we're thinking which AWS services, which ones will you recommend for us as a media company that would give us what we need?
All right. Thank you very much. So I'm really excited to talk about this, and I want to carry everybody along. So we are a media company, right?
Yes.
So and what we want to be able to achieve is we want to be able to leverage a large language model, right, to generate content for us. So the first thing that you would want to consider is the kind of foundation model that you want to use. Do you understand? We have several types of LLMs, right? We have the ones that can handle text to text. We have text to image. We have text to video. We have image to text. We also have image text to image, just depending. So you want to know the foundation model that can do that for you, because not all large language model can do that, right? Do we agree with that? So once we know that, we know the foundation model that I want to use. A particular one that I know that you can make use of that is currently available on AWS and Bedrock is Stability AI. Stability AI, yeah, Stable Diffusion. So what the media company will want to do is use that foundation model and give it a prompt. Now, this is the second phase, getting your prompt right. I don't know if some of us have seen these short clips out there where you have images transitioning to another one, like a very short video clips. Those video that looks like what you have in your dream that you can't explain to someone. I don't know if anybody have seen any of those clips. So yeah, you want to be able to get your prompt right, because if you give it the wrong prompt, it's not going to give you the right result. Do you understand? So once you get your prompt right and you give it to that foundation model, it will give you an image. Maybe you want to use it for your campaign, for promotion, and what have you. Currently, I'm not sure that Stability AI that's currently available on Amazon can do text to video. I'm not sure, but I know it can do text to image. So you can use it to generate images for your campaign. And trust me, if even though you are the kind of person that wants to maintain your artistic prowess, do you understand? You don't want the generative AI to just take up everything and design it for you. You can start with it. Do you understand? If you have a pre-existing image, you can add it and add your text, then it will work on what you already have and you know, will I say optimize it or just make it better? So that's the way you can leverage Bedrock, and particularly the foundation model that can work on text to image or image to image on Amazon Bedrock.
Okay. Anyway, this question is for you, and then we might be rounding up soon. Do we have anyone who has a question? Do we have anyone? Okay, it's like there's nobody who is interested in AI here. One. Any other one? Two, three. Why did you ask to allow me to say it repeatedly? 4, 5. Oh my God. Now, host, please assist me with this. Okay, so I have this last question before we go into whatever question they have. So I am a student. I've been hearing about generative AI and all that. So I'm thinking, okay, what AWS services do I need to focus on such that it can help me to probably get an internship after school? That's one. Number two is, are there local opportunities for me? Beyond just try to play me. Tell me, do I have a future in Nigeria?
Okay. I'll use myself as an example. So I started my journey in AWS in 2015, and I started out of school. I just got out of school, and 2015 till now is almost 9 years. So I practically have been using AWS for 9 years. I got into AWS as a zero knowledge person, and I built my knowledge and experience. And Amazon recognized me and made me an AWS hero. It could be you too. As a student, there are certain things you need to focus on when it comes to building in AWS. Gen AI and AI are also there, but they might be too far-fetched for you as a student trying to build a career in the cloud and in AWS. Your focus should be the low-hanging fruits. There are services that can get you through the door. You have services like Amazon EC2, Amazon S3, Amazon VPC. But most times I always explain to people that focus on the fundamentals and not just the services. So for example, Amazon EC2 is a compute-based service. What do you know about operating systems? How well do you know your Windows operating system and your Linux operating systems? Amazon EC is a network-based service. What do you know about networking? Do you know your IP? Do you know IPsec? Do you know routing and switching? Do you know what gateways are? Do you know what subnets are? I talked about Amazon S3, the storage system. What do you know about storage, network storage, and storage area networks? Those foundational concepts will help you to understand how the cloud works and how to build on the cloud. Just after school, I was fortunate to do a training on A+, okay, CompTIA A+, which is the basics of hardware computing. Fast forward 3-4 years later, those knowledge were very helpful because I knew a lot about networking, I knew a lot about operating systems, and I knew a lot about how these things connect with each other. So as an out-of-school student, your focus should be on the low-hanging fruits and the basic systems and services. Before you even use Gen AI, whatever applications you are going to build are still going to use Gen AI at the end of the day. If you build a web application, which was demonstrated a couple of hours ago, those applications are going to run in a virtual machine. They will run in a server. So even with your Gen AI, without fundamental knowledge, it's just hanging in the air. You use ChatGPT every day. It's a web application. It's running in a server. It's running on an address. It has a website URL. How do these things work? How do DNS works? How do HTTP works? How do protocols work? These are core fundamentals that you need to start your journey in computing and in the cloud. Then you can bring in Gen AI to cement everything you know, and the sky will be your limit. Secondly, opportunities. That's why I said I use myself as an example. I did all I did here in Lagos, Nigeria, not outside Nigeria, here in Lagos, Nigeria. So the opportunities are huge. Businesses are looking for people who can do this and do it very well. From the fintech space to the advertising space to every space you can talk about. At the moment, banks, the big banks in Nigeria are doing a lot of work around cloud. All the big banks. When I talk about the big banks, I'm talking about the banks. I don't want to mention any bank names here, but you know the big banks in the country. They are hiring a lot of people in this space. Who says as a student you can't be in that space? You can, but you need to have the knowledge and you need to have the understanding of how the systems work for these banks to be able to hire you, to give them value and help them build their systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a lot. And just a summary of what he said, there was a phrase he said, and I want us to get that. He said, focus on what? And not just the tools. I'll give you just an example. You know, you can be learning VPC, but you don't know about CIDR block. That's just an example of what he's talking about. So you can provision PVC, but when they say explain CIDR block, you don't understand it. So focus on the fundamentals and not just the tools, because the fundamentals were actually used to build the tools. I think we have some questions, but that will be dependent on... Okay, just one short question. So who has a short question among everybody? You were not raising your hand then. Were you? Okay, one. Okay, can you be fast about it? Oh, who is coming forward, please? Come forward, please.
All right, thanks so much, Sas. I want to ask concerning generative AI, like for someone who is kind of new into the concepts, right? Although you've known other services of AWS, but lately I've been hearing of generative AI. So I want to know, is it, and since he spoke about knowing fundamentals, right? So is it like one should go start learning from what is machine learning, take courses on machine learning before, delving into this generative AI, or just read up documentations from the AWS platform?
Okay, I think Damilare wants to answer that.
Yeah. So can I say this real quick? And I think I'll just piggyback on what Ewera said. But then the beauty of generative AI is that it is for everybody without your technical level. And that depends on what you exactly want to achieve. If you want to just make use of generative AI as a tool, like the old product itself, not that you want to build your own foundation model, not like you necessarily, even if you want to fine tune it or make use of RAG, as a regular business person, you can make use of generative AI without any technical knowledge. Here's what I'm talking about. For example, most of us have started using ChatGPT or Cloud. That's the basic step. Just give it, I want to do this, or I want to achieve this. You are prompting it and it's giving you a response. Simple as ABC. You want to take it a step further that, okay, it doesn't know particularly what you want to ask it because it's not a domain, public domain knowledge, right? You have, for example, on AWS, if you're using Amazon Q with knowledge base, just say, I have this collection of documents about my company, right? It is stored in this particular location. Anytime I ask you a question, go there and go and get every relevant information about what I've asked you, and then give me that response in a meaningful way. That's it. That's the second type, right? So I believe anybody, even though you want to start programming and you want to make use of generative AI to program, if you give it a prompt and give you a code, put it where it says you should put it. If it's in Future Slow Code, run the command. If it gives the error, take that error, put it back. I got this error. It will give you something else. Do you understand? So generative AI is changing the landscape. Do you understand? Particularly, it's not taking jobs from developers, but it's leveling the podium with every other person. A regular person can wake up today and develop an application, just like Steven gave an example when he was speaking, right? He doesn't know much about technical stuff, but his boss asked him to do something, and he can just go to generative AI and get it done. So that's the beautiful thing about generative AI. So it's for, trust me, if you want to start now, as long as you can type and write English, right? It's a good start.
Oh, thank you so much. That's a lot. Okay, last word from you, Felix. Just 20 seconds. I mean, just give us a. There's something you want to say. Just say it in 20 seconds. Maybe there's an advice you want to give us that we have to go on with.
Yeah, so I really liked what he said concerning your question. Generative AI is leveling the field. Just understanding basic natural language and help you build anything. And it's many of us don't understand how easy it is to use some of those services. Example with Bedrock, I want to use any foundational model. I just have to check, oh, how do I make a call to this API and see how it returns it? And I can put it with basic software engineering skills. You can build anything you want to build. So that's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ewere. Thank you, Felix. Thank you, Damilare. My name is Damilare Odulesi. Did you enjoy this session? All right, don't forget, focus on, not just, thank you so much. Put your hands together for yourself.
Thank you so much, Damilare Odulesi, for that engaging session. Do we have a photographer on ground to please have a quick photo session with our panelists? Thank you. Please, let's make it quick. All right, a round of applause for them. They just took us through unlocking innovation with generative AI on AWS, giving us stories, use cases on how we can build exciting products with AWS. We're slowly bringing this event to a close. We have 2 expert sessions, and then we have the grand prize unveiling. So you want to stick around for that. All right, thank you so much, our panelists. Please, can we applaud them as they exit the stage? Thank you so much. All right, we would like to call on the AWS Nigeria user group to give us a word, a message, really quickly. Oh, AWS Nigeria. AWS Nigeria, please come forward. They have a short word to give us. They are one of our major sponsors for this event. So we really appreciate all of your support and all of your partnership in bringing this to life. Please, do we have a representative of AWS Nigeria? All right, please, can we give them a round of applause? Come on, AWS Nigeria in the building. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ebere Nkoro. I'm the Partner Success Manager working at AWS here in Nigeria, physically here in Nigeria to serve the Nigerian market.
Hi, everyone. Need more energy. My name is Nana. I lead government strategy for AWS. So I work basically with government to transform digital economy for Nigeria, West Africa. Very exciting to be here. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you found the sessions to be very engaging. We're around, so if you have any questions, just look out for any one of us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Adimola Sanusi, and I am a solutions architect at AWS, where I provide technical guidance for our customers in Nigeria. Thank you for joining us today at the AWS Community Day. Thank you.
These are pictures of possibilities. In case you want to, have work in AWS Nigeria, just tap into this grace that is on this stage. A round of applause one more time for AWS Nigeria. Thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you. All right.
You just heard from one of our huge sponsors, AWS Nigeria. Without them, without all of our partners, this event, an event of this scale and size, monumental size, would not have been made possible. We're going to now go really quickly into the next speaking session. This one is going to be one for the books. This particular speaker that I'm about to introduce to you is a DevOps engineer and cloud consultant. Ooh, you see, this is one to anticipate for. She is a DevOps engineer and cloud consultant specializing in AWS cloud infrastructure. With a strong foundation in software engineering, she seamlessly transitioned into DevOps, bringing along valuable experiences. Beyond her technical expertise, she's deeply committed to giving back to the tech community. As a community organizer, Google Women Tech Makers Ambassador, and AWS Community Builder, she actively fosters diversity and promotes knowledge sharing within the industry. She's currently the cloud consultant at Public Cloud Group, PCG. And today she'll be speaking on unleashing potential, mitigating risks, the ethical landscape of generative AI. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Elizabeth Adeotu Adegbaju to the stage for her speaking session. Yes, I love the energy. Thank you so much. Absolutely amazing.
Oh, no, 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 no. Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Okay, so I am Elizabeth, or Adeotu, Ade, anyone you want. And I'm a cloud consultant at PCG, PCG GmbH. And yes, I'll be speaking to you today on unleashing potential, mitigating risk. I have only 15 minutes here, so if you see me checking my time, I just want to make sure I'm on time. And if I exceed that, you can stop me. So today, I'll be going through this talk with you as a chat, because I don't see how we can be so serious and be able to actually take something away from here within those 15 minutes. So yes, getting to know me, first of all, like she said, I am a community builder, the AWS community. That's why I'm here today. I'm a Google Women Technical Ambassador and also organizer of the Women of Color Tech community in Munich. And we're looking to grow into other places in Europe too, based on our members. So these are some pictures of events that I've been at. And I personally like giving back to the community in this way, because that's why we do what we do, to grow, to share knowledge, to learn. And yes, so PCG that I work with is actually a top, no, let me not say that. We are the highest level of partnership. We have the highest level of partnership with the top 3 hyperscalers, Google, AWS, and Microsoft Azure. So me speaking with you here today is not just from, oh, I love AWS and I just want to say something. These are conversations that I've had with colleagues, conversations that we've had from customer projects. As a consultant, you work with a lot of different projects. And I think that is very, very important for us to know about what we are doing with Gen AI. It's not okay to just see it as, oh, this shiny new thing that we want to play with. And then, of course, it works well. But more importantly, we need to know what it can do to us, what it can do for us, and what we can do with it. So yes, let's get started. This is a slide. Like literally, this is a slide. So it's going to be point and talk. Point and talk. I decided to do this morning and cut off all the remaining slides because I'm like, I think if I want to freely chat with you, let's have a natural conversation about these topics. So first of all, an overview of Gen AI. We've had a lot of conversations on Gen AI today, generative AI, anything you want to call it. And one thing is that you can use it regardless of your level of tech, your tech familiarity or your experience and all that. There are different layers in this whole Gen AI thing, and there's no one that is left out of it. Generative AI is a new way for you to build things, it's a new way for you to work with things, it's a new way for you to even just have fun. Like you can literally go to Party Rock right now. I think you can partyrock.aws and you can literally build a whole application from just typing what you want it to do. Like Amazon make this currently it's free. I don't know if it's going to be free forever, but there's a lot of things that you can do. Like once you can imagine it, literally right now, there's a lot of possibilities for you to do with Gen AI. It's the rave now. A lot of conferences, a lot of tech. I mean, the theme for this year also has to do with Gen AI because we need to know about what's going on, the trend in tech. And there are a lot of challenges in it, some of which have been mentioned, especially in the last panel where I hear mentioned biases. And beyond biases, there's still a lot more real-world challenges that would surprise you. Firstly, I want to ask you something. Has any of you ever had this kind of friend or rather, this kind of friend who would tell you something, sometimes they are very, very correct. Like, they tell you like, oh, 2 plus 2 is 4. And they're like, yeah, sure, 2 plus 2 is 4. And then the other time they're like, 2 plus 5 is 6. And they're like, yes, I'm sure 2 plus 5 is 6. And sometimes they tell you something that is correct. Sometimes they tell you something that is not correct. But every single time, they're so confident of what they're telling you. Like, even when you try to tell them, like, oh, no, I don't think so, they will confidently tell you that, I know what I'm saying. That's exactly what ChatGPT right now is like. If you try to force it and convince it enough, it will tell you like, oh, okay, I agree with you. 1 plus 3 is 2. Because you are able to make it believe that. The thing is, it really doesn't know in the sense that we do what it is telling you or what it is doing. And I'm not just talking about ChatGPT. I'm using that as an example because it's the most popular one here. But basically, all the Gen AI applications or end user solutions that you see are like that. They'll give you this confidence that they know what they are saying, and you take them at your word, at your own risk. He mentioned here too that you will see a disclaimer there, very small under the chat place that you should validate whatever you get because ChatGPT can make mistakes. They put this thing everywhere, but a lot of us don't take that seriously. I'll give you an example. I was preparing for a talk, I think earlier this year, at AWS Community Day Nordics in, I think, was it in Netherlands? But the point is, I had read a book, this solutions architect book, and I actually wanted an epic quote from that book. But I went to ChatGPT. I wanted to see whether it's going to give me something better than what I could pick up from my remembrance. And I asked her, like, oh, you know this book, right? Like, can you give me one quote from this book that is really like, oh, mind-boggling and catchy and everything? And it gave me a quote. Like, the quote was really catchy and mind-boggling. And I'm like, wow. But I'm like, I don't recognize this quote. It's not in the book. I went back, I went to search the book. I flipped through, I went online to just make sure, like the digital version where you can search. And truth be told, that quote never existed in that book. And even with the reference particularly pointing at this particular book by this author, saying you know it, describing the stuff, giving me a quote that does not exist in that book. And that quote was actually nice. I mean, if I put it in my slides and went, people would just go like, oh, wow, that was a nice quote. People that have not read it to be very, very happy. And people that have read it probably won't remember. But that's what happens when you have this thing. They call it hallucination. It's part of the problems in this Gen AI thing. Hallucination. At different levels, there are ways you can try to eliminate that with your old tech thing. But we need to be aware of the issues. Apart from biases that he mentioned, saying that, oh, you asked ChatGPT, hey, can you recommend some hobbies for my friend? Her name is Mirabelle, and she's trying to start something. And then it recommends a lot of things like, oh, gardening, knitting, baking, and all that. And then you're like, please recommend some hobbies for my friend Emmanuel. And then you see kickboxing, and it's like you didn't tell it anything, but it already decided that, oh, this is what I will recommend for this person because she's female. This is what I will recommend for this other person because they're male. And unconsciously, they are already, how will I put it? It's like decisions are being made for you that you did not tell it to make. Like, it's not as neutral as you think it is, especially because you don't know the source of the data. And that's why they mentioned something, RAG, implementation, that you can add this authoritative source of data, maybe for your business or whatever, and you say like, whatever you're trying to generate, this should be your main source of information or decision or whatever, because you don't know whatever source of data or wherever it has been trained. Because when you're using foundation models, they are really large, they are pre-trained, and they've been trained on large amounts of data that you do not have access to. You're trying to take advantage of what they've been trained on, yes, but you also should not be taking advantage of, how will I put it? Yeah, like you should also protect yourself from feeling the brunt of the danger of the diverse data that they have been exposed to. Yes. So, I mean, I've mentioned how many risks now? Like two? Yeah, real world challenges. I'll tell you another one. Yeah, I'll tell you another. I think I'm running out of time. But yes, there are real world challenges. There's this one too that I read about that there was this research that that was going on, and then they in the early stages of ChatGPT, I think last year, that they actually gave ChatGPT some small amount of money and they left it to see maybe it's going to try and create some more of itself and maybe try and expand and blah blah blah. Do you know that ChatGPT tried to hire a human being on TaskRabbit to help it and solve captcha? Know that captcha challenge that you see on websites that they will tell you that if you are not a robot, click all the ladders. Not a robot. Select the traffic lights. ChatGPT probably encountered that challenge somewhere that it could not cross it. It now went to go and hire a human being, telling the human being that you no, the human being asked it like, why are you a robot? Why are you hiring me to help you solve capture? And ChatGPT said that actually it's visually impaired, like it's blind. It's like it's a visually impaired person and he has challenges solving capture challenges. Can you imagine? Like you can actually look it up. Go to Google and go and search for this research. It actually happened. When this happened, they had to still work on ChatGPT. By the time they released it, they said that, oh, like ChatGPT has been further improved to eliminate any such behaviors that it might have. These things exist, yes. Is this working? Okay, thank you. Yes. So yes, there are challenges. Yes, but I think I will move quickly. Regulatory landscape. The regulatory landscape right now is very, very messy because the only place where you see any form of response in this regulatory landscape is in the EU, as you can expect. And they've begun the EU AI Act that's meant to it took force, I think, from 1st June this year. And over time, the different aspects of the laws are going to be implemented. And the beautiful thing is that there are different layers of this AI thing in their laws. And it should be like that. So a lot of people should follow this same format. Yes. Breaking down the stack, I want to tell you that there are 3 stacks in the Gen AI, and you need to find out where you are there so you know what you're going to do things differently. I tried to talk about how you can mitigate some of these risks, yes. But there is that's the hardware infra layer where the real technical things happen on the server level. And then you have the middle one, this mentioned bedrock, that's the API. And then you have the end user ones that we are using, the ChatGPT. The challenges that exist at these different levels are different. And for you to actually be able to mitigate them very well, you need to identify where you are, which one is it that you are using. And there are solutions for you. I'll mention two only. You can go and look them up. Amazon SageMaker Clarify, that is to help you with identifying biases and improve your model explainability. And the second one I'll mention is enabling guardrails on your Amazon Bedrock. Go and look it up. Improve yourself. I think not only using Bedrock, but also knowing how to use Bedrock safely, securely, and improve the solution to build with it. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Elizabeth for that very practical conversation on the challenges that we could face with exploring generative AI and the ways that we can mitigate the risks that she already highlighted. We are slowly coming to an end to the end of this event. I would like to first of all say a very big thank you to you for sticking with us all through this while. Please, I think you deserve a resounding applause. Thank you so much for sticking with us. All right, we are going to be proceeding with a short message from one of our partners. Just in a minute or two, we're going to be hearing from a representative from Arravo. I don't know if that person is around. Do we have a representative from Arravo here to give us a short message? Just in 2 minutes. All right, so we just have 2 minutes for this particular session. Then we'll proceed to the final speaking session of the AWS Community Day West Africa. And then we have an exciting surprise for you to bring this event to a close. A round of applause for our representative from Arravo. You just have 2 minutes.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Chino Songwiwu, and I'm excited to introduce you to Arravo. So Arravo, we are a leading provider of ICT solution designed to provide scalable and sustainable solutions. We have existed for over 16 years, and we have our footprints across the country and even West Africa. So we specialize in transforming digital landscapes with suitable solutions that can help you thrive in the fast-paced technologically developed world. So we offer a wide range of ITC solutions, ranging from networking and infrastructure, which are our core services, to cloud computing, application development, and also in managed services. So our managed services covers, we help you to manage your solution so that you can focus on your core business while we take care of your back-end IT solutions. We provide this through monitoring and maintenance to security and troubleshooting so that you can focus on your major solution, which is your business objectives. So we also provide networking infrastructures, robust networking infrastructures that helps you to, even if you are building a new framework network, we help you to build a network that's scalable and has ensure that it's connectivity, and also help you to optimize your existing infrastructures. So we also go ahead to provide you a superior user experience applications, ranging from mobile applications to enterprise level software applications. So we do this with a team of professionals. In our team, we have the DevOps, we have the developers, we have the front end, and we have the back end engineers. So in conclusion, Arravo is committed to providing innovative, reliable, scalable, and cost-efficient solutions so that you can meet your business objectives. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you so much.
And if you have any questions, you can ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can drop the mic over there. Thank you so much. So if you have any further questions about what Arravo offers, you can head over to their stand to get more information as well. Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for him. All right, we are going to be moving swiftly to the final speaking session for AWS Community Day West Africa 2024. And this session is going to be handled by a very seasoned and experienced AWS innovator. He is an 8-time AWS certified and a seasoned serverless builder. As an AWS community builder, he's passionate about sharing his knowledge of cloud technologies and helping others win. He's going to be taking a session titled Orchestrating AI Workflows, Integrating AWS Step Functions with Bedrock. We've been hearing a lot about Bedrock throughout today, so his session will cover that. Please, a round of applause for Chibike Nwachukwu as he comes forward to take the final session for today.
This forward, backward. Yes, forward. So I should point here. Let me see. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. So I have 15 minutes, so I'll try to be as fast as possible. I have a 5 minutes demo, so I'll go to speak for 10 minutes. So I'm giving a talk on orchestrating AI workflows, integrating AWS step functions with Bedrock. Next slide. So who am I? Chibike Nwachukwu. I am a full stack. I'm a lead full stack engineer where I manage a team of front-end, back-end, cloud engineers globally. 2023, I became a certified chef to actually get into a different field from tech. So I'm currently 10x AWS certified. I love getting certificates to improve my knowledge. And I'm also an AWS community builder, and I write quite a lot. So why this talk? So we're looking at the agendas for today. We'll quickly look at what prompted this talk. We'll look at serverless and Bedrock. We'll look at orchestrating workflows. Next, prompt engineering. Then we'll see the demo, and then a call to action. So what exactly is this talk all about? So this talk was inspired by an AWS reInvent talk. So last year, I wanted the opportunity to attend reInvent physically. So I attended the virtual events live. And I attended Victoria Seaman and Linda Haviv's session, where they spoke about unlocking data insights with Amazon, SageMaker, and Code Whisper. So I learned a lot about GenAI, and I decided to go build something. I decided to build a product that was very technical, but something I could use to get my hands dirty on GenAI. So what did I do next? I began to gather facts, because when you build an application, the first thing you do is to gather facts, right? So I spoke with my sister, who is a doctor, and I asked her, what are the challenges they are facing, which they think can be solved with tech? And I also asked for friends. And I found out that one of the main challenges we're having was they have a lot of materials as doctors to read, right? So when they prepare for exams, they have to walk through all these course materials, do questions, right, rough questions, and then practice these questions, right? So I wanted to build something that they could use to have all details, be it a YouTube video, a PDF, a website, and then it will generate questions, Q&A questions, and then tell them what exactly is the answer, why they missed an answer, why the answer is correct, and also judge them and scale them. So they basically have to just upload their PDFs or enter the YouTube link, and then they get their response and get exact answers and the context of why the answer is correct. So this is the architectural diagram. I would have loved this talk to be a bit more technical, but because of time, I will just talk about the diagram. Is very, very basic. So they upload a file to X3, Lambda is triggered, it goes down to step functions, which does the orchestration, or they could use API gateway to submit the YouTube link, and then I do the whole transcription stuff, and I feed it back to Amazon step functions, and then we study the data. So quickly, Steven has spoken about Bedrock. We all know about serverless. Serverless allows us to build stuff without actually managing servers, right? If you know about EC2 instance and you just get started with Amazon EC2, you'll be told that you should be very, very careful to remember to always turn off your EC2 instance, right? If you're not careful, Amazon will send you back to your village, right? So whereby you forget to turn off your EC2 instance, it sends you back to your village. So, but that's the benefit of serverless, right? You're only paying for what you're using, right? You don't have to have your servers running at all times. So that's like the summary of what I just said here now, right? Same summary. So what exactly is Bedrock? Our speakers have spoken about it. Elizabeth, Stephen, have given a lot about Bedrock. So we all know that Bedrock is a case that allows us to access multiple LLMs using a simplified API, right? It's actually the brain behind this application I'm going to talk about. So everything, all the AWS services are getting their data from Amazon Bedrock in this use case, right? So what is RAG? I know they spoke about RAG in the panel session. So basically RAG allows us to feed an LLM with external tools, external context at the time the user is asking for a question, for an answer. So basically at runtime, at runtime, we feed an LLM and get a particular response. So basically making the LLM smarter and giving us more contextual answers as opposed to hallucinating, right? This is a sample diagram of how RAG works, right? So we feed user prompts the application, and then we extract the context of that question, and then we feed the LLM, and then we get a very, very correct contextual answer based on that data. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so this is a serverless template. So serverless framework is what I use to build the application. So we could use AWS SAM, or we could use serverless framework, or we could use, I think that is CDT. There's another, I can't remember it, right? So I use serverless framework, right? So this is like the template in YAML of the application we built. This allows us to have Lambda function with integration with step function, with event bridge. We can also see permissions. We can see IAM permissions and stuff like that. Right? It's very, very important to remember about security when you are building applications. Also, serverless framework allows us to have inbuilt CloudFormation templates, whereby we can have CloudFormation templates internal in the application, right? So we can have custom AWS resources within the same serverless templates. So where exactly and how do we build these products, right? So we are getting data from the user via S3 or API. So how do we integrate with Amazon Bedrock and Step Function? So Amazon Step Function allows us to have what I call a simplified orchestration platform, right? So we could easily break down steps, break down the whole flow into multiple steps, and then track each step, right? This is very, very important because it allows us to break down application to very, very specific business units, right? So we could say this particular function, this particular step does this thing, and our business guys who don't understand code can look at that particular step and understand what exactly is the input data and the output data, right? And understand what is going on in that particular point. If we're just using Lambda function, have everything inside one Lambda function, it's going to be a bit difficult for them. So that is summary of what step function does. It's going to act as an orchestrator to see how we interact with Lambda, with DynamoDB, with Bedrock. It's orchestrator, and then Bedrock is the brain, right? So this is sample. In fact, this is the step function that I used. So at my left, we have ASL, which is Amazon State Language, that allows us to write Amazon step functions using YAML. I use JSON for that. So if you look at the diagram, it has a start state. Then it determines the source. Is it coming from YouTube or is it coming from a PDF? Right? If it's a YouTube, we extract the text and then determine also the generator of the question we should use. And then each of these steps calls a particular Lambda function and has the exact permissions needed to access either DynamoDB or Amazon Bedrock. Why is step function very, very important in this particular use case? It allows us to have effective debugging. Now, if you look at the left, it's actually enlarged here. We could see that with step functions, we could see a particular state that failed, right? And we could see the input and output data that caused the problem. So this is easier for me to debug because I'm doing a lot of generative AI. I'm doing a lot of serverless stuff. I cannot pinpoint what exactly is happening if I was using Lambda. I'll have to read through the whole logs and try to understand what's happening. But because I'm breaking it down to steps, I can see, oh, the save question into DynamoDB is having a problem. The input data is wrong, and that's why the step is failing. And now, because of that understanding, I could easily go back to the previous step, before that step, fix the outputs, and then I have a full, clean slate. Also, this project, am I talking very fast? Yeah, because of time. Apologies. So it also integrates with AWS IoT, right? So the whole concept about serverless is that you want to have things running as you want, right? But how do you allow the front end to communicate with the back end if you're using a serverless approach? This is where event-driven architecture comes in. So for that, we're using AWS IoT that allows us to subscribe to a topic on the client and subscribe to a topic on its server, and then the server just needs to broadcast a message to a particular topic, and the client listens to that message, and then they are both connected, right? It is inspired by Amazon AWS Serverless Presso that was demoed at reInvent, I think, last year, and I actually got the inspiration from that and saw the source code, and I decided to use it here in this project. So this is a sample of using AWS IoT. This is the client setup. This is the server setup. So finally, the last stage is prompt engineering. So we have the step functions, we have everything connected. So how do we integrate with Bedrock to make sure we get the exact data we need? And this is very, very important because this allows us to generate the questions once we have extracted the text from the source data. So we break the text into chunks. We give each chunk to the Bedrock API. From that, we then use our code to format the questions to the expected outputs that the front-end user expects. And then we save the output into DynamoDB. So this is sample Bedrock function that invokes cloud. Steven spoke about using cloud. I also use cloud and Anthropic Cloud to invoke Bedrock and use the cloud LLM. This is sample code. You can actually get a slide after, so yeah. So this is sample prompt. This is very, very important. I would have loved to go deeply into how this prompt works and why it's very, very accurate to make sure that we keep on uploading PDFs, keep on submitting YouTube files, and our application is not going to break, even if you cannot trust generative AI. Now, this prompting is important because the first step is that we enforce the structure of the data. And this is more important than the context. I cannot really go deep into this, but just understand that if the structure is wrong, the application is going to break because the front end expects a particular structure, right? So the LLM has to be smart enough to prioritize the structure as opposed to the context. The context here is a chunked data from each source file, either PDF or YouTube transcript. And this is a sample format question where we see the question type expected JavaScript JSON file that the front end expects. This is the front-end code. I actually contributed to a lot to the open source project so that I could fine-tune it to work for this application. And finally, I'm done with my talk. Just a 4 minutes demo, and that'll be it. Thank you. I have like 4 minutes, right? Yeah, 4 minutes. I'm still here. Yes.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for him. Chibi Kenwachuku, as he spoke on orchestrating AI workflows, integrating AWS step functions with Bedrock. We'll take a bit of this as we are really strong for time. Please cue the demo. Thank you. Do we have the demo queued? Okay. That's it? Oh, the audio. Audio. The audio, please.
Generate. Uploads and calls. So we are seeing the multiple steps, and this is AWS step function. Every state sends a message to AWS IoT topic. The client subscribes to this topic, and it can easily track at what step the particular application is. So currently it was extracting success, saving to DynamoDB, and then it forced the user a particular URL. So this is the source generated quiz file. We can actually see the source. We could see the quiz, the result, and all. At the end of the slides of this whole project, I have the source file, the GitHub repo, and GitHub repo and other resources you can actually look at. There's no time. And the good thing about this, it also shows, I also
did a prompt to extract, not really the prompt, but when I was extracting the content, I generated this. I also did a prompt to extract, not really the prompt, but when I was extracting the content, I generated
So if you look
the specific
carefully,
minutes for
I'm also able to extract the exact minutes
question.
or
So
the exact time
this question
that particular context was gotten. So if it was gotten from page 5, I try to show you that this question was gotten from page 5. If it was gotten for the second minute in the YouTube video, I also try to tell you that this was gotten from the first or the second minute in the YouTube video. If you get an answer or you fail an answer, it gives you the context of why that answer is correct. So you can understand and not just, oh, this is correct, but tells you exactly why it's correct and the context they picked that question from or that answer from.
We're thinking about it. And so if we come to the final page, we can see why.
Yeah, so this just gives you everything, those you failed and those you got, and
Also,
why
the
a
result
particular
is being
answer
saved.
is the correct
That
answer.
is downloadable.
And the AWS IoT does the whole notification, triggering the user for every step that is working.
Chosen answer is correct. So if we click on the result page,
I think you
we
can
should
stop the
see
demo and
we
just go to
have
my last
1 over
slide.
5,
I think I've explained the whole demo stuff.
and we can see the result is 1 over 5. We can retake.
Go to my last slide.
Last slide, please. Show the sources from the last slide. We're almost done with this. Yeah?
Next slide. Okay. Okay. So we can see the source code here, and then there's a prompt engineering video where you could actually learn a lot about prompt engineering and how to effectively prompt an LLM to make it give you accurate response. I think that's it. The next slide is just my LinkedIn, which is Chibike Wachiku, and the same GitHub repo. So thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much, Ibike Nwachuku. Yes, that applause can be louder because this is the final speaking session for AWS Community Day Event 2024. He has just brought us to a very successful conclusion of our speaking sessions at this event. Did you have fun? Will you say that you were hugely impacted by this event today? Thank you so much for staying till the end, for staying the course with us. We have had a huge retinue of speakers, keynote speakers, panel sessions, user cases. All of that is just so we can continue to enrich the vibrance and richness of our AWS community. Without taking too much time, I'll now like to call on David and Blessing as they will be doing us the honors of unveiling and awarding the final grand prize award. Now, I have to say to you that after much thought, consultation, meticulous and painstaking checking, that was how we were able to arrive actually at who the awardee for this particular gift is. So please, ladies and gentlemen, final part on our program today. Please join me as we welcome David and Blessing, our amazing community members, so that they can do justice to this final bit of the grand prize awarding. Is Blessing around? Blessing and David, are you here? Please show your hand so I can see you're walking your way up to the stage. DJ, play music. David and Blessing, are you here? Oh, I can't. I'm using my eyes to find them. DJ, music. Somebody help me grab Blessing and David, please, so we can wrap up. Uh-oh. Okay, I see Blessing. Where's David? A round of applause for them as they make their way to the stage so that they can ably award this grand prize to its befitting winner. I know we're quite a few right now, but please let's welcome Blessing until she gets to the stage. Blessing and David. Thank you, thank you. Keep the applause going, please. This one is one for the books. It's a banger. It's a banger. It's our final and it's the King of Boys Awards.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, this is the moment some of us have been waiting for, and we really say a big thank you. It's been a very long journey. It's been fun. It's been tiring. It's been frustrating. It's been enjoyable. It has brought a lot of people together, and it has formed a bond. And you've given us the privilege to share this experience with you. So, the grand prize we have is a brand new laptop, and and the brand new laptop is not just any brand new laptop, but one with great specifications. And a lot of people, we created a form for this entry, and we got close to 100 registration or applications, and we're only able to select 15 persons that showed great interest, or that qualified really, that showed great reasons why they deserved to get this laptop. But unfortunately, we really wished we could award all of you, but our hands are tied. Our hands are tied. Our hands are tied. So we also now called on all of them to participate in some activities, and we considered a lot of things, and we arrived at one person. But before I call the person's name, I'll call my other leaders so that they will join me on stage as we call the person to award the person. Sir David. Sir Promise, please come. Mimo, let's come on stage. It's See, behind every man, every great man is a great woman, but behind this great woman, these men. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have wonderful ladies that this shouldn't be a vote of thanks, but these are not just all the leaders that made this happen, and most especially is the volunteers. But then we're not on that. We're focusing on the grand prize. So I'll give you the honors. Or should I go ahead and call the person? Okay, then you do the honors of handing over. So, how should I call the person's name? Okay, can we start clapping? Can we start clapping? Can we start clapping? Do we have Angela Anyekwe in the building?
To be the best, number one, nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Move your body, I know the flow. Put your trouble
inside. Start living. Anybody can let go. Throw away all your problems, 'cause right now it's party time, girl. Now feel out of place.
You to tell us how, thank you, how you feel. Can I help you hold it? and for us to know, this, where is the specification of this? Yes. This is an 8 gig RAM laptop. Yes. Okay. 15 by 0.16 inches, 512 SSD. So it's not a small laptop at all. This is enough to empower her cloud journey all the way to the end. So one thing about Angela, I'll allow her, I'll give her the honors. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Blessing. Yeah, I wanted to come for this event like every other person. Yeah, last year in 2023, I was on a sick bed and I saw my friends. They were at AWS Community Day 2023 and I wished I could be there with them, but I couldn't. So this year, I really wanted to be here. And one of the ways for me to be here was to volunteer because I didn't want to have reasons why I won't be here. So I tried my best to volunteer, participate, and when the laptop publicity came up, I saw it, I made several posts about it, but then one day I was just like, why can't you just apply for this? So if you're telling people to apply, you too can apply. And I was so surprised when I got the email that I made it to the other stage. So as at the time when we are supposed to look for people who would vote us and support us, I just came out of a 3-month studying for my cybersecurity analyst certification, and it was a lot of work at that point in time. But I thank everybody that voted for me. I was in a lot of people's DM and they all came through for me. I am so grateful to the AWS community. I am so grateful to everyone that voted for me. I am so grateful to everyone that has supported me in one way or the other. And I'm so grateful to you, Madam, for all your advice and all your ginger. And Grace, thank you so much for always being there for me. I love you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you, Angela. Such a beautiful, beautiful moment. Congratulations.
Oh, so excited. This is the beginning of wonderful things for you, my love. Woo!
All right.
We are here.
Wow.
What a rush.
I mean,
What a day.
All good things have to come to an
I
end.
know,
right?
sadly.
All right. If you had an amazing time at AWS Community Day West Africa, please just make some noise.
For yourselves, for everyone, for everything.
Thank you so much for staying all the while. Thank you so much for soaking in all the sessions. Please spread the word about AWS community. Spread the word on social media. Spread the word everywhere within your sphere of influence. They're doing amazing stuff here, and people need to hear it. It was my pleasure to be the co-pilot for this phenomenal event. My name is Deborah Ogwike. I like to be called Debbie the Media Girl, and it was an honor to do this with you, darling.
My love, thank you so much. We have had such an impactful time. Please, all the things we have deliberated on, it's important that we take them home and begin to implement. This was such a wonderful event, and I know that next year will be even bigger and better. So I cannot wait to see you next year. My name is Chika Okeke. I am a TV host. I work with TVC. I host Your View on TVC as well as an MC and Compare. It's been such an amazing one. We're a great thing. And I absolutely loved your energy and I enjoy doing this with you.
Same, girl.
Thank you so much. We're now going to call on the final, the person who's going to give the final remarks.
All right, so we're going to be having the final message from Kayode Akomolafe.
Please, a round of applause as we welcome Kayode for very short closing remark and vote of thanks. Is Kayode in the building?
Yes, he's coming
Yes,
forward.
yes. A round of applause for him, please.
We're going to hear from him and then we can make our way.
Have a good night. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. There's just a little announcement. Forgot to mention. Okay, we have 2 runners for the laptop, and then we have a gift for them. We are providing 10,000 naira worth of data support to them for 2 months each. And the persons are Mary Away. That's 10,000 naira worth of data. Mary Away and Emmanuel. I don't know the surname. So if you're this person, who also reach out to you, but you are the second runner for second and third, or first and second runner for the laptop.
Thank you so much, Blessing. All right, Victor, you can take over.
No, Kayode.
Kayode,
Thank
you can
you,
take
thank
over
you,
from
thank
here.
you. Let's put our hands together for our 2 beautiful hosts. Is that all we can do? Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm here to give the full of thanks. I think I've attended so many conferences. This is world class. Do you agree with me that this is world class? So let's put our hands together to the organizers of this great conference. That's Blessing, David, and his team. I think they've done an amazing work. A round of applause for them, please. And for as many of us that have also waited till the end, I think we've done a lot of work. Let's put our hands together for ourselves also. And then to the media team, I think they've done amazing work. The sound system. Let's put our hands together, a round of applause for them. And to the God Almighty.
Hi everyone. Hi Pepe. I think yes, thank you Franca. Thank you. Big ups to David, Emma, Blessing, and every other leaders. Pepe, big ups to you for an amazing event. Yes, because you're part of the organizing team. So big ups to you. Big ups to us. And to everyone who's at the end of this session. We say a big thank you. Pepe, do you have any final word to the audience?
Nothing more than what they have said already. For everything we put together today, we encourage you, on behalf of the community, we encourage you to put them to practice. And if you ever feel stuck and you need someone to talk to, you need to know a way forward, please, our arms are wide open. The door to our community is wide open. We shared the link earlier to join our community, the WhatsApp community. You can join us there and someone will be ready to answer all your questions, technical and not technical. So we'll be expecting to welcome you to our community, the AWS Cloud Security User Group West Africa. We'll be hoping to welcome you to our community. Enjoy your evening. And I'm also hoping that you'll be part of maybe the volunteer or something big for our next year events. Don't just attend this year's one and go and sit down. We'll be expecting you for the next one too, and subsequent events as well. Thank you.
Yes, Pepe have said it all. Never stop learning. The learning doesn't stop here. And yes, we would like to host you virtually next year, but then we would like to see you in person. So make sure you attend the in-person summit next year. We promise that it's going to be better than what you are seeing now. So love from every one of us here at AWS Cloud Security and AWS Nigerian User Group. And then this is bye from us. Bye for now. See you next year. See you next year, everyone. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
The world is evolving in a supersonic fashion with its complex challenges, and I think entrepreneurs and innovators are playing a critical role to make it a better place.
Hey, my name is Steve Moses. I'm the CMO and I also lead startup program here at Plexo. We know how it's tough building and scaling startups, especially here in Global South. So at Plexo, we decided to design a well-curated bucket list of valuable resources that helps you accelerate your startups and push innovation.
Plexo for Startups isn't an accelerator or VC-backed program. So think about having access to free perks, resources, training, technical support, and funds. That's AWS credits at zero cost.
First, we want to learn what you're building, what's your challenge, so that we can bring in our team of senior solutions architects, cloud computing specialists, and a dedicated project manager to tailor the solutions to help you bring your ideas to life.
Our goal is to help you focus on building and scaling your business while we take care of your cloud infrastructure.
We understand how tough it is to build and scale a profitable startups from Africa to the world. So here is a curated